complete the ritual also. So yes, we discussed about what makes women to rise, and we discussed that education plays a very vital role. Also, the social fabric where the mindset has to change towards women. To discuss further, we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has deep interest in corporate training. He had been working with women organization. He is a part of radio broadcasting. So without wasting further time, I would like to welcome to the show. Sitesh, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Kanchan. It's a great day ahead and great day so far. A lot of good conversations with you all the time. And we're talking about women empowerment. You are one of it. So, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine, perfectly fine. In COVID era, we are coping up. But I think everybody, including women, we have to look forward on a positive aspect of life, and we have to progress for betterment of family and society.
That's right, Kanchan. And therefore, it is very important for us today, since we all are sitting at home and we are working, we had a chance, we still have a chance, and probably we have already seen how much women work inside the home. And I have heard from a lot of women that the house job, the house chores are basically a thankless job. And I realize that it might be true, the kind of work that they do inside the home 24/7 without a wink, without a holiday, without any break, without any gap. And then it becomes an expectations. And then it becomes a daily routine and there is no break. Then we take it out from the home and then we realize how much the work the women do in the corporate sector, in the NGOs, as a charity, as a village panchayat heads, as mayors, and as we spoke yesterday about so many different women at the top of the sphere. It is more important, Kanchan, to realize and consolidate and reiterate about the contributions that they do and they can do from the very, very early age, from the daughters in our home, from the sisters in our families, from the cousins. It is not about anymore about any kind of a silver lining between boys and girls anymore. And if it exists, this needs to be protested. This needs to be pushed away. And so we are here to talk about some of the great names who need to be celebrated again and again, and not just on the copies of the women's magazines like those Manormas or Vanitas or the Grishobhas, and also women's era. They should be celebrated on the national print, national digital places. And some of the names that come to my mind, Kanchan, is Vandana Luthra, VLCC, and Kiran Majumdar, Shaw Biocon, and Ritu Kumar, the fashion designer, and Indra Nui. I mean, who does not know Indra Nui, our PepsiCo chief? And one interesting that suddenly caught my eye, and I would like to know more about Aditi Gupta, the co-founder of something called Menstrupedia, menstrupedia.com, talking about the menstruation. And she and her husband, they created a comic book. And over the years, that comic book has been taken into some of the schools in India and outside India. And that's something which is great. I mean, we may not have needed a movie by Akshay Kumar to talk about, what was that movie's name, Kanchan? That, that was a toilet Prem Katha, or there was another movie that he talked about those pads. Right. I mean, why do we need a male hero for that? Right. What do you think?
Yes, it's quite a irony that for women, these men are propagating solutions and they are doing their part, I guess, to really educate women maybe in rural area, because in urban area, women know And sometimes I feel that few aspects they neglect. That's why the rise of optimum level of progress of women to optimum level is not there, especially in India. But I will tell you that Article 14 provides equality among men and women. And when we talk about Article 15, that empowers government to make uh, provision for the upliftment of women. Now, when we have all these rights in Constitution, so now today, women has right, freedom to vote, freedom to take decisions, freedom to make choices, freedom of education and employment. And when we have so much of freedom, the bed is already set. So what I feel, and I would just want to substantiate my point is that there are many women who have worked hard to attain a specific position in the society, and all I always 2 or 3 women I really appreciate, and the kind of work they are doing is one is Malika Shri Nivasan, who is a CEO of Tractor and Farms Equipment. And do you know that this company is number 3 in the world in making and manufacturing of tractors? So, and then again, we have a GIC, General Insurance Corporation of India, Chairman and Managing Director, Alice G. Vidyan. So all these women, they have really worked hard, and then we have a provision to rise from a mediocre work to attain excellence in the work. So I think now in 2020, we are all set to really rise from post-independence era. I mean, from 1940s, 70s, 80s. So now we have the opportunities and the mindset, which is again changing. So now I think it is up to women to really take their career and their responsibilities more seriously, along with the cooperation of men folks, where they can cooperate, and in case if there are any hindrance in this progress, they have the ability, the men folk have the ability to really erase that. And when there's a gender equality, that nation progress rapidly. So that is my point of view. What do you think?
Yes, Kanchan, you could not have been more right and apt in bringing these things in our conversation. More and more in corporate sector, especially the Indian homegrown corporate sector, I feel needs to do more. I still hear that in manufacturing, large manufacturing companies in India, women are underrepresented. Okay, and I really don't understand why women can only do the office jobs like a HR. Why can't they be on the shop floor? I still hear in some of the top manufacturing companies on the shop floor, on the car assembly floor, we still have underrepresentation of women. When the Indian Army has opened up a lot. I mean, there is no place where the woman cannot be. And if we see that there is a need for a woman to be, we should also take some examples from other nations who have done that. Okay, and I think more or less the one point that I 100% agree, women have to take their own career, life, personal choices in their own hand, and they don't have to be rebellious about it, but they have to be progressive and constructive about it. And I think it is important to know about the founders in the technology space like Upasana Taku from MobiQuick and Neeru Sharma from Infibeam. Then there are Sunita Krishnan, who is a gang rape survivor and speaks about it in the corporates. And those all need to be appreciated. And then Sunita Krishnan is a Padma Shri. The movie I was talking about was Padman by Akshay Kumar. I would have more appreciated if a top heroine would have taken up that movie and done it. Though I'm happy that Deepika Padukone did that Chapak movie about that acid survivors. So I think this is a great time to be in India, to see women growing, and especially from the rural sector. Lot of small rural entrepreneurs, women, are still not being known in the public media. Our mainstream media does not talk about them. Probably in our conversations, we can bring those names and what they do, and we can celebrate their success, Kanchan.
Yes, definitely, because now with the penetration of internet in rural areas, there are more chances we can hear the great stories of women entrepreneurs and business women in rural area. Because I'm sure there are women sarpanch there, and I hear a lot of stories about their progress and what they have done, especially in the COVID area. So, and then again, one name which I really appreciate is Sunita Reddy, who established a chain of Apollo Hospital in India. So, all these kind of work which women are doing, but we have to add little more. I think women should add themselves more in the mainstream of progress of nature. So, with this thought,
That's right.
with this thought, we'd like to end today's session, and we'll meet tomorrow again with some different topic. Till then, bye bye.
Yes, Kanchan. Yes, Kanchan. And I think it is time that Julius Caesar's wife has to come out of the shadows of Julius Caesar.
Yes, yes, sure. She will be. She will be. I guess. I think this is a coexistence we have. If women and men they put together their energies in nation building, the nation will progress rapidly, and then will again be called Soni Kichiria in very few years. So it
Thank you.
was lovely talking to you, Sitesh. Bye bye. Take care.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and welcome to Legal Matters. And as you know, that we discuss legal matters in this series, where we have an expert, Mr. Jeet Bhatt, who joins us from Ahmedabad. So, Jeet, let me welcome you first before we start our discussion. So, welcome to the show, Jeet.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant. Good morning and a very warm welcome to you as well. Thank you to you as well for inviting me to this show.
Yes, Jeet. So I think the discussion topic today is, about what is happening with Republic TV. And we all know that 1,000 people from Republic TV have been under an FIR. And this may have a long-term effect. So would you be kind enough to tell us from the legal standpoint what it means and why this is happening?
Yes, certainly, Chandrakant. It is in the news these days, and we are seeing on TV channels as well. This is the topic of discussion these days. But this raises some very important questions regarding the right press and also the restrictions on the press and how important the role of media is today in our democratic setup. Media India is considered to be the fourth pillar of democracy, as apart from judiciary, executive, and the legislature. And it has become such an important source of transferring information and giving up-to-date knowledge to the viewers and the citizens. Media certainly has the role of media is increased in last several years, and today we have 24 hours news channel providing news to the citizens around the clock. But right now we see there is a lot of investigations and FIRs being registered against media houses, especially what is happening against Republic TV and against Arnab Goswami. So basically, in last couple of months, around 4 FIRs have been registered against Republic TV and its anchor as well as its owner. So it started from the Palghar incident in Maharashtra, where first FIR came to be registered for instigating communal tension and spreading hatred. So this was the first FIR. Then thereafter, the second FIR was registered with regards to the migrant problem in Bombay during lockdown. And thereafter, another third FIR was with regards to this TRP rigging case. And fourth, recently, last week, the FIR that is registered against the Republic TV is for the story which was published on 22nd October regarding the biggest story tonight, the show, wherein allegations were leveled against the police commissioner of Bombay. And the FIR says that the story, which was aired on 22nd October, tries to incite disaffection amongst police personnel against the police commissioner and also maligns the police image. So these are the 4 FIRs which have been registered in a couple of months' time. And probably, as it is being said by Republic TV, that this is a witch hunt and at the hands of the top leaders of Maharashtra. But the matters have reached the courts, and the courts are hearing the matter. But this raises two important questions. One is the freedom of press, and the second is what are the restrictions or reasonable restrictions that can be imposed, and whether the freedom of press is absolute and unfettered, or whether there can be any restrictions or there can be some reasonable restrictions which can be put on the right to press in India. With regards to this TRP case, the facts which have emerged are that some houses whose TVs have been fixed with barometers were they were bribed to watch certain channels, so that certain channels TRP ratings would come high. And one of the TV channels, as alleged, is Republic TV, and the other two TV channels are some Maharashtrian local TV news channels. So this is the allegation against them, and this against all these FIRs, petitions have been filed before the High Court for quashing of these FIRs, as these FIRs, the accused say, are an abuse of the process law, and the matters are still pending before the High Court. Even one matter reached to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme 4 FIRs in a short period of time is slightly unusual, and also FIR based on some show saying that this incites disaffection amongst police personnel is also unusual, and probably this is the first time I am hearing that such FIR is filed against a TV channel based on such reporting. So certainly it is unusual, and it appears if 4 FIRs in a short period of time against one news channel, it appears to be some sort of it prima facie gives a picture that it appears to be some sort of a witch hunting targeting some person in the media. But let us talk about what is freedom of speech and expression, and how this covers the gives right to the freedom of press, and also what can be the reasonable restriction. Freedom of speech and expression Yes.
Before you begin on that subject, Jeet, in fact, I would like to also tell the viewers that the law which has been invoked against Republic TV has been invoked uh, after 98 years, and after 1928, even the British felt very in a hot seat when they were using this law to put the freedom fighters in jail. So even the British had a lot of challenges, and after from 1928 till India got independence, this law was not used by British, and it was used once again during the emergency. So this is a law under which Republic TV and its staff has been booked. Is a very rare uh, law which has never been used in independent India except during the emergency, and even during British Raj for a certain time it was used until 1928. So I think the use of such laws in India, in independent democratic, India, it's unprecedented. And I think, Jeet, you can talk about what is the impact of of this action by the government and the police of Maharashtra on the democracy of the entire Indian as a country, as a region.
Right. So you rightly pointed out this is the first time in modern history that such sections have been invoked and an FIR has been registered. So this shows that that this appears to be draconian and it is rarely used, and therefore sometimes something which is rarely used can also be misused, and it seems to be an attack on the right of press in India, and therefore it has to be curtailed. And I think the High Court will come down heavily upon such FIR if it is found to be frivolous. But right now investigations are going on, and we will come to know ultimately at the end of the investigation. But you are right that such sections are not usually invoked, and it is very rare because it always raises a question regarding the freedom of press, which it is a fundamental right not just of the press houses but also of the citizens to get information. So, so therefore, this does raise some important questions on democracy and the right of citizens, and also the rights of these media houses who are providing information and running the news channel. But what can be the reasonable restrictions? So, freedom of speech is guaranteed under Article 19(1)(a) of the Constitution, and it involves the right to express by word of mouth, writing, printing, picture, or any other matter. And it includes the freedom of communication and the right to propagate or publish one's views. So this is the freedom of speech and expression, which is guaranteed under the Constitution and is a fundamental right of every citizen in this country. Even the press and media have the same right of freedom and expression, because there is no particular right of media under the Constitution except the freedom of speech and expression. So this is the right of media is covered under Article 19(1)(a), that is the freedom of speech and expression. So it gives the right to right to an individual to write, publish, circulate, and broadcast information. The press derives this right from right to freedom of speech and expression in Article 19(1)(a) of the Constitution. The restrictions under the Constitution which can be imposed on this right are given under Article 19, subclause 2, which constitute reasonable restrictions. And this can be on the ground that the interest of the sovereignty and integrity of India is being compromised, or the security of the state, or the friendly relations with foreign state, or it disturbs public order, public decency, morality, or it is in relation to contempt of court, or defamation, or incitement to an offense. So these are the 5 or 6 restrictions which are imposed under the Constitution. And I will again repeat, they are if it compromises the interest of the sovereignty and integrity of the country, the security of the state, it harms the friendly relations with foreign states, or it disturbs public order, public decency, or it is harmful to the morality of the country, or it is in relation to contempt of court, or it is defamatory, or it incites, or it is an incitement to an offense. So these are the 6 or 7 restrictions which are imposed under the Constitution. Apart from this, if it does not cover, if any reporting or if any writing or any type of information does not disturb the security of the country or harms the morality, public decency, or disorder, public order, or it is in contempt of court, then the press has a right to express and give its opinion and give a fair reporting of the matter.
So for
So
an
these are the restrictions. Yes.
for an average Indian, I think they are totally dependent on what they hear from the press. And if the press is muzzled like this with malicious intent, um, can they really do it? I mean, is there a provision in the law to prevent such malicious activities which are malified?
So, as I said, that these are the restrictions under which the right of press is covered. But if it does not fall under this any of these restrictions, then the right to an extent is absolute, and it is most important right under the Constitution. So there cannot be any malicious attack on the freedom of press. But within the reasonable framework of law, if any information which is given is of such a nature which is not in public order, or it is not in the morality, or it is not, it amounts, incites communal tension, then certainly action can be taken. But then, because it is a fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression, it has to be strictly um, given full liberty, and unnecessary or trivial sort of restrictions should not be. That is important, because it's a fundamental right. It is not an ordinary civil right. It's a fundamental right, and therefore any restriction which is supposed to be imposed on these rights will have to be very strictly construed, and only if it is strictly falls within the parameters of the restrictions, then only it can sustain. Otherwise, it is an attack on the fundamental right. So therefore, courts do come down heavily upon such attacks on fundamental right.
So I think, Jeet, in fact, we used to see these kind of things only in movies, but I think now we are seeing this in real life, where the benefactor of law are really becoming the villains. It appears so. We don't know. I think the matter should be decided by the courts, but it appears so.
Right. So yes, 4 FIRs in a very short period of time, it is slightly unusual, and it to an ordinary eye would appear to be a sort of a witch hunt. But ultimately, the courts have to decide, and it is at large before the court. So that we must trust the courts in this country, and I'm sure the courts will come up with the correct decision. But basically, the rights of the media, if I may just point out broadly, which are given under the Constitution and by way of several judgments of the Supreme Court, is one to publish and circulate information and opinions, which is part of the right of freedom of speech and expression. Also, the right to dissent, which is not to agree with any opinion or given dissent to any of the policies or framework of the government. And it is right to receive information, which is the right of every citizen. The right to conduct interviews. The media persons have a right to conduct interviews, and that have been that is a part of right to freedom of speech and expression. Then there is right to report court proceedings, because media persons, journalists have a right to attend proceedings in court and publish a proper and faithful report of the proceedings that are witnessed and heard in court. Then right to advertise, that is also part of right to freedom of speech and expression, and which has been upheld by the Supreme Court in several judgments. These are broadly the rights of the press and media. which are which have been interpreted and given brought under the meaning of right to freedom of speech and expression by various judgments of the Supreme.
Jeet, I have a fundamental question, and you can probably express your opinion. Like in United States, if there is a malified and false implication of anyone by the authorities, the people who are involved in those kind of activities have to pay the damages from their own pocket. So, do you think the time has come to basically build these laws so that the power cannot be misused in India?
Well, yes, that's a very important question, because a lot of times we see that wrong prosecutions are initiated and ultimately it results into acquittal. And acquittals, ultimately, it is a waste of public money, waste of court's time, that illegal and wrongful prosecutions were initiated. So time has come that the responsibility should be fixed upon these persons, and they must be made accountable, those who initiate wrong prosecution. But there is a provision under the IPC wherein if anybody initiates wrong prosecution, they can be held liable. But with regards to tortious liability, that is compensation, I think that law must now develop, and courts must grant high compensation. And that, yes, you are right, that to that extent, yes, I agree that now the time has come that compensation should be awarded in cases where wrongful prosecutions have been initiated.
So I think, Jeet, I think it was very useful for us to understand this whole scenario, because we are seeing in the TV every day, but I think some of the viewers may not know the implications. I think thank you so much for covering this in quite a good detail. And I think you have also expressed your opinion, what should be done next. So it was a pleasure talking to you this morning, Jeet.
Thank you very much, Chandrakant, for having me and discussing on this topic.
So we will catch up next Thursday again on some other legal topic. Until then, I say you goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And let me also welcome my colleague, my friend, Mr. Nagesh Sood, who's on our show. Nagesh, welcome to Top Brass.
Hi CK, thank you so very much. And I'm glad always to be with you and talk about various things happening around us. So thank you so very much.
So viewers, Nagesh is a very senior advocate practicing in Ahmedabad High Court, and he is also well-known pan-India human rights activist. So in this series of discussion, we are discussing about human rights. And before we start our discussion today, I would like to share that there has been an unprecedented decision taken by Indian government last evening, where they have banned 59 online applications. And some are large applications, some are small applications, but even a consumer like me had one of the application, and I had to delete that application, for which I had paid the money. So today we will discuss about how banning of these applications affect the human rights. So Nagesh, we would like to know your opinion on this.
Well, Chandrakant, as we all know that last night at about 8 p.m., suddenly an order comes and there are about 15 applications which have been blocked by the central government while exercising their power under Section 69A of the Information Technology Act 2000. Now, to tell you the brief history about this section was already challenged in a landmark case of Shreya Singhal versus Union of India way back in 2015. The Supreme Court struck down one of these sections of information technology, that is Section 66A, which prescribed penalties of the IT Act, saying that it had a chilling effect on the right to freedom of speech and expression over the internet. The person who had come before the Supreme Court had also challenged blocking power of the central government under Section 69A. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court said that Section 69A is legal and valid and did not touch upon that section, saying that that section has its own safeguard. It prescribes own safeguards that would protect the rights of the citizen. So when the government, central government, invokes Section 69A, there is a procedure, there are rules which are prescribed, which came into being in 2009 through a notification, which deals with a lot of rules like nodal agency. The complaint has to be made by a nodal agency of an institution. Secondly, there is a designated officer which has to be appointed under these rules. There is a committee which has to be appointed, which would look into those complaints and make recommendations. And only after that, the designated officer can block the sites. Now, the unprecedented move by the central government blocking en masse 59 applications is not prescribed under Section 69A. Section 69A only allows blocking of any particular site individually. But here what we see is there are 59 applications which have been blocked. So definitely it has affected the rights of the people, as we say, that we have to take out a lot of applications from our mobiles, such as Cam Scanner, which is being used every day by me for scanning the documents and scanning a lot of things for my office purpose, UC browser, and other applications wherein people are earning money as well. So it has affected their livelihood as well. So therefore, naturally, the rights of people have been affected by a blanket order which has been passed by the government yesterday.
So I think with regard to business, there has to be a business continuity plan. So all the businesses will migrate to different applications. So I don't think any businessman will have, some of them will be dependent on applications like Zoom, like we are doing today. But as a business, we are already thinking of not putting all the eggs in one basket. So like you mentioned, Cam Scanner, this is exactly what I had on my mobile, Nagesh. I had to delete it, and I'm feeling very sad because I had paid for that application. So, but I think it is part of the game. While this decision of government has sort of taken away a few rights, but what about national security? Because China is a country which is an aggressor on us. And because of the conflict, there are some soldiers dying at the border. So in such a situation, what is your opinion? How Indians should treat this order by the government?
Well, briefly, I will tell you what Section 69 of the IT Act says. It empowers central government to order that access to certain websites and computer resources be blocked in the interest of defense of the country, its sovereignty and integrity, the security of the state, friendly relations with foreign states, public order, or for preventing incitement to the commission of an offense. Now, the reasons which has come out purportedly uh, says that it is in the national security, public order, and in the wake of endangering the users of their privacy, such an order is passed because people who are using these applications are threatened with their through their apps, their privacy and data security. Now, as I said, of course, we are at dagger heads with China these days, and there is a popular kind of movement which has come out that we should ban Chinese applications and Chinese goods, which is welcoming in a way, but the applications which are being used by people definitely uh, must have a reasoned order. Now, here there is a order which bans 59 applications. First of all, the order does not mention that these are Chinese applications. Number one. Number two, the government has to come out with some reasons as to what are the reasons of blocking these particular 59 sites. Now, how it is affected, whether there is a complaint, there has to be some logical reasoning which has to be brought before the public. And also, when such an order is passed, it is amenable to challenge before the court of law. Anybody who is affected, like, people are using TikTok. There are millionaire people are making videos. They are earning money also out of it. They are, being watched every day as a matter of entertainment, etc. Now, if that application is banned, definitely it has affected certain people. Like Camster, it's a paid app where people have invested, they have paid money for these applications, and once that application is taken off, everybody has a right to know as to why from me that application is taken. The reason has to be brought in. Of course, there are powers with the central government, but there has to be cogent reasons which the government has to come forward with.
So Nagesh, I as a layman feel there are two things. One is as a human being, as an Indian, I feel very strongly in favor of the government order. That is my personal thinking. And number two, as a businessman, I feel that when these applications are taken out from the market, it creates a sort of a vacuum for a few days. But that vacuum will also give opportunity for others to come in. So I think, as I was talking about business continuity plan, one is the issue of BCP, and other is the issue of our emotions. So I think with these two, what is your opinion? How people should take it? Like you said that from the legal standpoint, government has to come out with actual reasons so that they should effectively carry out these orders. Second thing is how people should, take this. Like you said, that TikTok, there could be livelihood loss for some of them. But I think there could be an opportunity for other guys, Indian players or even other countries to come and fill the gap.
Yes, definitely. You see, so far as sentiment as an Indian is concerned, definitely, whenever made in China or Chinese application is coming in front of you, you would definitely would not like to use the Chinese product or the applications which are Chinese. So, of course, when your sentiments towards your country are involved, you would want that it's a good decision. But if you look at from the perspective of somebody who has been greatly impacted in terms of livelihood, in terms of his daily functioning, or the level of with which he has using the particular application, and the impact on his business or his personal life, then that is something very individual. That, you see, even if there is a popular kind of sentiment which is involved, but it has to be tested at the uh, touchstone of legality and validity. Every law not necessarily is liked by people at large, but there are there is rule of law, there are procedures which are prescribed, there are rules one has to follow, and here the government has to follow certain rules. And if somebody's right is affected of freedom of free speech and expression by blocking of these rights, definitely somebody can approach the court of law, and the court would test actually as to whether the order has been passed after following the due procedure, which is prescribed by the government itself in 2009. So that is the distinction we have, that any order does not become valid just because it is very popular amongst people. That is my point of view.
Thank you very much, Nagesh, for bringing the clarity to me and to my viewers. Personally, being an emotional person, I feel very strongly for this order. But I think this whole decision is still unfolding. Government will have to show what are the reasons. I think we are a democratic country, and it is fair for people and citizens of India to demand this. So with this, I will like to say goodbye to you. Thank you very much for your kind words and your wisdom, knowledge. We are on the journey of understanding human rights. So we will meet you again tomorrow on similar subjects again.
Thank you very much. It was my pleasure being with you. Thanks again. You take care.
Thank you and bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show. Today we have Sitesh Srivastava, who has a deep interest in corporate training. He has been associated with radio broadcasting and he has worked across continent, and he has a lot of experience when it comes to corporate training and it comes to internet and all IT related stuff. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. It's a great day again talking to you. And end of the week, which is another great week, though in this pandemic, the weekend or weekday all look as same. How have you been?
Yeah, I'm fine. I think you see, I'm have turned myself into, I guess, a yellow Santa. It's very cold out here, but yes, I am enjoying this weather.
Very nice. So our conversation is around something which has almost become like an oxygen, Kanchan, isn't it?
Correct. So this is about PM Vani, and the Union Cabinet on this Wednesday this week approved the establishment of public Wi-Fi across the country, and that will provide through Public Data Office (PDO), and the central government scheme is set Prime Minister Wi-Fi Network Interface (PM Vani), and it's being seen as an attempt by the government to elevate the wireless internet connectivity in the country. And I think it's an awesome step.
Yes, Kanchan, this reminds me of something that was many years back. It was called like a public call office and PCO. and we had seen all across the India, some corner cabins had come up all across the smaller Indian towns, big Indian towns, and they were called PCOs. And we rushed. All of us used to go to the PCOs to get our corners, and then people outside those small boxes, pointing the fingers that our time is over. And then there was a small meter on top of it which was showcasing that we cannot reach or beyond 50 rupees or 100 rupees for a call. And those were very interesting days. I mean, the young generation who have been born after that may not know the reality, the fun of that. Similar thing is being now trying out with the Wi-Fi access, the public Wi-Fi access that this PM Vani is trying to achieve. And I think this will lead to a lot of load on the infrastructure. At the same time, it will also give a lot of small shopkeepers access to some extra money.
Correct.
Something I remember seeing, something like a Wi-Fi dabba at a pan shop. I remember seeing an image. So public Wi-Fi is something that has already been championed in many parts of the world. And I mean, but for India, it is still an untapped market. And I think only Vani compliant units will be utilized in these outlets. And I think small shopkeepers and small service providers will be able to provide a lot of services around these. And I think, but it's a mammoth task. Telecom Regulatory Authority and the Telecom Communication Agency, TRAI, they all have to work in tandem to bring this. I suggest that the way PCO had come in India, ushered in India, probably Wi-Fi would take some more understanding of coming up to each nooks and corners of our streets in the cities. And therefore, it will definitely put a lot of pressure on the bandwidth usage, the device, and especially many parts of India do not even have 4G connectivity at this moment.
Yes, you have pointed out rightly that this scheme would enable our small shopkeepers to provide Wi-Fi services, and this will boost the income as well as ensure you get a seamless internet connectivity. So that is awesome, because we struggle many times to really get good internet connectivity. Apart of this, it will also strengthen the Digital India mission. Public Data Office will be established on a fine lines of PCO, as you have mentioned. And these PDO, it will be called as a PDO, the Public Data Office. It will establish, operate, and maintain only the Vani compliant Wi-Fi access points to deliver the broadband service to the subscriber. So I think that this is, in a way, is a step forward of Atmanirbhar Bharat, a step forward for development, a step forward to enter into digitization, which we had been talking about for so long.
Yes, Kanchan, the digital mission for India is a huge step of the country moving forward. We should also not forget, a few years back, Google had partnered with Indian Railways and RailTel to start a station program through which Google was providing free Wi-Fi to over 400 of the busiest railway stations in the country. And this was basically, it continued up to the 2018, it continued up to the 400 mark of the stations. However, it was in this year, it was discontinued by saying that in India, the Wi-Fi is very cheap, and therefore the data price is quite affordable. But still, people can utilize the free Wi-Fi at all around 5,600 railway stations across the country and will continue to do so. The another project that was in news was Facebook's Wi-Fi, and but it's still, it will need a price ranging from rupees 10 or 20 for a day, up to 200 to 300 for a month. But what government is doing is something making it free for the masses. Only a person needs to find out through an app which is the nearest Vani compliant PDO. And that is the only thing person needs to find out, and person needs to go there and really access from a, I am more interested around because I have seen the first PCO frenzy, that I can call it. This time I would say that there is also a very interesting take on the jobs that it will create. And these jobs is something that lot of small cities people can basically find it out from a job perspective. A lot of data engineers, a lot of telecom engineers, a lot of telecom operators, app developers, system designers, architects, they all will get an interesting some job. And it may not remain as a privilege only for some of the big IT companies to have such kind of people. And we might see a new wave of IT engineers or software engineers or even hardware engineers coming up around the place. What do you say?
Yes, I really appreciate this step, and I am quite hopeful and quite excited because sometimes we also struggle due to this bandwidth. And I also want to add that Communication Minister has stated there will be no license fee will be charged for providing this broadband internet service, and availability and use of broadband will be enhanced income, as you stated, and employment, quality of life, and ease of doing business, which is very, very important, because most of the businesses and education is being taking a space in digital sphere. So I think that is a good move, and it will eventually revolutionize the whole thought process and the way of working, and of course the working condition, because we are at home and working. And I think that is also takeaway. We'll get used to the kind of working we are doing from home. So I think that's something which was very much required, and now it is here.
Yes, Kanchan. And on a little bit of a humor side, I can now think of my boss. I can't give him an excuse that I am traveling in a train, or I am just walking in a village, or I am away from the network. That particular phrase, network is weak, I don't find, these excuses will go. The boss will say, you have a laptop, you have a phone, please get on to the network and I need this report. But on the other little serious side, I remember putting up a proposal with Government of India recently about delivering an e-learning solution over the Government of India schools. There are probably more than 4 lakhs of such government schools in the country in various states. Now, as we understand, these government schools do not have great infrastructure. The network, the bandwidth is very, very low. They don't have devices. They don't have gadgets. Now, delivery of e-learning solution. This particular PM Vani can help in that direction. Now, it is important for a school to just have one PDO unit in the school itself, or probably 2 units in the school, and the whole school can get the e-learning delivered via those PM Vani units. So think of it, the government schools will definitely be the great boosters, great recipients of this great thing, which is being ushered under the telecommunications ministry. And I think this will continue, and this will also a huge workforce will also move from big cities to small cities to support this. We have seen in this pandemic, Kanchan, that people need not work in the big cities. They have to just carry their laptops, and in any city, any part, any tier 2, tier 3 cities with a good internet connection, they can work. They can basically collaborate, work, project management, coding, programming, everything can be done. And therefore, it is important for there will be a need for more cyber security professionals. There will be a need for maintenance engineers. So I think overall, a thumbs up for this PM warning.
Yes, it is quite a historical move by the government, and definitely it will enhance the employment. It will increase the employment, and it will also increase the development of digitization, which we are a couple of people are struggling. But I think it's a good move. It was nice talking to you, Sitesh. We'll meet again with another great, interesting topic. Till then, bye-bye. Take care.
Only remember, Kanchan, now the children will say, if you don't give me Wi-Fi at home, there is a PM Vani outside.
Yes, true. Okay,
Thank you.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan Verma from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to Top Brass. And today we have Sitesh Srivastav from Johannesburg, South Africa. And as you know, he is a great corporate trainer. He has trained so many professionals in his career in IT segment, in marketing segment. And has a deep interest in training and doing education for children. And imparting education for children. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
I'm well, Kanchan. Things are fine. How is it at your end?
Perfectly well. There's little showers. Monsoon is here, and it is pleasant. But the tragedy is that we cannot go out. Social distancing.
Yes. And that's what we are here for, to convert this tragedy of sitting at home. We want to make it pleasurable, entertaining, at the same time productive.
Very true. So yesterday we have discussed that you should ask right questions to get a right outcome of whatever we are seeking. Now we all have our own mind, and we take our own decisions, right? So we do judgment according to the parameters which are available at that point of time. Now, when we talk about change management, and change management or any type of training or any type of productivity always starts from the top. So
exactly.
How this change management and the critical thinking give way to change to the professional, and how these top management can help in that.
I'm happy, Kanchan, that you brought up this subject. Water flows from the top. We have read the story of that lion and a goat, and in our childhood, where the lion wanted to eat the goat, and the lion made an excuse that you are drinking the same water that I am drinking. So we have seen those kind of anecdotes and stories. in the change management's perspective, the change has to come from the top. And that is actually a great statement. At the same time, it is also a cliche, Kanchan, about whether change management or bringing a change has to be both sides, this side as well as the top to bottom or bottom to top. This has always been the question. And but I agree to the statement that you made. When it happens from the top, it is easy to follow. It is easy to make it as a culture of the organization, because we see our seniors, our leaders, our bosses implementing it, doing it, bringing it into the realm of everyday operations. But I would also tell you that it is also imperative at many times, not only in the corporate paradigm, but also in the non-corporate paradigm. It is also important that people who are not at the top, they also should and can become leaders of the change. And we live in a world of startups, Kanchan, where startups are more agile, they are more functional, they are more flexible, and sometimes these startups bring solutions or products that can change, or that change the way or the course of our living much more than the bigger companies, or what we call them, the big giants. Don't you agree with me?
Yes, definitely. And I think I generally have an argument that change always starts with the top management. But then there are instances where middle management or at the lower category, as you said, it's a bit difficult. But then you have to, there are many challenges once it is not started from the top management. That's what I feel.
Exactly. And if you can see it in every walks of life, whether it is a school, where if we take a school for a moment, we think that the teachers should try to bring that kind of a change, or the management of the school should bring that kind of a change. But at the same time, we have discussed in multiple episodes that we also need to observe our children who do things radically different than we as adults do.
Definitely.
And probably give us a clue of bringing that change probably today rather than bringing it maybe next year.
Mm-hmm.
If we see our electoral reforms or the elections, we select or we elect our representatives who go and rule us in all the democracies of this world, and then we expect the change should happen from the top.
Mm-hmm.
But it is the same people whom we have elected, right? Who has to bring the change is something that has to have both balances on both sides of the spectrum. But yes, when it happens from the top, there is a means to it, there are resources to it, there is a budget for it, and there is a tolerance for it, which is very, very important for that change to take place.
Definitely. The last point is very crucial when we talk about change management. And I also want to, as we have discussed in last episode, that asking question, as Einstein said, curiosity should never die. So asking questions is very, very important, and to get into critical thinking, eventually which end up in seamlessly getting into changing the situation if required. So what do you really feel when we talk about asking questions, as we discussed, and how you correlate with the top management or the person who is taking steps to change something in the organization or in the college or in his own system?
So Kanchan, as we discussed yesterday, precisely in the yesterday's episode, asking the right kind of question is important. But we have also discussed, and now we appreciate, that asking a question as per the cultural context of that geography is equally important. In some of the geographies, asking direct questions
could mean completely different than asking in some other cultures and working. There is no universal cultural context available where direct and to the point questions are appreciated until unless it is a mission critical subject, as we discussed, like a medicine, like a space exploration or engineering or something like that. But in most of the cases, asking a question needs an understanding of the cultural aspect. And that is what is the top management can enable the youngsters, the juniors, the middle-layer management to encourage them to ask questions. Because many times we know that if we don't ask the right question, the top management can get into upset mode, and nobody wants.
Maybe he became ignorant. Maybe the top management may not have discussed those aspects of change management. It can happen.
Correct. Absolutely right. So therefore, we have seen that in some corporates, in some institutions, asking questions by the people who are junior in the lower rung of the hierarchy is appreciated, is encouraged. But in some of the organizations, it is not so much appreciated, and you have to go through the web of hierarchical channels to make your word, make your questions to be known. So that actually has a premise of this thinking that every question to a senior leader is actually hurting somebody's personality. But that may not be the case. That may not be the case. It could be a very, very genuine question, but yes, I agree, it has to be framed nicely. I don't agree to sugarcoat it, but it has to be framed nicely. If there are some political connotations, then there is a need to be politically correct as well. But then there is a very, very fine difference, Kanchan, between bluntness and intelligence. Do you agree?
Well said, very well said. At this point, I want to ask you, then asking questions, the right questions, need training or experience?
I think it needs experience rather than training. It needs an experience. And if we talk about the mission critical projects, mission critical engagements that we have discussed, then people can be trained to ask the next level questions. For example, in engineering design, in space exploration, in design thinking, it is important to ask the right frame of questions, which can be trained. I don't say that it cannot be trained, but in our general management, lives, there are so many situations throughout the day, throughout our career, throughout our jobs, where we need to ask right questions, and that comes via experience. At the same time, it also comes via somebody's encouragement to understand to that question and say, thank you for asking me that question. How many times we have heard somebody saying that, right?
Yes, definitely. So we will be discussing this topic further, and I think it's quite interesting topic, and I think a listener will enrich with whatever we are discussing. So tomorrow we'll again meet and discuss this topic further. As usual, it was a pleasure to talk to you. So till tomorrow, bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Have a great day ahead and try to enjoy the showers in Hyderabad.
Thank you. Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brands. And let me also welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gant. Naval, how was the morning today in London?
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And it is typical summer. It's pouring down. It's stair rods. You can hear it in all the windows. But let's not dampen our spirits because today's Wednesday, so it's Snotty Wednesday. So what are we going to tell our young people today?
It is Sauti Wednesday, and Mr. Naval is back in his flamingo shirt, so that is a welcoming sign. So I think the topic of discussion is we are moving beyond the presentability, how to set up your technical stuff like camera, light, how to look good, how to speak. I think the topic now for today is how do you create engagement with the client, with the viewers? Because if you're talking in a physical world, you are actually seeing, hundreds of people in front of you. You know what they're thinking. You have the ability to change your pitch to attract as many people as you want. But when you're talking on a video, you don't see the other side. And yet you have to appeal to the people who are not even visible to you. And how do you create that stickiness? How do you induce that glue in your content, in your video? That is something that we would like to take your inputs on. And I think that is a very critical subject today. So Naval, what is your opinion?
Well, I love the way you explain it, CK. That stickiness, that little bit of glue, the thing that really brings people into the screen so that you're waiting their every word. And you're absolutely right. Speaking into a screen is not easy. Not easy at all. You're not having this one-to-one conversation. I mean, we're lucky because I can see your smiley face. So I can see whether you're listening, you're interesting, whether I need to change the tone down or put the tone up. But we can't do that in literally a 90-second interview because that's what we've got. So the tricks of the trade are be engaging. That very first time that someone sees you in your video is going to be the time that they're going to start to judge you. And I'm not talking about judging you in a negative way, okay? This is judging in a positive way. So feel good about it. Feel excited about it. Because if you get into your interview, your 90 seconds, it's a minute and a half. You'd be amazed how fast a minute and a half will go. We've been talking for longer than a minute and a half, and it's just flown by. And it always does flow by because we need to be engaging. We need to get to the point. So this is pressure, okay? Now, you can look at this video time and time again, and I will still say this is pressure because in 90 seconds, you've got to get over your message. It's a brilliant example for if you're going to be going into the entrepreneurship to get your message over in a very short period of time. So you need to be presentable. As CK's already mentioned, my flamingo shirt. Make a statement, I'm wearing this today because I'm actually about to go and play golf. Although, frankly, in the weather that we've got out there, I'm not too sure that the flamingos will be very happy about getting wet. But the point is, make a statement. We've talked about the technical bits. Look into the camera. It's the most difficult thing in the world to do, look into the camera. Firstly, finding out where it is, because it's not down here and it's not over here, it's up there. But if you're using an iPhone, guess what? It's in the top right-hand corner. If you're using a Dell machine these days, it's in the bottom left-hand corner. So, you need to be looking down there because that's where the camera is. So be presentable. Be in that arena where people can understand what you're saying and how you're saying it. And notice, I don't know whether you noticed, my background changed.
I did.
Amazing, isn't it? Yeah, you did, But that's what's going to happen, you know? Was it done automatic? Was it done deliberately? Only you're going to guess about that one, okay? But this was for impact. This is the impact you have in a short video. It's 90 seconds. I mean, CK, 90 seconds. It's just goes in an instant, doesn't it? I mean, how many conversations do you have that last hours and hours and hours that could be summarized in 90 seconds? Yeah, I can see you smiling because you're thinking about it.
Well, I think the first 90 seconds is what matters, and you're going to make or break in the first 90 seconds. Even though after your first 90 seconds have gone, you can actually continue talking for an hour. But I think the impression is made in the first few minutes of your conversation. So I think one of the tricks that is important for a video is, do a very good research on the subject on which you're talking. Because if you're just talking too many words with very little meaning, I think you're going to put off your viewers and they will just move on. They will not watch the videos. In fact, many times if you see the videos, you don't want to stick around more than 10 seconds. So that you don't want to happen to your video. So make sure that you have a well-researched subject. You have subject matter expertise so that you can use certain keywords to attract these people as a glue. Because, if you're talking about certain keywords and then that, this person has done some research and there is something for me to take. So they will stick around in your video, they will watch it and therefore. And second thing is you have to convey your messages in the minimum words because nobody has patience to listen to your long essays. You have to use the minimum words to convey the right message. So I think you have to form your sentences, making sure that you use the English properly. And English is a very flexible language. You can convey the same thing in 10 sentences or you can convey the same thing in half the sentence. So make sure that you convey quickly so that since you have 90 seconds, you convey maximum. And the listeners are also getting in their ears the keywords and that will create the stickiness. So what do you think, Neville?
It's absolutely brilliant because you're explaining things that you listen for. You do a lot of interviewing, you do a lot of commenting, you do a lot of meetings with other people. And it is all of those things. It's that stickiness, it's the keywords that you're looking for. It's that motion. And as you've noticed, I changed my background 2 or 3 times. I wonder how many people noticed it. But if you're in this video arena, remember, you don't know who's watching. You are on parade throughout that 90 seconds. So let's give you some very simple, we're just going to give you one tip because like anything else, if I give you a whole list of things, it will be overwhelming and you won't do any of them. So we're just going to give you one tip. And this tip I learned from a really good friend of mine that was a BBC reporter. He spent probably 10 years of his life reading the news. Now, if you look at these people reading the news, they're very engaging. They look at the screen. If you go to where they read the news, they're not in this huge chasm of a cave with lots of screens and lots of people rushing around. They tend to be in a corner cupboard, stuck away in the middle of nowhere with all these gadgets around them. They can hardly move. They're so rigid that they daren't move because they can't get out a camera shot. Okay? These are the people actually you can learn a tremendous amount from. And Clive said to me, almost the first time I met him, and I said, Clive, I really like the way you present. And he said, it comes from practice. So we're going to give you 2 tips today. Number 1, it comes from practice. So you need to practice, and more practice. But the other thing is, and I didn't know this until he said it to me, they talk about the elevator pitch in some of these meeting groups. One particular one is BNI. It's a worldwide network. They talk about the elevator pitch, and it's a 30-second or a minute or 5 minutes. You've got a pitch that lasts for 30 seconds or a minute or 5 minutes. And the interesting thing is, Clive said, what you need to do is to break down your pitch into segments. And you said it, CK, the keywords. So just like when you're writing a long report, you pick out the headings for the long report. And then you fill out that long report. And then what you need to do is to create the executive summary. And that's the 90-second interview that we're asking you to do. That 90-second pitch, that executive summary. You're just going to pick out a few key areas that you're going to talk about in 90 seconds. So if we split what he would do, he would split 90 seconds down into 15-second segments. So for the mathematicians out there, I don't need to tell you how many segments there are of 15 seconds in 90 seconds. For the non-mathematicians, I'll make it easy for you. There are 6. So what you need to do is to break it down into 6 segments. The really important segments are the first and the last. Because the first one is, how engaging are you? Are you presentable? Are you going to talk about something that I'm interested in? And the last one is that leaving the impression. What are you going to leave them with? But that doesn't mean to say that the 4 segments in the middle are not equally important. They are important, but if you've made a noise at the beginning and you're going to leave them with a noise at the end, you need to make sure that the noise is consistent. So rather than noise, it needs to be music. And it's not music from an orchestra that's tuning up. You know, I'm sure many of you have heard an orchestra, you know, there's like 30 or 40 piece orchestra and they're tuning up and they're doing it individually, but they're not playing together. And they're all going, and they're all doing it at different noises and different sounds. And it sounds noisy. But when they make music, when the conductor gets there and goes tap, 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 and everyone is ready to go, and when he waves his wand, but first time the baton goes, bingo, they're in position and they're off and running. Now, whether that's a musical orchestra of 400 pieces, or whether it's a duet, you know, or a single soloist, they're making music. And that's what you need to be doing in this 90 seconds. A short intro, building up so that people are more interested as they go through, and bang, hit them at the end so that you leave them with an impression. And that's as simple as it is.
It's very simple. In fact, it's a great advice, Neville, that you're asking us to do, is to break down our 90 seconds into 50 seconds pitch. So you can have different segments of your 90-second program. And I think this is so true because you mentioned songs. I think it's similar. You know, we're talking about making a video, but I think it's also applies to the songs. So if you listen to a song and if it is not appealing to you in first 50 seconds, you're going to change the channel. So first 50 seconds has to be very, very engaging. And next 50 seconds will be determined by the performance of your first 50 seconds. So I think you have to plan your pitch in such a way, well-researched subject, even if you're talking about some current affairs or some technology or home care, it has to be engaging. It has to appeal to the people, and it should be very original. It should not be run-of-the-mill stuff where thousands and thousands of videos are floating around on the net. It has to be unique, and that will create stickiness, and that will drive traffic to your video. So thank you very much, Neville, for giving us this advice. And I'm sure the SOTI Award contestants would take these tips and incorporate in their videos. So as usual, it was a pleasure talking to you. we'll catch up again tomorrow.
Always fun, CK. Always fun. Don't forget, guys, 90 seconds is all about practice, practice, and more practice. Enjoy your stickiness. I love it.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to this Tuesday morning session of our show, which is Akulmach Nation. And before we start our discussion today, um, let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Good.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And the news of the world is COVID and vaccination. But we're not going to touch that today. We're going to touch something that's far more important, and that's the question of communication.
Yes, Naval. In fact, the topic of discussion today, which I feel is important for our viewers, is taking a cue from what happened in the Capitol Hill, where the social media, especially the Twitter, played a role of instigating certain mob, and they sort of went inside and created a ruckus inside the assembly of United States, and then subsequently. Mr. Trump's accounts were banned for life. Various social media players announced that he will not be allowed to put any update, either tweet or Facebook update or something like that. Probably Instagram also. At the same time, WhatsApp now, which is part of Facebook, has announced their new privacy policies. And the way they have announced is that when you look at your WhatsApp to see a message, there is a pop-up which is visible to you, and then it says that kindly review and accept. So in most cases, it is like an auto suggestion in our mind today that if we see a privacy policy, we just say, okay, go ahead and let's do it. But this time, I think it makes sense to read them carefully. And what has happened is WhatsApp now wants to integrate their platform with Facebook platform, and the ownership is with Facebook anyway. And they want to leverage WhatsApp, which is connected with the mobile phone, as a choice platform for their business application. And because of that, Facebook will get access to your business connections, what you talk to them, who are your people with whom you're doing business, what sort of discussions you're doing with them. If you're using WhatsApp as a transaction platform, so how much money you're transacting, to whom you're sending money to, from where you're getting the money, all this information will be tracked by Facebook. And the idea is that Facebook would like to go to the next level where you actually need not create a website. If you are a small business, then you can use Facebook platform to run entire thing. I mean, you can have your accounts on the web page. You can also have your bank account linked with Facebook, and you can pay and receive money from using WhatsApp. So I think the world is moving that way, and what I see is that the chain reaction of this will impact all of us, and that is why I wanted to bring this as a discussion point. And I'm sure you're also aware of these things. So, what is your opinion on this?
Well, it's an interesting transition, let's call it, because, let's face it, everyone's moving into the digital world. All of our communication, whether it's bank transfers, physical discussion, passing messages from one person to the other, this is all about the speed of communication. And particularly in a business arena, we want that to be faster. We always want it to be faster. We don't want to slow down the opportunity. We want to make it crisp, clean, and clinical in many respects. I'm in two minds, frankly, over the issue of what Facebook and WhatsApp are doing. I mean, most people knew that WhatsApp was part of the Facebook arena anyway. For the majority of people that I know, they just use it as a communication media. So you and I, for instance, you're in India, I'm in the UK. We tend not to use it much for voice, but we send messages backwards and forwards. If any of those messages were intercepted by Facebook, would it make a massive difference to our business? Absolutely not. So it's an issue of what do you do in these media, and not necessarily what is it stopping you doing, with these new rules. And you're absolutely right, CK. Most people these days, and I'm guilty as well, it will say, will you accept cookies on this site? And I mean, who is going to go through that website and actually click out the cookies that put the privacy rights? I just want to see the website. So giving them the cookie access, what does that actually mean? Be honest with you, if I'm just looking for a short period of time on there, it's just giving them feedback as to what pages I went onto. So it's giving them artificial intelligence that they can perhaps improve their offering. So, when it comes to cookies, be honest with yourself, everybody, who actually says, no, I'm not going to be a part of your cookie regime? Because if you say no, you can't see the site. You don't get access. So everyone clicks on yes. I'd want to go back to the fundamental parts about what this is, about the communication media we're talking about here. Because communication is the lifeline of any business. You immediately get feedback from your customers, from your team. I mean, I know so many people that use WhatsApp as a team media. Is it secure? Well, it's as secure as they need to make it. I know some big IT companies that use WhatsApp. So they believe it's secure for what they do. And this is the issue. Well, how do you use these media? And let me just ask you a question. I mean, I'm on a number of WhatsApp groups around the world. Some pretty powerful, some just chat rooms. I've noticed the chat rooms all say, oh, we need to go to Telegram. Oh, we need to go onto Messenger. We're not going to let Facebook take over control of our business. These are just chat rooms. Now, I'm sure, someone out there is going to say, yes, but it's data, it's valuable, it's your personality, and they're stealing it. Well, if you're on Facebook already, they've probably stolen everything they need to steal, frankly. And we do rely upon these platforms, to be ethical. And I'm sure you've seen most governments around the world, certainly the UK, have been very critical about these social media platforms, closing people down for propaganda. I mean, the whole ISIS arena, months or years ago, the government was very critical about people being groomed through social media. And, the social media platforms shouldn't allow this type of grooming, because it's unethical. So I've passed a few things back to you as ever, CK. So have you seen a lot of people on the WhatsApp arena suggest Telegram, or there was another one that was suggested that was closed down actually last week because of its propaganda? The funding was pulled. Have you seen people just suggest another platform to go onto? In other words, in desperation to get to something else that perhaps isn't controlled?
Well, that's the thing, Naval. I think sometimes we humans behave like monkeys and start following others. And for free, people are not even paying to participate in this false propaganda. So suddenly there is an influx of a lot of new connections. A lot of my connections are now joining Telegram. Every day I see 20 new connections because Telegram has a feature where it says that one of your connection has joined Telegram. So that's how I know that, earlier there were only like one person in like 3 months I would see a pop-up, but now every day 20 to 30 people are joining. I am seeing that. But I think you're absolutely right when you say that since you are on the digital platform, and I think it's not new. I mean, it started with banking. The bank knows exactly where you live, what is your number, how much money you got, where you're transacting. All that information is available with the bank in their database, and you can't hide. If you swipe your card to buy expensive mobile phone, everybody starting from bank to IT department to the government of India knows. Not only that, the mobile company also know your IMEI number, so they know exactly which mobile is with you. So I think it's just a myth where people are just spreading the false news. Get out of WhatsApp and go to Telegram, and then do what? You know, we were using WhatsApp to communicate with each other, like you and I do many times. And the great news in India is that from 1st of January 2021, all voice calls have been made free across the country, and that is the effect of social media, because people are not using voice calls anymore. They're using WhatsApp calls, which runs on the internet. So the technology is now diverging towards sort of centralization. And I think you made a very good point of false propaganda, where the government of UK is very critical about spreading false news and using the social media to spread, false narrative. So I think these are all going to help in that, because if you say something, you better be responsible for it. So if you say something, you can be tracked now. And that is the exact reason in India, because India has been suffering because of terrorism for last 3 to 4 decades. In fact, India was the first country to get affected with terrorism. At that point in time, the world did not believe, but now it's a reality. The terrorism is there. So the government of India tracks all these groups who spread false narrative and shut them down. So they have created the legal systems to make sure that. So now WhatsApp getting integrated more seamlessly into Facebook. And what happened in the Capitol Hill, all those guys who started the false narrative which led to the seize of Capitol Hill are now arrested. And we had a little situation in India where people put mask. This happened last year. They put mask on their faces, and they created arson in small part of state last year. But all of those people who were participating with a mask on, they were identified using some advanced facial recognition techniques. And this is exactly is happening in Capitol Hill. So people applied some color and paint and mask, and then went on to create arson inside the Senate of the United States. They are now caught. So all this is happening now. So I think I fully agree with this move where they integrate Facebook, because think the positive side. Facebook is now going to emerge a better platform, better than running your own website, better than doing your own marketing campaign, better than using your phone. Now you can integrate everything, and you have only one connection, and you do everything through that. So I think it's so good for 40 to 50% of the population of the world, I think.
I mean, it's interesting to say that you think it's a good move. I don't disagree with that, actually. I think this is progress. I'm on Facebook. I'm as transparent as you can see. As you well know, we're on here. We're pretty transparent with what we're saying on here. Do we get it right all the time? No. Do I stand by the decisions I made yesterday? Yes, unless something else has changed. And if something's changed, well, then I reserve the right actually to go back and make an adjustment. It's called being human. We're not always right. And the context changes. Well, the context has changed in WhatsApp. The context has changed. It's simple as that. And so what has it done for you? And I think you just need to ask that question. So rather than run like the other rabbits that are in headlights currently and rushing off from one platform to another one, just think about perhaps what the intention was here. And as you say, Facebook are looking to be a one-stop shop. What's wrong with that? I mean, Amazon are looking to be a one-stop shop. Airbnb are looking to be a one-stop shop in the hotel arena. But they recognize, all of them recognize, there's competition. So now here's the opportunity. Maybe there's a view for competition. But the key thing is we need to be, one thing that comes out of this is communication's important, and we are humans and we thrive on good communication. Lots of people thrive on bad communication. What you think is bad and what I think is bad may be different until we have a discussion about it. But just like anything else, if you go back thousands of years and you're in your little village and you've got 50 people in your village and the next village is 20 miles away, right, which in essence, because of the surrounding vegetation, is probably a day's trek from one village to the next. You're going to be protective about your village because you don't know what the other villages are doing. You don't know whether they're friendly or they're foe. And until you have that communication level, you don't know what that is. So you put up barriers. And that's what's happened over time. We build walls, we build barriers, and now actually where we are is all of those walls are tumbling down. Just like the Berlin Wall tumbled down, last century, other walls are tumbling down. We need to be resilient around what's happening out there. We need to stand back and say, what's it doing for me? How's it affecting me? Otherwise, we might go back to the days of the 1930s, where we've seen films made of the Hitler arena burning all books that disagreed with their mentality, with their thought process. I mean, can you imagine, going to the New York Library and just, Trump there pulling out all of the library books that don't agree with his methodology and burning them? I can see you laughing. It's comical, it's just not going to happen. And that's the point about communication. It never will happen. So I think the calling we still need for all of these platforms out there is to be ethical, to be transparent. Let people see what you're doing. Tell people what you're doing. Because just like anything else, if Facebook and WhatsApp's theory is we're going to make it easier for you, and actually it's not just a book of faces, it's really a business opportunity, and we want to make business seamless for everybody in one controlled arena because we can trust anybody else, then if that's what they're doing, say it. And then we'll see what's happening.
Naval, in fact, I cannot less agree with you on this one, simply because the heavy lifting is being done by the social media platform itself. So issues related to copyright, they can track it instantly. If you copy something from something else and put your name and logo on top of it, the Facebook has a technology which will not allow you to post it. So gone are the days where you identify all that, then you file a case in the court, then the court will then call the convict and you, and then the judgment will be given. So, it in an instant it can be done. So any copyright, any music. So I think this consolidation will promote the originality among people and also accountability. Now using WhatsApp, you can do your communication for free. You can reach out to thousands and thousands of people for free. You can create your website in Facebook, a business website. You can then create your marketing campaign, and then you can use it for text or voice, or combination of both, to communicate with your client. And interestingly, you can also set up automatic support calls, because now you have a very powerful tool, so you don't have to really increase your overheads by hiring support staff. Or in your case, for example, in UK, there are a lot of businesses being sent to India in terms of call center. So I think that can be prevented now. I'm not feeling bad about it, but I'm just being very propagate of the latest technology. So from that point of view, I'm saying that it affects everyone. So all these new technologies are available, and it will also promote accountability. So you're not supposed to say wrong things. You're not supposed to say false, spread false news. You're not supposed to set a false narrative. I think all these measures will help in doing that, because you make a law, that is one thing, but then if you can prevent it in the first place itself, that's the best thing to do.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and you've said things there that I wasn't aware of. So it's incredibly feature and benefit rich. But I think it comes down to the bottom line is this isn't for everybody. All of these even making a phone call, if indeed you make phone calls these days. As you said, India have made all phone calls free. For a very reason that actually people weren't using the network. So all I'm saying is progress happens. Organizations as big as they are, like Facebook, like Amazon, etc., will change the way that they operate over time. The thing that you need as an individual, you need to think of, how's it affecting me? Am I going to listen to what these influencers are saying to say this is a really bad news, you need to get off this platform really fast? Or other influencers that are saying, just use the platforms? The point is there's going to be a happy medium for you, and it's time for you to make the decision. It's as simple as that. I'm struggling with the words here because this is about your resilience, your personal resilience, your business resilience. Do you even know what you do and where you do it? But I think this change in WhatsApp, because it's been all over the place, been all over the media, just like this new app that's come out, Clubhouse. It's been all over the media, and you hear some, there's 1,500 users at one point were on Clubhouse, and someone had valued it at $100 million. Well, how can you make a ridiculous valuation for something that's been out there for less than a month? We're in the .com digital arena again. So, just be smart, be careful, go onto the platforms, realize what it means for you. And a lot of the other things is, of course, I do quite a bit of business in the UAE, in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Dubai, you can text on WhatsApp. You can't have a telephone call. You have to go onto another medium to have a telephone call, or come onto Zoom or something to have a conference call, because the Dubai authorities banned the telecom element of it. Physical peer-to-peer speaking. I don't know why they've done it, frankly, because this is a government issue. They're the ones that have banned it. And it's going to be similar around the world. And, governments are going to ban apps, as in India. Government banned a number of apps that came out of China. Was that political, or was that for business reasons? Frankly, I don't know. And because I'm not that interested in it, I'm not really bothered. I mean, those apps have gone. TikTok's gone. TikTok's still around in other parts of the world. So I think my comment to everybody today is just look at who you are and what you're doing and where you're doing it. And if someone changes their modus operandi, look at what they've done and say, does that make any difference to me? Don't be like a lemming and jump off the cliff, move all of your platform to another platform, because the likelihood is On the other platform, you've rushed into it, you've not really looked at it and see what it does, and it may not have the benefits or features that you need. So you're cutting your nose off to spite your face. So the thing is, be resilient. Just look at what's happening.
Absolutely. In fact, we must trust the technology. I don't think our connections and our work will be looked at by unwanted people. It is completely encrypted. Facebook is encrypted. Your WhatsApp is encrypted. So when you send messages using WhatsApp, a third party cannot see. There is a due process of law. If somebody wants to get access to your profile and your messaging, they have to follow the due process of law. I think that is all taken care. So the good news is I have shifted, Neville, and all my connections have already synced into Facebook. Now I'm trying to see what next I can do with that. So I'm at that stage where I'm trying to see if I can leverage it somehow. Anyway, the platform will kick in February, and everyone will be mandated to migrate to Facebook. So I've already done that. I'm up in the game early on, and let's see. I will keep visiting on this subject, Neville, and we will discuss this more as it happens.
Good stuff, CK. And everybody, just the message for today from me, for what it's worth, just be resilient. Build up your resilience. And the stronger you can make it, the easier your life's going to be.
Thank you, Neville, for finding time discussing this very important subject today. We will catch up with you again on something very interesting.
Take care, CK. Have a good day, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. This is your friend Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And I'm also joined by my friend and my mentor from UK, Mr. Neville Gunt. Neville, welcome to Top Brass.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. It's the start of a new week, so it's a new opportunity to get out there and make a change. So what are you going to change this week, CK?
Neville, actually, I have been reading your book and I spent some time over the weekend about your book, which is called Can You Handle the Truth? And I have started reading the chapter 2, which is about self-reflection and growth. So just want to know your thoughts and what was running in your mind when you started writing this particular chapter, specifically because this book has been written for the leaders and the CXOs. So would you like to throw some light on this one?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we needed to look at a chapter that was very much looking at ourselves, looking in the mirror, because most of these, CXOs, the C-suite arena, the senior leadership teams are so involved in what they do, working in the business and on the business, they've got no time for personal reflection. And so we're constantly doing SWOT analysis within the business. We're doing gap analysis within the business. We're trying to look at growing the business, and it's all about the business, the business, the business. But of course, sometimes we just forget, actually, the business is about what I'm doing, what we're doing as a team. So the motivation for that particular chapter, and you'll see by the questions at the end of that chapter, is to just take a little look at yourself. Now, we ask, as you've pointed out in the past, CK, when you get to the end of every chapter, these questions we ask are not easy questions. We really do want you to delve into answering those questions honestly. And again, no one's looking. You know, the only person that's looking is you, because you're reading the book. So you could share it with your colleagues by all means, but in the first instance, nobody else is looking over your shoulder. But I bet what's going on in your mind are three different people. You know, there's a won't do, oh yeah, we didn't do that before, did we? And a can't do, well, we couldn't do that because we didn't have the money. And a can do person is desperately fighting the other two to come to the surface, because you know, and everyone else knows, unless you've got a positive can-do attitude, you won't grow. And it really is as simple as that. So it is all about just taking a bit of time out for yourself, looking at your personality, your responsibility, your accountability in the business. And we tend not to do it. So going to the questions at the back of that particular chapter, they're not easy, are they? Let's face it.
Neville, I have just started reading the book, this chapter 2, and I was very curious to ask you this because the title of chapter 2 is self-reflection. And I was thinking over the weekend I think the most difficult task is self-reflection. So that is why today is Monday, and I've been thinking all over the weekend that what do you mean by self-reflection? Because I've not been able to figure out, because it opens up a new box, and when you go inside that box, it opens another two boxes. So it's I think one of the most difficult tasks for a leader to do a self-reflection.
It is probably the most difficult task, but we have to do it. So for instance, if you're going to grow, are you prepared to do something different? And that is a question for you. So if you're going to grow, are you prepared to do something different?
Yes, certainly. For growth, I'm prepared to do something different from my routine. And if it brings positive result, why not?
And the interesting thing is, believe it or not, when I ask that question, and we ask it actually, we ask it a lot of golfers, because a lot of golfers will go to a coach and they want to improve their game. And one question we ask them, well, to improve your game, are you prepared to change something? And they say, well, why should I change? Well, if you're not prepared to change something, you're not going to grow, So if you don't change something, you'll just do what you did yesterday. And they sort of scratch their head and they say, oh yeah, I'd not thought of that before. Now that sounds incredible. Yeah. The depths of things, and when you're really struggling to grow the organization, the last thing you think of is, I need to do something different. You just think, I need to do the same better or smarter, as the phrase goes. But the reality of life is, even if you do it better and smarter, your growth won't be that much improved. You need to do something different. And this is when the fear factor starts to come in. And that chapter really is about handling your fears. Get to know yourself so that you can realize that actually you're pretty resilient. You're quite inspirational. You're fairly empathic rather. So you are a leader that people want to work with. And then you start actually saying, yeah, I'm not that bad actually. I've got a few holes, so let me start to plug the holes. And that's why we do a gap analysis. Now, some of those holes are huge, frankly. Some of them are not very big at all. But the interesting thing is, if we start to plug the big holes, you get a better result than plugging the little ones. Because the big holes are the ones that's holding you back. So one of those holes could be you judge people very quickly. But if you continue to judge people very quickly, you're not necessarily getting the best out of them. And you're not getting the best out of yourself because there's a lack of judgment by coming to a snap decision. You know, that person may just be having a bad day. So this self-reflection actually really does help you grow your business because you start to see other people in a slightly different light. But as I say, the proof of the pudding is answering the questions at the back of the chapter. So I look forward to you getting to that point so that you can go and answer those questions. And your toes will start curling up. But that's fine because no one's watching.
Yes, I will reach that point as well, Neville. I think the first dilemma that is running in my mind is that all my seniors have told me that you have to build on your past. And it's very difficult for people to let go your past and build something new. In fact, I've been doing on the contrary. I've been, not sticking to my past, but building a future which is different from the past. But, that is a dilemma. I think when we do a self-reflection, the thing comes to the mind is that, hey, maybe I should have stuck to what I was doing for the last 20 years. And that would have given me incremental growth. But, what I did not continue that. I started something new. And that is taking time. So I think these are all part of self-reflection, goal setting, and listening to elders. I think it's a very, very difficult, when I reach the end of the chapter and I'm able to answer your question, I think all of these things are running in my mind, just at the first page itself.
No, that's great. I mean, but the thing is, like anything else, it's your time, It's not, can we handle the truth? It's, can you handle the truth? And I'm asking that to myself, So I'm going through all the questions we got at the end of every chapter. Am I doing this the right way? Can I do it better? Is there a more optimum way? Do I need more help from other people? Can we get more out of our team? Can we get more for less? Notice all of these are questions. None of them are statements. No one's perfect in this world. Believe you me, if I were to start to write down all of my imperfections, it would be quite a long list. But are they relevant in a context where I need to grow? The majority of the time is no, they're not, because they're just niggly little pains. But I've worked on them over the years and got better at it. So I'm a far better listener today than I was 20 years ago, than I was 30 years ago. When I think of back into going to the first day of my degree when I was 18, I thought I knew everything. I was brilliant. I was top of the class. I did this. I got into a great university. And then you start again and you realize, actually, no, you don't know everything. You know very little. And that's the whole point of going to university. So in a nanosecond, you get an alignment and you say, the reason I'm here is to grow. And that's the point. That's the whole point. And in life, we grow on a daily basis. Sometimes we go backwards. But that might be just reflection. So it's okay to go backwards. And as you say, stick to what you know. I mean, the stick to your knitting phrase that we use in the UK, that works for a while. But when it doesn't work, that's when you need to be aware that you need to be changing. But ideally, you've changed before that. So you're proactive. We use these words all the time. To be proactive. What does that really mean? Am I proactive? Can I prove to myself I'm being proactive? Does my team know that I'm being proactive? Do they tell me I'm being proactive? Do I get feedback regularly? Are they scared of me?
Do they only speak when they're spoken to or asked to contribute? You start to break some of those things down. These are very, very simple questions, but tough, real tough questions to answer. And then you find out whether you can grow, whether you've got the right ingredients to grow. So, yeah, it's a tough chapter. I look forward to hearing in private, perhaps, you telling me some of the answers to the questions.
Yes, whether in private or on the show, let me reach the end of the chapter. But I think it's a very interesting, intriguing conversation that we are having. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm now addressing the viewers. If you are a coach or a CXO or a leader, this is a book for you. It is an eye opener. You can write to me and we will share a free copy with you. Neville, as usual, it was a pleasure talking to you. We'll catch up again tomorrow on some other interesting subject.
Always a pleasure, CK. Enjoy the day, everybody, because once the day's over, it's not repeated.
Certainly. So, see you. Tata for today.
Cheerio.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass Likeable Leaders. This week I'm honored to present to you Mr. Subir Saxena, who is the head of IT Suppliers Management Group at Novartis, and he joins us today from Ireland. During the conversation, we will know about his journey and also some of the critical leadership skills that he impart to his colleagues and also the industry leaders. So without further ado, let me present to you Mr. Subir Saxena. Hello friends and welcome to the year 2021. And there are a lot of exciting things happening in the new year. And let me invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. It's the 4th of January, so may the 4th be with you, as they say in the world. And Cyberworld is really where we're going to be focusing one of our first activities on in 2021, because if you're like my daughter over Christmas that had a glass of water by the side of her laptop, she has an Akulmach, wasn't cheap, and she did one thing she's never ever done before. She knocked the glass of water over her PC. You can just imagine the shock that came to her face when she saw the water go. She couldn't stop it. It's almost like slow motion. And all of a sudden, you hear as the electrics start to fuse and the screen slowly disappears. Just imagine that in slow motion, you know? It's like looking at the film 2012 all over again, looking in the mirror and seeing all the road disappear behind you, knowing that you actually, if you don't get out of the way, you're going to disappear with it. But when she told me it, and she is a writer, you know, she's an actor, so she gave me in full graphic detail. I haven't done it much justice. But the point is, her whole world fell apart. And she, like many solopreneurs, you know, they're individual freelancers, like small businesses, all of a sudden your world has just disappeared. Fortunately, everything she had was backed up in one place, apart from the work she was actually physically doing at the time. So she had a couple of hours work to recover. She had no PC to recover it on. And she's hoping that this being the first working day of the year, that she might get her Akulmach back. But if she doesn't, then it's a new purchase. So it's not just an investment, a new cost here. It's potentially she could have lost absolutely everything. And I know so many SMEs that live in that world of risk, and they trust that they're not going to make a mistake. But now you're going to tell me where the solution comes from, because everyone needs it.
Neville, we realize that this is a big requirement for the SMEs, startups, and also the solopreneurs, because the number of solopreneurs will grow as we proceed in the next decade. So I think all of us are affected. If this thing happens with your daughter, it is putting the business out for 10 to 15 days, because unless you recover your hard disk, put the data into new PC, you are out of business. So to prevent all this, we have actually brought Akulmach Cyber Cloud from 2021, specifically for corporates as well as for retail, which is the SMEs and startups and solopreneurs. And the advantage of having a cyber cloud, you can protect your devices. So, because as we go forward, the data is the most important thing. It's not the device, it's not the hardware, it's the data, the work, which is most important. You can protect your devices, and you can also have an automatic backup on a cloud and restoration. So if something happens with your device, it doesn't matter, no sweat, you just click a button and the data is restored like you were doing just an hour back, and you continue your business. So that is a kind of automation with cybersecurity we have brought to the world this year.
That's absolutely brilliant, because immediately I've been looking for something like this for some considerable time, because I have an iPhone, and I have, in the past, dropped my iPhone, the screen's cracked, and the machine is completely dead. You couldn't recover anything from it on one particular occasion. These things happen. But the great thing was, I found out, this was about 3 years ago when it first happened to me, I found out that when I got my new iPhone, I just put my password in, and it refreshed itself completely. Brand new machine, just completely refreshed itself. It took about, at the time, it took about 45, 50 minutes to reload everything, which is perfectly okay. I didn't have to do anything. It just gave me a few commands, even to say, you've got a new device, the storage is a bit better. Do you want to store it here, there, or somewhere else? So it actually led me through a very simple reboot, so it was as though I just had the old machine, which was rebooting. And I was thinking at the time, why can't we have this on a PC? Every SME has this type of problem, because if you could drop your PC, you could drop water on it, you could do anything with it. You could have a power surge, and all of a sudden you realize, oops, I haven't actually put my PC, I haven't plugged my PC into a power surge unit. I plugged it into the wall, and I've actually got the power surge, and it's fried my battery, And these things happen all the time. So I did think at the time, why can't we have something for a PC, for a laptop, for a tower, for an SME? What you're describing is we've now got it, which is brilliant news for everybody. Am I right in saying this?
Yes, it's slightly different than what you explained about the iPhone. Well, in iPhone, you need to configure your backup. So when you look at the data, it is not only your addresses, your contact details, but it has a lot of documents which usually people don't save on iPhone. At the same time, there are a lot of pictures and videos where people, in order to save the hard disk on the iCloud, don't back them up. So if you lose your mobile for whatever reason, pictures of 3,000, 4,000 memories will be lost completely. So that is one side. The second side is if you have documents, your contracts, your presentations, your emails, because the emails will run in multi gigabytes of data, and that needs to be stored as a database. And then you don't want to spend time in restoring. You need to find an expert who will then take out the hard drive. And in many cases, in many countries, taking out the hard drive from especially the Mac devices is not even allowed. It's not legal. So you need to send your laptop, Mac laptops back to Apple, or your devices back to Apple. Then they will restore the data. So it's a very humongous task. It's not easy. But if you would just want to restore your contact details, it's easy. But restoring your business data is not easy. What we provide is it's a daily backup, like an enterprise class, like a bank will do. Our technology will back up your devices end of the day, middle of the day, or in the morning, whichever way you configure. And then something happens to your data, all you have to do is restore it. And the best thing is you can have a backup maintained, a daily backup maintained for 30 days or even 2 months. It is not only that, only yesterday data will be restored. You can restore the data from a particular date onwards. So that is the kind of intelligence we are bringing into the system. And specifically, when you secure your devices, then it is secure against malware, ransomware, and those latest attacks which are happening now. Somebody stealing your passwords, somebody's trying to get into your email servers and spoofing your email servers. So those kind of things are prevented completely using our cybersecurity solution.
Yeah, it sounds brilliant, and as you know, and other people that are listening will know, that I come from a corporate background anyway, and we always looked at ERP solutions and that security across the organization. And if you're saying that this is the equivalent of a corporate solution, then quite frankly, if you're an SME listening in here, a solopreneur, an independent individual, even a student, frankly, needs to back up their records, because you'll be amazed at how many young people that I talk to that are at university and they say, I forgot to back up. And they've had to rewrite their whole thesis from scratch. You don't really want to be doing that in any day and age. And a lot of large organizations I know don't necessarily have that daily backup capability. Now, some do weekly backup, which means they rely on the individual in the organization to do the daily backup right the way through that week until there's a formal backup at the end of the week. And there's a reason for that, because backup actually means that people have got to be off the system typically, even in today's day and age. Backups tend to be done when the organization is quiet. So there's a downtime. And we even see it when we're buying hosting for our websites. If you're with GoDaddy or One-to-One or whatever other organization you're with, you've outsourced your hosting, there is downtime that's already there. And it says down for maintenance. So we live with it all the time. This is a great opportunity for anybody, because I'm going to ask you the simple question, because people are going to say, oh, this sounds expensive. But you and I have talked about what the entry point is. And it's like a monthly Netflix membership.
Absolutely, Deval. It is quite low cost. It is almost very similar to what you would pay to Dropbox or Google Drive subscription, or even iPhone iCloud subscription. So it is very similar to that. But in addition to what iClouds or Dropbox offers you, we offer cybersecurity. We offer your restoration. And you mentioned very interesting point about using the corporate clouds. But the corporate clouds function in a way which is similar to your Google Cloud, where if you're using Google Docs or some of these applications which are prescribed by the corporate, those are automatically backed up, and then the entire data is restored in by some technology. Here we're talking about your individual files. So suppose you're using multiple things. You're using Google Docs and you're also using Word from Microsoft. Those are totally different protocols. So, and if you open a Google Doc document on Word, it will not open correctly. So if you're using Google Doc, then they have their own protocol to save that file on a Google Drive. But if you have something on in the Word document and you have not backed that up, that is where the challenge is. So we actually don't look at different protocols. We just back up everything, whatever is there on your device, and with a click of a button, you can restore it. I think it's a very low cost. We charge something like $10 per device per month. So it is very similar to a Dropbox. Dropbox will give you only storage place. We give you cyber security, protection against ransomware, malware, and all kinds of viruses, and also restoration services whenever you need it.
It just sounds to me, I mean, we talk a lot in the Western world about having an insurance policy. It's disaster recovery. We all think it's never going to happen. Let me tell you, you will know at least one person it's happened to. Go and ask them how they recovered it, the heartache they went through. Just like my daughter, it is a heartache. If you feel that you potentially have lost everything, you may have stored it somewhere, but even then, did you trust that storage? And these are the sort of questions you start to ask yourself. So it is an insurance policy. You hope you never have to use it. But when you do have to use it, and you find that actually you go down at 12 o'clock, you might have to buy a new PC if you've really screwed up your PC, if it's just gone fut, and you just can't recover it. But by the time you bought the new PC, plugged in the lead, and then you've downloaded everything so you can start from scratch, you'll find out you're ready to go by 6 o'clock in the evening. That is one huge insurance policy for the price of almost like a Netflix subscription. I'm just going to say one thing I like about this is you and I can remember, I mean, your children aren't as old as mine, okay? But I can remember buying box sets for my kids, okay? And I'm not talking about DVDs, right? I'm talking about video cassettes. So we bought them box sets, typical Christmas or birthday present, so that they could, in their own time, go and watch these box sets over and over and over and over. As we know, videotape wears out. And if your child is so binged on a particular box set, like Friends, as all my kids were, you would see a very, very poor quality coming back after the 40, 50, 60th time of watching the same video. We progressed. We went into CDs and then DVDs, and we still had box sets. Today, in the last year, we've thrown out all those box sets because we've got something called Netflix. We know it's on demand, we know it's there all the time, and all I've got to do is type in what I want to see. What if Netflix went down? Disaster. But they're a corporate. They have the recovery mechanisms to make sure they don't go down. This product will make sure you don't go down. And it's as simple as that. And in the world where we live in cybersecurity, one of the other things that we constantly forget about is updating our cyberspace, the malware that comes through all the time. Someone sends you what looks like a nice birthday card on email, you click on it, and bingo, your whole PC is infested with an incredibly nasty Trojan virus. And then you've got to go and find the vaccine, load the vaccine. Typically, it doesn't work first time. They say, okay, try this variant, try this variant, try this variant. We all know what that is with COVID, okay? So this is a trial and error arena. What you've got here is all of the trial and error has been taken away because the vaccine is never needed because the vaccine is actually at the cloud. It's done for you. So this really is an insurance policy. And I can only suggest to people, come and talk to yourself because this is years of development, and get on board because it's really important for you to be secure going through the next year because you're going to be growing, aren't you?
Yes, Neville. In fact, the startup packages are very, very flexible. We have designed commercial packages for everyone, large corporate to even individual solopreneur. And if you are already on Google platform or Azure platform from Microsoft, it doesn't matter. We work with all. You can choose to store your data on your platform where you are actually paying subscription. Just use our technology, securing your devices, and we have the means to store the backups on your hard disk on the data store which you want. So I think the solution is very powerful. We have done a lot of thinking before launching it, and that is a new addition in Akulmach arsenal this year. Neville, we feel there are a lot of opportunities in this area.
Well, it's a big addition, CK. Congratulations for negotiating that contract. And for all you SMEs out there, don't put this off. Please don't put this off. I hear disaster case after disaster case on a regular basis. I forgot to back up. Oh, I dropped my PC. Oh, I left my PC on the train. I'm not too sure I'm going to get it back again. These things happen, you know, it's a factor of life. And this is an insurance policy. You don't want things to happen. But just like you have car insurance, travel insurance, house contents insurance, personal insurance, this is an insurance policy. And when you need to use it, you know that actually you're going to be well reimbursed. Because believe you me, having had this happen to me a number of times in my career, there's weeks of anguish thinking about, have I recovered all my data? Did I get the latest element of the data back on the server? And over time, you're never going to know, frankly. But if you can sleep securely overnight, knowing you paid this monthly fee and actually you never really want to use it. And it's as simple as that. When you do, you realize the value.
Right, Neville, it saves people from the sleepless night. So I think thank you very much for encouraging us and also endorsing us in a way. We will catch up with you tomorrow in some another interesting subject. But I think we will keep coming back to the cybersecurity because this decade it is going to be so important for solopreneurs, for corporates, and for everyone in life. So with that, I'd like to say thank you for finding time to talking to us, and we'll catch up again tomorrow.
Pleasure. Good luck, everybody. Be cyber secure. Look at what's on offer.
Bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and today I would like to give my views on the cloud-based collaboration techniques and technologies which are available today. Now imagine a situation where you're running your own large organization with 50, 20 people, and then you're located in one particular city, and you're paying them XYZ kind of salaries for all these people. Now there could be an instance where you have slightly lower cost, same kind of quality resource available in some other city, but you don't have an office there in that city. So how do you engage with that much better employee who is not located in your home city, but he is located in some other city? The cost of using a better service, better employee maybe less, but you will not hire such a person because he is not located in your home city. So I think this is one of the critical requirement that is emerging now, especially when things are at a very high pace. You would like to not get bound by the cities and location, and you still want to basically run your organization. All you have to do is basically find a mechanism where you can communicate with your offshore employee. Now, this concept can also go into a business and a client relationship, where when a business guy from your organization has to meet the client, he has to go through the traffic, he has to waste a lot of time taking flights, going from point A to point B, and then eventually meeting a client for half an hour and then come back from that point. So there is a requirement where, in fact, if there is a mechanism available where using the cloud-based collaboration tool, if situation one, when you can hire a person who's not in your home location where your office is located, you can actually find a person who's working from an offshore location, but then he should feel that he is working for your organization in a virtual manner. Secondly, when you want to basically meet your client in offshore location, then you should not travel, you should not spend money and time in terms of meeting the client. Instead, use the collaboration to discuss face to face with the client, sorting him out, resolving his issues. And if all this is available in a very secure environment, then your organization can increase profitability, because you will not be spending money in travel and other time wastage activities. And your employees can then, when they are dealing with customers, they can actually deal with more number of customers on daily basis. So keeping this in mind, we have launched one software for Indian market. We have actually tied up with a company called BusyDesk. It's a very popular software from North America, and most of the users are in North America, but the product origin is in Israel. And now we want to launch this particular software specifically for requirement where there is a huge client interaction. So I think the companies which are in the wealth management space, who want to service their high net worth clients, the broker community, insurance, and so on and so forth, even before they convert the client, they have to do a lot of discussions with the client. And if there is a new product that they want their client to invest, there has to be a lot of face-to-face discussion. So if your salesperson or the frontline wealth manager travel to meet the high net worth client, he can have 1 or 2 meetings in a day. But using the online cloud-based collaboration from BusyDesk, he can probably have 10. So his time is better utilized. He can resolve more of the client issues face to face, and all the sessions are completely secure. During the conversation, if there is a form to be displayed and client needs any help from the wealth manager, so our tool basically allows step-by-step process where a wealth manager can help client to fill in the form, and the form is also available, and then he can sign off as well from a remote location. So all of this is completely available in a 99.97% uptime kind of a system, which is Six Sigma uptime, completely secure using 128-bit encryption. And this will save a lot of time of your people, your frontline people, as well as wealth management people, and they can actually can become more productive. They can handle more number of clients, so that they don't have to basically go out and meet somebody. They can just handle all the clients activity from their office. Now let's look at the experience on the client side. Client feel very comfortable because he can then choose his time to discuss with his wealth manager, and he can take the particular session on a mobile phone or on a laptop or on a tab, on variety of locations and variety of platforms. And the whole thing is completely secure, and it's completely recorded, and it can be also saved as an archive. So this is something which very latest and something very new for India. And with this, I would like to end this video with a clear message that this is a very good tool, online collaboration specifically for financial services market. BusyDesk is the world leader in this space, and I would like to talk to as many wealth managers and insurance advisors, wealth creation professionals or companies to position this in order to save their productivity and thus increase profitability. Look forward to talking to you. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to the show, The Great Kings of India. Today we have a very distinguished personality. Before I tell you about her name, let me tell you what she is and what she has been doing. She is a professor of ancient India history in Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi. She has a great experience in teaching international students and thus creating a knowledge base for foreign students and thus giving awareness and information about our rich culture and tradition. She has been guiding scholars to do PhD. A part of this, she has tremendous amount of publication on ancient India tradition. So before, I don't want to waste any moment. I would like to introduce you all to the Professor Bindi Paranchpai. Welcome to the show, Bindi. How are you?
I'm just fine, and I'm excited about this idea that I'll be talking to you people and students or younger minds who are joined with you. And it's a great opportunity. Thank you very much. Today, we will be introduced to one of the greatest rulers of ancient India. His name was Harshavardhan. I think this is so important that he actually increased the joy of his people, and his name was Harshavardhana, the one who increases the joy of people.
Yes, we are ready to listen about this great king, and please tell us about this.
Thank you. Yes. Okay, so let me take you way back by about 1300 years or so. This ruler was ruling from Thaneshwar, Kanauj, that is today's Farrukhabad district of Uttar Pradesh, and he was one of the most revered, most liked king of ancient India. He ruled in first half of the 7th century AD. That's how I said that let me take you back to 1300 years of Indian history. We have lot of good sources to know about him. One, the famous book Harshacharitam, written by Banabhatta. Banabhatta was his court poet, and an entire account of this king's early life written in fabulous Sanskrit that is available for our study. We are lucky because in ancient India, very few rulers, we get information, such a contemporary information, somebody who lived with that person and wrote about him. And another, which I think is more important, because a court poet obviously will write so many good things about a king, the one who patronizes him, the one who appreciates his literary acumen. But one foreigner who visited during the time of Harshavardhan, he was a Chinese pilgrim. We Indians pronounce him in different ways, Xuan Shuang or Yuan Shuang or Yuan Shuang, but Generally, we know that around 7th century, this was the Chinese pilgrim who visited India. And today, when we Indians are a bit nervous about our relation with China, Indo-China relations are a little strained today, but certainly India stands for peace. And in this peace building process, India's contact with China way back in 7th century AD, and an emperor of ancient time welcoming a Buddhist scholar to his court, giving him lot of honor, and that pilgrim goes back to China and writes about China and writes about this king. And that's how a very strengthened relationship between India and China that gets built. Because after that, Harshvardhana sends envoys to China, Chinese send embassies to Harshvardhana's court, and this contact is made more or less permanent after that. So this is very important that we know about Harshvardhana. This Yuan son, when he came to India, his main intention was to learn Buddhism from the land of Buddha. Harshavardhana, to begin with, was not a Buddhist. He was a Shaivite. He followed Shaivism. But the beauty of the quality of this time in India is that may the ruler be follower of a particular faith, they used to be absolutely respectful and open to the other faiths. And that's how Harshavardhana was so happy to welcome a Chinese Buddhist pilgrim to his court. Now, this is something in the present disturbed times we can take as a wonderful inspiration coming from ancient India. It does not disturb a person having a particular faith, but respecting the other faith. So, Harshavardhana and Yuan Seng's close association is very important for us. What happened during that time? Harshavardhana convened a big, attended by thousands of people, many important rulers of the times, and many Buddhist and other scholars in his capital city, Kannauj. And Yuan Seng was given the position of the main lead acharya, the main lead teacher in this conference. Now that is so important. This was to build bridges between various faiths and come to terms of acceptance of each other's principles. And this is what very importantly both these great personalities did. Harshavardhana from the Indian side and Yuan Seng from the Chinese side. Another thing is that Harshavardhana also generously donated to the Buddhist establishment at Nalanda. This Nalanda, the ancient site, is near Bakhtiyarpur in Bihar, and few decades ago, archaeological excavation was done at that place, and we have found that yes, there was a huge establishment, and that is to the level of being called a university. Now that university was established before the times of Harshavardhana, but Harshavardhana made sure that the university sustains economically, having its own source of income. How did he do it? He donated revenues of 100 villages to this center of learning. Now, just try to understand that the times were not so peaceful always. There used to be wars, there used to be ambitions of various kings, and in such situations, these institutions could be suffering because the royal patronage or the patronage coming from the important personalities will be hampered during such war times. But suppose if the institution has got the source of income of its own, then these difficult times, the times when there are wars also, the university will not be disturbed. So this is one of the biggest contributions that you can see of this king to the learning.
Yeah.
And Yuan Sun,
Yes, I think he is also very literate, and I think he has written author of 3 Sanskrit books also, which later on
yes,
became
of course. But yeah, I would certainly give a bit on that. But before that, Yuan Sun stayed in that university, University of Nalanda, and he has written his memoirs. So it is not just some Indians praising about their own king, but it is a foreigner, and that too a foreigner coming from China is writing about this king, his patronage to learning. Now coming to his own scholarship, this king Harshavardhan himself was a Sanskrit scholar, and there are some books credited to him, and we can see that how principles of polity and the king's benevolence, king being very supportive to his subjects as principle that he promotes through his writings. There are 3 dramas which are attributed to him. Those dramas in Sanskrit literature are taken as the best classics. So one is Nagananda, one is Ratnavali, and one is Priyadarshika. So in Nagananda, I think, which is very important for us to look, that king is trying to promote the principle of compassion, karuna, which is the highest principle in Buddhism, through his drama. The hero of the drama offers his own body, sacrifices himself to save a naga. Now, naga means a serpent. In the human hierarchy, we can say that it was a very lower being, right? It was just a creature. But a person tries to save that creature by sacrificing his own body. And that is the theme, that is the hero of Harshavardhana's drama. I think this is so much in tune with our ancient tradition of compassion, sacrifice, and trying to bring peace and trying to resolve the conflicts, because this hero's sacrifice, he sacrificed his body to the eagle, Garuda, because Garudas, the eagles, they eat the snakes. So for saving the snake, this hero Jibutavahana, he offered his body. So then the Garuda had a remorse. He thought that I ate something which was not my food. I was not supposed to eat this person. I was supposed to eat a snake. So then he promised Jibutavahana that henceforth I will not hunt these snakes. So the snakes' lives were survived. So what I mean to say is that that kind of a tension, that kind of a conflict that was resolved by compassion, by sacrifice. And this king, you can imagine a king writing such a drama, what kind of ideal he is presenting before his people. So I think for today we can stop here, and in future maybe we can talk more about Harshavardhana's some other achievements. But I think if our young minds start reading more about it and knowing firsthand what this king has done from his own works and from the works of Banabhatta and Yuan Sung, it would be great. And also, as I said, that during these difficult times, the tension times between India and China, and when India is standing for peace, these ancient traditions of peaceful interaction between India and China, I think all of us, we must remember and respect. Thank you very much.
Yes, it is so pleasure to talk to you. And I just want to add one thing. Though he was a Shivite by religion, Harshvardhan, but he has given lot of freedom to Buddhism, and he is impressed by Buddhism. So we'll be discussing more about Harshvardhan in our coming series. For today, it is so wonderful to talk to you, madam. We'll be talking with you again on the same subject tomorrow. Till then, bye bye. You take care.
Namaste. Thank you.
I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies, and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Ritu Gupta, who is the CEO of Four Seasons PR, and she is also having a deep interest in Ramayana. So welcome to the show, Ritu.
Thank you so much, Kanchan. Thanks a lot.
Ritu, I feel so proud to be a part of great civilization, where our ancestors were so advanced in terms of engineering, in terms of architecture, technology, and of course they laid down the principle of living life, a happy life. And that's why we say that Hinduism, few people actually say that Hinduism is a theory of living a beautiful life. It's a way of living. Today I think of Ram Setu, and this bridge which connects Indian peninsula with the island Lanka. And this Setu always fascinated me.
Absolutely. It's a very fascinating bridge. Setu means bridge. It's a very fascinating bridge, and we call it Ram Setu, Rama's bridge, Adam's bridge, as modern people they call it now also, but it is still popular as Ram Setu. It is a 48-kilometer long bridge which connects Pamban Island in Rameshwaram, again a very beautiful place in South India, connecting Pamban Island in Rameshwaram to Mannar Island in Sri Lanka. So this bridge was first mentioned in Ramayana written by Valmiki ji, where he mentions about Vanar Sena or the monkey army making a bridge, constructing a bridge connecting India to Sri Lanka because they have to go and rescue Sita ji. Although this bridge is now very much under the water, but once upon a time it was a walkable bridge also. And since it's very much under the water, the ships now, even now, the ships leaving the mainland India cannot sail on it. They have to take a roundabout of Sri Lanka to go inside the sea. So also the bridge is made of limestones. These limestones are floating on the bridge, and if you have flown over the bridge, if you have taken some flight, so if you look down, it is so mesmerizing, so beautiful. And this what we have studied in geography is absolutely we can see from our eyes. And this bridge, the scientists, the top geographical guys right now around the globe talk about this bridge, that how the Indians were so forward during those times, the ancient times of Sri Ram, when they thought of constructing a bridge on a deep ocean. In fact, there is one Arabian Sea, then Bay of Bengal, and the mighty Indian Ocean connecting. They all merged together there. And Indians during those days, they thought of making a bridge, and they made the bridge, and they were very successful. What do you think about it, Kanchan?
As you rightly said, do you know that it is also called as Nal Setu? Because Nal used to be architect. It is mentioned in the books. The Nal was the architect and designer of this bridge. Now, as I said, that it's fascinating. And in those days when this kind of pathway is being created. And you know that, Ritu, that this bridge is around 7,000-year-old. Interesting to see that carbon dating of beaches near Dhanushkodi and Mannar Island sync with the date of Ramayana.
Yes.
So that is very, very fascinating and so real. You really feel, and you always want to go and touch those stones which are floating on water, and these type of stones are still there. If you get time to visit this place, you must touch these stones and have a feel of those stones. How they created that kind of bridge.
Yes. And I feel so proud of my civilization, that I am from civilization which so many years, and our civilization was very much, in fact, I must say, the people during those times, they were very much scientific in their thoughts, they were very much educated. The geographical evidence now, they suggest that the bridge is a former land connection between India and Sri Lanka, two different countries, and the connection on the bridge. So I feel so proud that even during those times, India was much way ahead in the world as far as the architecture or construction of bridge is concerned.
Yes, and as you were also telling that it is a symbol of love.
It is a symbol of love, yes. Symbol of love because of the love story between Sri Ramji and Sita ji, and this bridge was made to rescue Sita ji. So this is a symbol of love, yes.
So, now I'm just closing this. It was nice talking to you, Ritu, and we'll meet again to discuss some different subject. So you take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, and we'll definitely discuss some interesting subject. Thank you so much. Nice talking to you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. Today is Thursday. Let me also welcome my colleague from UK, Mr. Neville Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. What a beautiful sunny day it is. And it is Thursday. So for some people that think we are over hump day being Wednesday, as quoted by our Antipodean friends, mostly Australians, they like calling it hump day. We're now into Thursday, so we're rapidly approaching the weekend. In fact, you're 4.5 hours ahead of me, so you're even closer. But forget that, it's just another day, and it's another day to make an opportunity come your way. So what's new in your world today, CK?
Well, it's another day because we are just one day away from the weekend. But today I want to pick your brains because I saw something on your wall on Facebook and various social other platforms, and I just want to share that so that we can discuss that. And
I wonder what you're going to share. What are you going to share? You're going to share that one. Well, there you go. I say this all the time. I've been saying this for about 10 years now. And it started off with me saying that our brain is the most comprehensive computer that we have, and our mindset is the software we put into it. So have we got enough security around our software to make sure that only good stuff comes in and stays in? And this is just along the same route, but it certainly makes people laugh, and obviously you've brought it up today, so thank you for that. So if literally people use apps all the time, young people in particular. And if we told them that their brain was an app, would they start using it? And it's just a question. And it's a question to get people to think that their brain is an app. It is a PC. They control it. They use it. And the other thing is, apps do nothing if you sit on your iPhone. Or your Android, or your smartphone, let's call it. They only become activated when you activate them. So what do you think of that? Where do you think that might go?
Well, actually, this message that you sent in the morning, I mean, it's my afternoon. You probably typed it in the morning. So I got to see, and then there are so many responses coming in from people like me and so many others. So obviously this thought which you have tried to share in the morning arouse some thinking. And you know what I'm thinking about? I'm thinking about that so much whole lot of crap that comes on daily basis. We keep our mind occupied in all that unnecessary, unnecessary things, which also induce us indirectly or directly many times. I think we need to stop, or maybe we have to learn how to stop that crap coming into our mind.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And we do that with cybersecurity. And it's as simple as that, really. But what I suggest is, let's leave that thought there today. Let's leave people to fester on it. Just to say, remember, the app does nothing if you don't engage it. So just imagine, I look at the weather app every morning. It's almost like a religion to me. I have a cup of coffee and I look at the weather app. And I then ask the weather app questions. And I will flick. Well, I live in Bexley, but I'm actually going to London. What's the weather going to be in London? And just by flicking from Bexley to London, I'm using my brain because I know I want to see the weather in London. Oh, that's what the weather is in London. I'm asking the app for an answer. If we just asked our brain for the answer, stop telling our brain what the answer is, perhaps we'll create that microfiche, that funnel, that cyber security that we've got that's coming into our brain. It's just a thought for the day, but as you say, it seems to have sparked quite a lot of interest, despite the fact I say this in lots of arenas most of the time. So have fun today. Enjoy it, CK. Watch the social media responses, because I'm quite surprised at some of them from quite senior people, actually. Again, all we're trying to do is help you think, make you think. Let's use this really, really powerfully as it's intended to be.
Absolutely. In fact, the very fact that I saw your message on the social media, and 99% of the crap is actually coming through social media. So, using
there you go.
using
there you go.
Like a switch on button on my mobile is not going to help me. I think something that we need to discuss, and I hope people who are connected with us will throw in their comments on this. So thank you.
We'll see. Have a good day. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Neville, and see you tomorrow. Have a nice Thursday. Bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. And today our segment is CEO Roundtable. Let me invite our guest today. First, very senior person joining us from UK. His name is Neville Gunt, and he is the CEO of MindFit Limited. Welcome to CEO Roundtable, Neville.
Thanks very much, CK. Good morning, everybody. Look forward to a great discussion.
Certainly. And our guest number 2 is Ms. Farida Charania. She is the CEO of Career Zoom. She joins us from Singapore. Welcome to CEO Roundtable, Farida.
Thank you, CK. Excited to have this discussion with everyone.
Yes, we are also looking forward to it. And our next guest is Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies, and she joins us from India.
Thank you, CK, and everybody. Hi, everybody. How everybody is doing today?
everybody is fine. And I think the topic of discussion today is, we have been, in fact, all countries are undergoing the COVID-19 situation where almost entire world is under lockdown. There are do's and don'ts defined by WHO, which are followed by all countries. So literally, we have not seen in the recorded history of mankind that such a unprecedented lockdown has been imposed on the entire earth. And because of this situation, the real pandemic is actually creating havoc on the mankind. People have already lost a lot of jobs. And I think the discussion point is many jobs have been lost already, but it is not over. We are not expecting the vaccine before December this year, if everything goes right. I think the leader is Oxford University, so we will see how it goes. But I think this pandemic is here, we are undergoing it, and people are losing job, which is adding to the pain. So let me first invite Mr. Neville Gunt to address this issue, what people should do, because I think it's a reality. People are losing jobs and all kinds of new opportunities are available, but they are not visible. So what is your take on this situation?
Well, we're in an interesting arena. If I have a penny for every time I've heard unprecedented times, I'd be a millionaire, because they are unprecedented. But that doesn't mean to say that we shouldn't be thinking about doing the best things we can. And what we've got in the global arena currently, and I'm not just talking about job seekers, I'm talking about businesses that are employing, governments that are trying to sort things out. But we've got three types of actions that people are taking, three different behaviors. Surprisingly, there's a large number of people in denial. In other words, yes, COVID's happened, so that's a tick, but it's going to go back to normal. Eventually, the virus will have a vaccine, and in a few months, maybe early next year now, things will go back to normal. That's one group. Another group is in complete chaos. They don't know what's happening. They can't control what's happening. They don't know where they're going. They're not planning. They've been set in this headless chicken type approach, and they're literally running around being very busy, but not doing a great deal about it. And then you've got a very small minority that are somewhere in the middle and are accepting that this is something they can't control. It's here to stay. The virus might improve things, the vaccine might improve things, but it may not, because it may not work on everybody. So they're really in the land of reality, and they're now doing things, they're making plans and doing things about it. And the same goes for people that are in the jobless arena. We've got headless chickens, we've got people in denial, and we've got a very few minority in this middle arena. And that is where the advantage comes, because we need to get you into that middle arena, because there are jobs out there, and the businesses are going to give the jobs to the people that are not in denial and not chaotic, but actually want to get after things. It's common sense, really. But let's see whether it's common practice. But it'd be interesting to know, we've got an international audience here. We've got an international panel. It'd be interesting to know whether that fits, in the likes of India, in Asia, in Singapore. But so we've got a fascinating discussion ahead, I think, and we can help job seekers get on the straight and narrow and come out of this chaotic arena, out of denial, and get on with their lives. Put the right CV out there to the right organizations, because people are still hiring. That's my take currently.
In fact, Neville, the way you have described is you have put people in three buckets, and the most important bucket is the people who are in denial. And I saw an advertisement yesterday. The premier insurance company in India, they are now looking for new agents and they are advertising on TV, which I've never seen in my life. So,
wow.
I mean, they are saying, please join us as agent through TV, because earlier that was something which was not really focused on. So I think there are jobs available if you see and look around. The previous jobs which were there before the pandemic are no longer available, but I think there are a lot of new jobs that are available. And with this, I would like to ask Farida. Farida, you work with the government and you have a very vast experience working with Asia Pac companies as well as European companies. In your network, what do you see? Do you agree with Neville or do you disagree, or what is so different in your marketplace?
I think I do agree with Neville, because we do see, if we were to look at a broad classification, these are three type of people that you actually come across when you speak to people. And I have been kind of, thinking this through, and I feel that, okay, this pain which is going to come with this is inevitable. You can't do anything about it, but misery is optional. There is still a way out of it. So to a certain extent, crisis, drives alignment, and it allows you as an individual, a company as an organization, a government, everyone to move in a certain direction. Because you realize that a lot of it is fluff around you, but there are things which will still actually move. Yeah. And one of the things that I personally believe is never waste a crisis, because it teaches you something. It also, kind of makes you understand where the resilience actually lacked, and which are the areas which will continue to hire people, which will continue to, kind of come out of this, there would be new streams which would develop because there is a crisis, and everything which was happening before probably may no longer continue to happen. Some of these businesses might go out of business permanently. They might never recover, or they might never, because even though, people think that, things might come back to normal, but it's a very, very long road ahead, and nobody knows what the normal is going to look like. This is an opportunity for every individual, every organization to think differently and start thinking about what is it that we need, what is it that we want, what is it that we can afford as an individual, as an organization, as a country, and together as a planet. So to just, kind of bring a little bit of, my perspective to what Neville was saying just now is that there are new jobs which will be available. CK just mentioned something very new, which is a freelance opportunity. And, maybe people never considered it before. But yes, insurance will become very, very, it will become very important in future, because you don't know how this is going to pan out. Vaccine is still work in progress, and, SARS was 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago. We still don't have a vaccine. The thing that actually gives me a little comfort is that the SARS virus and the COVID virus are the same virus with separate strains. And human trials which were actually happening due to the SARS epidemic, it's the same vaccine with some different strains, and it's being used for this pandemic. But it's all hearsay. I mean, I don't kind of trust that this will come through very soon, and human trials still take the time that they need to take. So we so the community which is in denial, this might be the time to start looking at what you can do, because at least as a professional, I do not see things coming back to normal very quickly. For people who are getting very upset with all of this, I think most of us have been there. But look at the bright side, because there will be new opportunities, there will be new arena. And people who have already aligned themselves, good news for you is that yes, you might not get the kind of jobs that you actually, probably had a year ago or so. The kind of pay scales which will be offered, which is going to be distinctly different. You don't know how the structure is going to look like in future. But there are jobs available. They might not be aligned to probably your education and your experience, but there will be new things. And there are governments which are pushing this as well. Like for instance, in Singapore, there are new jobs which are either being created or they are coming up as a result of this entire chaos which is happening. For instance, digital ambassadors. The digital ambassadors are people who could come from any kind of educational background, who could come from any kind of experience. These are people who will be trained to become digitally savvy and then go and train people who are not digitally savvy, so that everyone actually comes at the same page. So this is a new kind of a job. It might not be what you've done before, but it's available. So just to kind of bring all of this together, my perspective is that there is pain. More pain will come because, schemes like furlough or, the subsidies which the government is offering to companies to keep the workforce are going to go away. No government can afford this forever. And, more businesses will close down because without revenue, it's going to be very difficult to continue sustaining. But there will be new things which will come out. So keep your eyes open, ears open, and keep your mind open most of everything.
Excellent, Farida. I think you made the moot point here that, there will be new opportunities. And I think one thing that I like a lot is, you mentioned about digital ambassador. I think there is a clear need for this. And I personally, as a professional, feel that there are a need for a new type of role in the industry, which is something like digital ambassador. And I think, let me invite our third guest for this discussion is, Kanchan works with universities in India and schools. What I've noticed is that almost like every second or third day, there is a new app coming related to some sort of training or education. But, all these apps are available. There are Byju's and there are so many others already available. But are the school adopting it? So my question to Kanchan would be that, our business leaders have already described that there is a group of people which could be very large in numbers, is in denial. And there are opportunities available in some other arena. But the education and university, are they training their students to leverage these opportunities? So Kanchan, what is your opinion on this one?
Well, CK, these are quite crazy times because there's pandemic and people are suffering. But I will take a little a positive approach towards this because in previous months we have seen the most job loss happen only in leisure and hospitality industry. According to one research, it is 47% job loss happen in hospitality. But as I said, I will be taking more positive view because and little India centric, though many countries are working and fighting for this kind of jobless and people management. But what I feel, we have two great options which is introduced by Government of India. One is Make in India and one is Modern India. So when we talk about Make in India, then there's a lot of companies who are setting up their companies in India, and thus it is creating a lot of job opportunities. Now, when we talk about Modern India, the government is also stressing on digitization of many services. Now, for example, if I have quoted hospitality. So hospitality industry is closed, but there are chefs who are running their education courses online. So then they have the opportunity. And they are moving towards making something good. So I believe that though there's a job loss, but then, as Farida said, you have to be open your eyes and you have to open your ears to find out where the job opportunities are there. I feel there's little pause phase now going on, but it'll kickstart.
So Kanchan, I think I just continue asking on this path where there are opportunities and people have to reskill. But I think we have discussed in the past in this program where we have already pointed out that the skill which are required are not being taught by the universities. And what we see, at least in India, I can talk about that the schools are still waiting and watching. They are in that denial mode. I think they, as per the Naval's category, all the schools in India are in denial funnel. they are not looking at the aspects that you pointed out. For example, if you look at the investment by Google in Reliance Jio, $5 billion of investment, they want to develop indigenous 5G platform. So when 5G comes, the chefs who are running their education courses will have a ball on this platform, because they can run multiple things with a lot of creativity. But the education is still lagging behind. They are in denial. What is your advice to these people?
I think because they are denial because they are looking for a better time to come. They want that maybe the time which were before pandemic, it will come. But I think things have, water has flown and things will not be changing for a longer time. So maybe sooner or later they are struggling. Actually, many schools are struggling with the technology and with digitization. But I again said I am quite positive that they will overcome, because in every industry there are some people who don't like change. There are some people who like change, and generally people and the management who like change always win. So I'm quite hopeful for that.
Neville, mankind is a very resilient species, and we are going through, like you already mentioned, that unprecedented, you might have heard so many times, but I think let me use this word again, that the mankind is a very resilient species, and they are going through this unprecedented times. What do you think is the takeaway from this discussion? What people really should do to get out of the denial mode?
Well, they're going to have to look in the mirror and make sure that they know where they are, whether they're in chaos, in denial, or they're actually doing something about it. It's been a fascinating discussion already, and this is such a big topic. What we've got to remember is that COVID really has just accelerated all these thought processes. They were already there prior to COVID. Now, the education business gap was there. It got bigger during COVID, to my surprise, mainly because universities have gone more into denial. They've been more focused on improving their own digital presence. And remember, we're in the fourth revolution, which is digitization. And Farida mentioned this one word that is used quite often, but actually not really understood. And before I say what that word is, the World Economic Forum has for the last 4 or 5 years been publishing lots of future job profiles. And they published just before COVID the future of jobs in the next 5 years. And they were saying basically that 40% of jobs are not even identified today. So maybe your insurance company that's looking at lots of freelancers, there you go, there's the word. We're going to become a global community of freelancers. There's no more jobs for life. There's never been jobs for life, actually, since I got a job, frankly, which was many, many years ago. You're going to freelance for a period of time. You may be under contract, but I can see organizations literally moving towards fixed term contracts for everybody. Now that's just, I don't know any facts apart from a few organizations, large organizations, that I've seen move in this direction. But the freelance community is going to be huge. It's huge already, frankly, but it's going to be much, much bigger. And this is where job seekers, you've got to get out of this denial arena. You've got to look online, go to respected resources. Don't follow the shiny objects and fake news. Ignore all that. Look what governments are saying officially on their notice boards. Look what the best employers are saying on their notice boards. It's there, it's evidenced. All you've got to do is go and look at it and start thinking. Because sooner or later you will see that the evidence will actually start to change your belief. And that's a good situation, because now you're getting a kick of reality, not a perception. You know, perception will keep you in denial or in chaos. The kick of reality will narrow you down this middle road, you know, let's call it, you know, having the right attitude and being in control of your own destiny. So my advice to everybody is start reading, start Googling, but don't look at fake news. Don't look at the shiny objects, and certainly don't follow government leaders, because frankly, a lot of them are bouncing around saying they're in this middle road, but they've got no idea. Some of them, they're feeling their way. And I feel for them actually, because again, sadly, these are unprecedented times.
So there you go. You mentioned that once again. But I think some of this stuff that you mentioned is very important. Is one takeaway for me personally is never believe the politicians, because among humans, they are the most opportunistic people. So we have to look for ourselves, not be in denial, don't get cue from the politicians. So with this, I'd like to ask Frida, any closing remarks from you?
Yeah, sure. I will just actually kind of, take a little bit further what Neville was saying and try to, articulate it in my way. If it helps people, it's fantastic. So, sky is not the limit, it's just the view. So basically, when you actually talk about freelancers, I'm specifically talking about the gig economy. Now, that's something that's going to be huge. The reason being, like Neville was saying, there are no longer going to be secure jobs. So I would break it down that there would be tasks, and there would be people who would actually perform those tasks, and there would be people who need these tasks performed, and they would be willing to pay for it. So there are professionals, there are, even if there are, there are people who have been in a job for very long, they've been cocooned as an employee, suddenly they are in middle of everything, this pandemic, and they realize that it's not going to be easy to find something. So keep an open mind, go to respected resources, see what is it that can leverage your skill, because still work is happening. Industries which are very badly impacted are, aviation, hospitality, luxury, to an extent retail. But then, there is work happening, like e-commerce is growing because that's the only avenue where people are actually shopping nowadays. Hospitality is not like for, countries like Singapore are trying to do local tourism boost. So something is happening, but it's not going to go back to the pre-COVID times very soon. So keep an open mind, look at what other avenues are available. There should be opportunities which can actually utilize a skill set you perhaps have not used for a very long time. And it might actually just come into use right now. Maybe you're very good at writing and you haven't done it for a while, and there are copywriters which are needed all the time across so many platforms. So keep an open mind, there will be opportunities. It's dark, but then, waiting for the goal, don't miss the silver lining.
Absolutely, very well summarized, Farida. In fact, one of the takeaway for me and for my viewers is that somebody has taken your job, because the jobs are just around the corner, as from the panelists we realized, but nobody can take away your career. So all you have to do is look around and see what are the new opportunities. So with this, I'd like to thank all the panelists today, Neville, Farida and Kanchan. Thank you very much for joining us.
Been a pleasure.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass DQ. And the DQ stands for Digital Quotient. And in this series, our objective is to increase the DQ for every citizen of the world. The objective really is very clearly defined. It's basically increasing the ability to understand the digital world in a much better way, and this is the first chapter of that series. There are 24 more to go. This chapter is focused on digital identity. So let's discuss about the digital identity and how it affects. So as you see, the identity of a human being is really the uh, his face and his name and his signatures. So that is how the identity of a person is captured. But when it comes to digital arena, then how do you make sure that the same identity of a person which is in physical world is captured into the digital world? So this is really the definition of digital identity, which is exact replication of the person's physical identity or organization's physical identity, application's physical identity, or a device like a mobile phone or a tab, etc. So I think it's important to understand what is digital identity and how it is correlated to my physical identity. So, as we are moving forward into the 21st century, I think there will be a time when the digital identity will exactly match your physical identity. That means whatever you do you on the digital media will be tracked directly to your name and to yourself, and the time is very near. So I think it's important for everyone to understand how to create your digital identity and how to match it with physical identity. So in this session we will discuss what is your digital identity. So as you know that when we say that when we log in into internet, that becomes my digital identity. So what you would use to log in is basically a username and a password. So using that you will log in into variety of applications like email or a Facebook or Amazon, and this is a trend everywhere, whether you are in Malaysia, US, Europe, or in India. You have to have your username and password defined to get started and to start using the internet. And many people will think, hey, that becomes my digital identity. That means my username is my digital identity. And that is not the case at all. See, what happens is after you log in into system, you may use the system in variety of ways. You may use, if you are a businessman, you may use to see your stocks. If you are a student, you may see it to study online or to check your scores. Um, if you are a casual user, you may want to share your pictures. You may contact your friends via Facebook. If you have an opinion about some subjects, you may tweet using the Twitter platform. If you want to explore business opportunities on the web, log in into LinkedIn and try to see who can be your business partner. Check the opportunities, job opportunities or business opportunities. So, so these are the things that you normally would do. And lately, a lot of e-commerce has also come up in a big way, where you go to online portals and buy things of certain types. So some people may buy gadgets more, some people may buy dress material more than other things. Some material will like, some people will like to check out what is available today, which is or the prices are moving up and down of different commodities. Many people like to just survey the market, so do window shopping using Amazon, see what is latest coming into the market. So you see the impact of digital world is so profound today that you not only log in to check your emails, you log in to read news, you log in to buy your things, you log in to get your groceries, you log in to see what are the opportunities for you. You share your pictures and different events about your personal life in Facebook. And if you have an opinion, you also express your opinion using Twitter. Apart from that, there are other areas like hospitals. Nobody is keeping any record in a physical format. All the history of a patient goes into some sort of a system. It is immediately digitized, kept it as a record. So you see, if you summarize all this, your identity today is made of various aspects. It's not only dependent on the username that you have chosen. It is actually your behavior on the internet. It is tracked and segmentized you in a particular bucket. So what happens is, if somebody is looking for a certain segment of people, you will come into that list. Say some business is looking for trying to sell insurance, and they want to basically reach out to people who are in the age group of 25 to 35, and they had certain behavior. And if you happen to show that behavior on the internet, automatically you become their target audience. So the behavior plays a major role. How you basically use the system plays a major role in determining your identity today. Going forward, it will be even more smarter to track you down. So it's not only your username, it is how you basically use various systems on the internet, and that becomes part of our identity. For example, if you're doing a review of legal systems, so the chances are either you require some help, so lawyers can proactively reach out to you, or you are generally concerned about legal system, you want to give an opinion. So the legal fraternity would be informed that so and so person is trying to make inquiry in the legal system. So you see, it doesn't matter what name you have. You can name yourself Casanova, but it won't matter, because your identity is a combination of various factors today, and everyone in the world must know how their identity is being maintained or being viewed on the internet. So it's important. So I think we have understood what is the digital identity, and we have to see that our identity is not misused. Uh, Things like your personal physical appearance has identification mark. If you fill out any application today for any admission, they will ask your identification mark. So you would say, hey, I have a mole on my forehead, or I have 11 fingers. So everyone has some identity. I have a scar on my left hand, right cheek, etc. Everyone would be having an identity, and so your face becomes your biggest identity. So there was a time when the finger scanning used to be considered as a foolproof identification, and about 10-15 years back there was a huge ho-halla about biometrics and all that. Now even the biometrics can be fooled. People have realized that it's the finger scanning data which is kept in certain database, and that can be hacked, then your identity can be lost. So industry has moved along. They are not dependent on the finger scanning as a password. So the emergence of finger scanning basically happened because it was easy to have a finger scan as your password, because your finger scan is very unique. In fact, there is no other person in the world which will have your kind of a finger. So logically it was felt that finger scanning is the best method, and that way you don't have to remember your password, and you carry your finger always with you. So all you have to do, give your username, scan your finger, and that's it. You're in the system, you're in the internet. But then it also had a lot of pitfalls, and because of that, now the emerging trend is the face recognition, because your face is your exact replication of your physical personification. So capture the face into the system in such a way that it exactly matches your digital identity. So world is moving towards that. And now this technology is so advanced that even if you wear a mask on your face, you can still be identified. So for example, if you walk into a bank, there is a CCTV camera capturing your image, and that image will, even though you have put a mask on your face, can identify you as XYZ. So this technology has evolved to so much, very rapidly evolved into this arena, and that is why it has become very, very powerful, and it's much closer now to replicate your personal identification with your digital identification. So I think even though you have multiple passwords in the system, say for example Facebook you have one password and LinkedIn you have another, and you may think that, hey, I'm trying to protect myself by having different passwords and different usernames, but that won't help you, because your identification is captured by the face. And this technology is now available across multiple platforms. In fact, the mobile players have come up in a big way. All the mobile handsets, devices have the face recognition, so you don't have to press a finger, you just look at the mobile and it opens up. So this is where the world is moving. So that is why it is very important to know your to capture your personal identification into digital world. And how do you do that? And also protect it, because once you have come closer, uh, you have to make sure that your digital identity is not misused. So because there are various threats which are available today, and which can there are some people who are out there to steal your identity. So that, for example, I would say that if you some people give their date of birth, and they manage their passwords using their date of birth. So it's very simple for any hacker, a smart hacker who can, if your date of birth is known to him, he can crack your password. So the things like that, even though when you're capturing yourself into digital world, you have to ensure that how you're using the system, that is going to reveal you in the digital world. And if you're also giving information like your date of birth, etc., that can be misused against you. So how do you prevent all that is the question. So we will tackle some of these things. See, the whole thing is that if somebody is trying to steal data of say 1 million people, the easiest way to do it is use unprotected Wi-Fi systems. Say Wi-Fi in a lounge or a coffee shop or an airport or in railway station, which are not very well protected Wi-Fi. Why the hackers who are trying to steal your identity will use this method? Number one, it is easy to hack in because it's not protected. Number two, they can easily hide themselves. See, it is like this: somebody is trying to steal your identity and steal your data. They will like to first conceal themselves because they are obviously committing a crime. So they don't want themselves to be exposed while they can see all your data. So I think this is the easiest method by which they can reach out to you. So make sure that even though somebody says that, hey, use a free Wi-Fi in the lounge, don't get tempted and get connected to a free Wi-Fi system in a lounge. Similarly, when you see unprotected web page, don't click on that. Don't go to that page itself, because what happens is, for the same reason that people who are trying to use unprotected web pages, they will very easily conceal their own identity. And when you are browsing something which is not protected, in the backend they will have some sort of a software running which will capture all your data, your pictures, your documents on your PC without even you knowing about it. So make sure that don't look at the web pages which do not show the lock sign on the left hand side top in your browser. So these are very, very important keys. I think everyone should make sure that they don't have caution not to look at the unprotected websites. At the same time, a lot of phishing activity happens. So what is phishing? It's basically some a bad person sends you an email posing as your banker, for example. So you get an email from your banker saying, hey, why don't you click on this web page to revalidate your credit card or revalidate this XYZ things that the bank wants. So make sure before you start clicking at that email, because the email will capture the logo of your bank very nicely, but when you look at the website carefully, there will be one or two spellings here and there, some spelling mistakes. So before you start clicking on these phishing emails or any email from a bank, make sure that you read the web link carefully, very carefully. The chances are most of the bankers don't send you any email. They will not send you any link to click. Rather, they will ask you to visit their website and then use their banking system. They will not send you an email. So the things are small things like this. If you take care, the chances are that you will be safer, and your identity will be safe as well. The best method to protect your identity is to use a strong password. So what is a strong password? Strong password is not your date of birth and if your name is Alan 223355, not like that. So it's very easy to crack. What you have to do is basically uh, give special characters at special, use alphanumeric, sometimes capital letters and sometimes small letters, and also use special characters which are very difficult to crack or very difficult to imagine, because the special characters like star, hash, they do not correlate to anything in your personal life. So it's very difficult for anyone, even your known people, to crack your password. So make sure that your passwords are very strong. Use special characters, use combination of capital letters and small letters. At the same time, change your password frequently. Even though you are using a very strong password methodology, but still it is advisable to change your passwords frequently. Make sure that you have the two-factor authentications enabled across all platforms. So if you follow this strong password, chances are the systems will be much more secure for you and people will not be able to hack into your personal data. And the last is privacy policies. So when you want to share some picture with your friends, but you don't want to share that picture with public, all that is determined by the privacy policies of your social media accounts. So the privacy policies of the social media accounts are regularly updated by the social media players. So you have to make sure that these policies are reviewed by you regularly. If there is a change, usually the social media players will tell you about it, that this change is happening, and make sure that you read all these policies carefully and enable those features which are meaningful for you or which you want. Make sure that certain pictures of your family gathering you don't want to share with a lot of people. So make sure that you define your privacy policies, your privacy levels in your social media accounts, to make sure that your identity is not thrown open for anyone to uh, know about. So these are certain things that um, if you follow and do these things, you will be much more literate in terms of understanding your digital identity, and there is no point in assuming anything that, hey, if I have my password secure, I have a strong password. Your behavior itself will reveal a lot of things about you. So make sure that you have the right behavior when you are using the digital systems. Also make sure that you change your password, and very important, make sure that you use a face recognition technology wherever is possible, so that you use the best of the breed which is available to protect yourself. So with this, I will end the session today. Dear friends, write to me, give your comments about this. Anything else you want me to include in the next session, we can do that. I can take up the questions raised by you in the next session. But until then, I like to say goodbye and I wait to hear from you. Bye bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to this edition of Top Brass Nation. And as the name of the program suggests, the China is showing aggression at the border, at the Indian border, and why they are doing that. So in this episode, we will discuss this and analyze whether the Chinese are stupid. I don't think they are stupid. I think they are very smart. So we will go step by step analyzing what is going on, and the standoff is now more than 3 months. Both armies are facing each other, and it's a huge setup. So what is going on and what is the logic behind the whole thing? And one might think that this standoff started 3 months back, but we feel that the standoff really started in 2017. The preparation and making a plan, because such large armies don't move without a plan. So in 2017 there was a Doklam standoff. Doklam is a place in a neighboring country called Bhutan, and Chinese army entered this place called Doklam, and the Indian army actually Bhutan and tried to stop them. So basically this the foundation of what is happening today at the line of actual control, that is called LAC, was actually laid down in 2017, and I'm sure Chinese have been preparing for this. So now let's understand what is going on and why there is a standoff with huge build-up on both sides. The Indians have stopped their aggression, and they are standing face to face in front of Chinese army. So really, if you understand these two countries, they both were very poor countries in 1947-48. India got independence from British, and Chinese government announced the communism in that country. I think we will discuss all of these points and as point wise. And then India became a democratic republic with federal foundation, and Chinese became a communist country. And China has a big army. Of course, China is the most populous country of the world today. So the whole problem between India, China and Pakistan is with regard to the border disputes. And the border disputes, there are many places which are disputed, but let's look at the eastern side of Jammu and Kashmir, which we are going to cover in this video. We will not talk about Pakistan, because that is not a subject that we want to discuss today. So in 1962 there was a battle between India and China, in which India lost the battle, and the Aksai Chin is so-called the area acquired by Chinese. Now the problem is with this invasion in 1962, the battle happened at the same place where the two armies are loggerhead with each other. So the whole point is, when they actually came into India in 1962, acquired this land and defeated India at this point, which is called the Galwan Valley, etc. The battle was happening at that point. Then why they are doing that again? Because if you have defeated a country and you have taken over the land, why you have to fight for it again? So I think we will go step by step, and this is where basically the subject of today's discussion. So the two armies are basically amassed at the line of actual control, and both armies are comparable. I mean, there is one number 2 army in terms of numbers, and there is one number 3 army in terms of numbers. So India is number 3, China is number 2. in terms of numbers. So both armies are pretty large, lot of soldiers, lot of armaments, um, and it's a big country. China is also a big country, more populous country than India, but India is also a very populous country with 1.3 billion people. The army is also pretty large from both sides, and from both sides is a huge army which is amassed at the border. Now let's understand the geography of this place. The place is very very high up in the mountain. The battleground is set at 17,000 feet, which is very high, where the normal human being will find difficult to even breathe. The oxygen levels are very low at such heights. At the same time, it is very cold. So right now the summers are ending, but during summer also the temperature cannot does not go below minus 25 or minus 30. So usually these places are so cold and so high up where a normal life cannot exist. There are only very few um, animals, but most of the plants, most of the human population is far below than this height where the battleground is set. Now it is the same problem for both parties, India as well as China. They have to bring their armament and they have to bring their soldiers to fight with the enemy nation. So at such cold temperature, the usual armaments that you have may not work. You need to design things which work at such low temperature and they should be easily transportable at such heights, and then they should be able to you should be able to train your soldiers with those armaments. So I think this is a problem with both sides. So here India has an edge when it comes to face on the ground fight, simply because the Indian soldiers are well accustomed to fight on the height. There are places in India which are patrolled throughout the year 24 by 7 by Indian Army. So they are already well suited, well trained to operate at a height. Second advantage Indian Army has is that they are battle hardened. They have fought a lot of battles in variety of terrain. So they have experience of fighting in the sand, fighting in snow, on the mountains, in the desert, and so on, in the water. There are many training institutes which give such training in India, which are obviously operated by the army establishment. Then there are a lot of training which is available for smart uh, commando training, which are trained in all kinds of warfare. So India is very well trained, battle hardened, lot of experience, and have equal amount of armament as much as China. Now, if you look at the Chinese geography on the Chinese side, it is a plateau. It is a world largest plateau called Tibet. And so you can come up to the border area where the Himalayas starts. You can come south towards India. The problem is the Indian side is having a lot of gorge, valleys, mountains, and the Indians have a bigger problem in terms of understanding the geography. But if China starts a war with India, they will have to face the same problem, because they can come over the plateau and they can reach the boundary of India. But then what happens after that? So in the battle, they will have to face the same challenges that India is facing right now. Whereas India has overcome these bottlenecks because they have a lot of experience, they have a lot of soldiers who are accustomed to work, to live, to work, to fight at such height. They are trained at such height. Um, you know, the soldiers, Indian soldiers can run for 30-kilometer dash with full pack on their shoulders and back at such height. So they are very well trained, very well familiar with their surrounding. So in this department, where there is a face-to-face fight happens, India definitely gets an edge. And that probably explains the reason why the two parties are not still started the war, even though there are skirmishes here and there, but they have not started the full-fledged war. And China is the invader, but they should have started it, but they also not started. They have amassed at the border, but they are waiting for something. So let's analyze what is the next department, which is the air department. Now, if you look at the air, the role of the combat aircraft is basically to attain the air supremacy. That means from the height you can see the vast area and you can control things which are unfolding at the ground. And if your aircraft in the air, you have better control of the war field. That is actually the role of the Air Force, to eliminate enemy radar systems, enemy tracking devices, and enemy military installations on the ground. And once they attain that, they'll be just hovering over on the top to get the air supremacy. This is exactly what US achieved in the Iraq war within first 2 days, first 48 hours, where after that the war continued on the ground for a couple of months, couple of days, but the US had the complete air supremacy on the battleground. Now if you look at the India-China situation, today's fighter planes, fully loaded, are very heavy. They need to take off with full armament, but on Chinese side you cannot make airports which are on the Tibet plateau, because the atmosphere is very thin. So when the aircraft try to take off from such environment, they cannot take off with the complete payload. So even though the Chinese Air Force has all the equipment and all the fighter planes very advanced, as we know about it, J-20, which is comparable to India's Rafales, but they have to take off from the air bases which are quite interior into China, and they are quite far off from the battleground. So by the time these aeroplanes reach the battleground in the Himalayas, they will be running short of fuel, and they will have only few minutes to engage with the Indian aeroplanes, Indian fighter planes. So this is a big situation for Chinese Air Force. Whereas on Indian side, there are air bases already on the ground, and where the advanced Sukhois and Jaguars and Rafales can take off with full load, full armament, and within 2 minutes they can reach the heights of Himalayas. So the Indian in this department, in the Air Force, even though the Chinese planes may be, they may have more number of planes, but when they send their aeroplanes, they will not be effective enough to counter the preparation done by the Indian Air Force. So here in this department also, the Indian Air Force have an edge, because they are much more equipped and well trained and suited to defend their boundaries. So this is with regard to the Air Force. So let's look at the third aspect, which is the Navy. So very little is known about Chinese Navy. They have not done, apart from firing some rockets here and there, they have not got into any sort of naval warfare so far. So we don't know much about their capabilities. They may have a capability, but their capabilities are not proven. On the other hand, the Indian naval forces are quite capable. They have aircraft carrier, they have destroyers, cruisers, frigate, all kinds of category of battleships Indian Navy has, and they have also achieved complete blockades. They have managed blockades during battle in the past. So they have a lot of experience of fighting and creating blockade for the enemy countries. The biggest advantage Indian Navy has is that they have an ally called United States, which has the biggest navy in the world. And United States and India can, in case of a war situation, can completely block Chinese trade coming from the South China Sea. There could be complete blockade. So I think even without knowing Chinese Navy capabilities, it is fairly certain that the China will have a real big problem if they get into any naval warfare. So that is with regard to the Navy side of it. So we are just analyzing why the two armies are loggerhead but not fighting. So I think we are covering one after the other all aspects. The fourth aspect is basically the intercontinental ballistic missiles. So, if you look at India and China, both countries have the intercontinental ballistic missile ICBMs. Both countries are nuclear powered. So, if they want to fire and use this option, they can target various cities and they can reach out to various cities. India can fire on China. China can fire on India, and they can destroy cities and kill a lot of civilians. The whole problem with this option is that the objectivity is not achieved because both are equally matched. Even though China may have a better rocket systems, more advanced, but when you fire a rocket is a rocket. Both parties can fire on each other. Both parties can kill thousands of people, destroy cities, but the objectivity of going into war is not achieved. I think the history has taught us that until unless you have a clear conviction and clear objective in mind, you should not invade. Whereas China has decided to invade, but they are halted at the border. The Indian army has given them a bloody nose, and Indian army is actually stopping their advance. But they are not fighting. Both parties are still loggerjammed, but they are not fighting. This is an option which is not going to be used, even though both countries have very advanced, very long-range continental ballistic missiles. But these will not be used. I don't think any country will like to use this option because of the no objectivity. They will not be able to destroy any military installation, but they will end up killing a lot of civilians and destroying a lot of cities on both sides. So I think this is a futile option which will not be used, even though both countries have invested heavily in developing their continental ballistic missiles. Now, even if you decide to fire on enemy on both sides, both countries have their protection, defensive systems to protect themselves. So even if you fire a nuclear weapon or some sort of a rocket or things like that, both countries have the capability to stop them. So because of this defensive nature of comparable strength both India and China has, it's futile to fire long range missiles on each other. So going back to the previous point that I made is that in air power, even though China may have a better air force, but because of the terrain they are lacking, they will not be able to mount a very big aerial offensive. And Indian Air Force is not something like a small air force. They are equally comparable air force, and they are more suited to combat with the Chinese aircraft. In the Indian Army front, the soldiers are much suited to operate at a highlands, high mountains. They have different techniques which they have practiced and evolved into a much more better fighting force over the years, and they are battle hardened. So I think the China does not have too much of an advantage when they are trying to show their strength to India. Now the fifth element here is the people. So let's understand what is the difference between Indians and Chinese. So let's go with Chinese first. See, the China became a communist country in 1947-48, around 50s, last century, and then they decided, they were a very poor country, just like India was also a very poor country, but Chinese decided to implement a one-child policy, whereas Indian government did not impose anything. The whole point is that both government wanted to control the population because both countries were poor, and the Chinese government decided to impose the one-child policy. Now, since 50s till now, multiple generations have come and gone. At least 5 to 6 generations have come. So the effect of one-child policy on the Chinese people is remarkable. You can't even imagine. The point is that one parent can have only one child, and over the years, they have lost the connection between their family. So if you look at a Chinese person, the chances are almost like 90% they will not have relatives other than their parents. They will not have nephews, uncles, aunts, nieces, cousins. So that is why to lose a soldier, obviously this is a mass where the soldiers come from. To lose a soldier's life in a battle which is not, which is basically futile, where the objectivity is not visible, is a very difficult thing to justify for the Chinese army. At the same time, for India, let's look at the Indian people. India is a very diversified country. It became a federal nation with 29 different states, with 29 different governments elected by the people of that state, all coming under a central government umbrella. And this whole system works in a very democratic manner. There are elections done for each and everything in this country, in India. So the real power is with the people, not with individual. Unlike Chinese people, where there is a communist party and the communist party basically decides the fate of the country. Here, if people want, they can bring down a government, they can bring down a state government, they can bring down a central government, and so on. So there are multiple things. At the same time, there is a legal system which is independent of politics. That is a big difference in India. Nobody can influence the legal system of India. And the third difference here, which is driven by people, is the media. And as we say in India, media is the fourth pillar of democracy. So media is completely kept independent of politics, not legally bound, and there is freedom of expression. So this is how the India as a country evolved. Both countries, India and China, most populous countries of the world, almost 50 to 60% of the population lives in these two countries. They started in 50s, both were poor, but they took a different path, whereas the Chinese people became very in a silo, whereas India evolved in a multiracial, multi-religion, multicultural civilization. So this is a difference between India and China. The Chinese government will not be able to lose their people without any objectivity. They will have to go back to their people, even though they are communists, but then every government is scared of any uprising. So if they start losing people, and especially the family size are shrunk to only parents and child, it is very difficult for anybody to justify going on war. With what objective? With clear visibility that there is no edge that China can win over anything. Even if they are able to win, the Indian people are so different from Chinese people, they cannot be ruled, they will be uprising. So I think it's very clearly visible that what China is trying to show to the world by coming and attacking India is something which I'm sure they are not stupid. They already know that this is a battle which they cannot win, and it's a futile. So the last question is why? I think that's a big question. When we can think of what China is trying to do, I'm sure Chinese government and ruling dispensation can also plan things out. So my assessment of this whole situation is that it is futile to go on war. Both sides will amass. It is basically show of strength, giving a message to the world that hey, we are very powerful, blah blah blah. But I don't think there will be a war between India and China. There cannot be, because both parties are equally matched, and Chinese have little. They don't have little. India has a little edge. Chinese does not seems to have a lot of advantage, and they are the aggressor. So if they want to basically attack India, they should have some objective in mind. It does not look like that they have a clear objective. They have come to the border, they have created a situation, but they are not coming forward and they are not starting the war. Why? So that's really the question. So I think they are trying to give a message. They are saying that hey, divert attention maybe, or they are saying that let's resolve our border issues, but they want to invite India on a border talk, but they want to show that they are calling India for a border talk and settle the issue forever for two civilizations to coexist, but from a position of strength. So they are trying to show off that they are strong. They are, but you know, maybe that is something that they have in mind. So many conversations have happened between two countries. Delegation level talks have happened. Nothing has come out. So it is status quo. Indian Army Corps commanders meetings have happened. So many. At least Indians know about all this transparently because we have a very independent media. Everything is discussed. There is a parliament. There are assemblies in all states. Everything is openly known to people of India and the world. Because if we know everything, obviously the media is networked today. Everybody knows what is happening on the Indian-China border. But I have my doubt what is being fed to Chinese people. What is the level of information they have? But I think my understanding is that there will be no war, and maybe there is some other messaging which is being planned by China. And I'm perfect in my thought process that Chinese are not stupid. They are not going to wage a war with India. They are not going to basically waste their manpower. They cannot afford soldiers dying. They cannot afford to even losing their pilots, and obviously Navy is their Achilles heel. So I don't think they have right resources and right motive to engage with India, and there's nothing like I'm going to win some landmass, because to hold that landmass again you need to set up a government, and you need to set up you need to win over people, which I'm sure they are not in position to win over people, especially the democratic country cannot be ruled by a communist country. I'm sure the Chinese people know about this whole fact, and that is why this kind of messaging is going on from China. So this is the analysis of what is going on at the border. Friends, do write to me, give your comments, give your suggestions, give your feedback. If you have any questions, I will take that up in the next episode of Top Brass Nation, and I will meet you again tomorrow with something more interesting, more analytics. Until then, bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and this Friday I would like to welcome all viewers on the edition of CEO Roundtable, and we have very distinguished panel today. I will introduce our first panelist, Mr. Satya Madala. He is a CEO of a very emerging and pioneering company, which is known as Single Point Solution. Welcome to CEO Roundtable, Satya.
Thank you very much, CK. So thank you very much for introducing me to this panel.
Most welcome. Now, our second panelist is Mr. Neval Gund. He is the chairman of Mindfit Limited from UK, and he has a vast experience of working with global organizations. And now he is helping young population of the world, works with many companies across the world, and he also works with us. Welcome to CEO Roundtable, Neval.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Looking forward to an interesting discussion. I'm sure it'll get heated because it's about the future of the world, not just individual countries.
Certainly, Neval. Our next guest is Ms. Farida Charania. She is joining us from Singapore, and she is the CEO of HR organization known as Career Zoom. So welcome to the panel, Farida.
Thank you, CK. Lovely to meet all of you again, and hello to all our viewers.
And our last panelist is Ms. Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies and she's from India. Welcome, Kanchan.
Hello, thank you, CK, and good morning, good afternoon to everybody. How are you doing?
Great. So now, after the brief introduction, let me start the discussion. So today's discussion is about the skills gap. And let me explain what is skill gap. See, we are all talking about India in particular, and we can discuss the global influence on India or versa. The industry was moving very fast, and there was always a gap in the skills which are being churned out from the industry or from the universities. So that gap was existing in our industry across all multiple segments of business. After the pandemic, the skills gap has even broadened. So we thought that today is a very special day when Prime Minister of India came on TV and he announced the new education policy changing from the year-old 10 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5, whatever it was, to 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 5. So this rolled out in India and it will have unprecedented, I would like to use this word, what Neville used, changes in the next generation which is going to come out from India in terms of the skills, because the skills will be imparted early on. So the point of discussion today is the skills gap that exists in India, and I would like to invite Satya and ask this question because he is day in day out grappling with this situation because he is a CEO of multiple companies and across all tech work that his companies does, he faced this issue. So Satya, what is your opinion on this discussion point that we are talking about?
Yeah, CK, like coming, when we are entering into this topic, actually, I wanted to address.
So Kanchan, I think we have lost line with Satya. Would you like to take this question?
Yes, I feel the skill gap is real, and there are so many problems employer are facing due to skill gap, and this leads to unemployment. And with this pandemic, it's on. So the new digitization is done, and due to this digitization, also many people, many professionals are not comfortable because they are not one to one. They are not talking one to one. They're not able to do that, and that's why they feel that they are not having a real time interaction with the people. Now when we talk about skill gap, there are people are professional, they really have the knowledge, but then there are few things which are missing out. Like, for example, if we take a technology person was not able to put forward his ideas and how he want to convince people when it comes to taking up the business. So this is a very real thing, and it's very painful also because people have the ability, but there's something which is missing, and they are not able to put forward and take up the decision and do a productive contribution.
Okay, so Farida, I think you have also worked in India, and then although you have moved out of India for many years, but you have a lot of connections with the industry here, and also in Singapore and also in UK. And I'm sure this is a common subject across all countries. There is always a skills gap. In India, obviously, there is a skill gap, but I'm sure there is a skill gap everywhere. So, what is your opinion about whether this situation is real or it's just a myth?
I think there are no myths because this is real, and we feel the pain because we feel the pain when suddenly because some geographies are very good in certain skills, and some geographies are not that advanced in those skills. They still have developmental areas. And today, when the easy travel is being, kind of completely controlled or it's almost shut down for so many months, we feel the pain. So I think, firstly, my humble opinion is that it's not a myth; it's a real problem. Secondly, if you speak about India in particular, there are a lot of skills in terms of execution skills. So there are a lot of ideas. There are skills to execute that, but I think the gap which I see, and this has been my experience speaking to my peers in the industry across border, that the the most strategic middle layer, so it's not the top layer but the most strategic middle layer is really missing, because I think either there are people who are very probably would like to take a lead and they can actually formulate an idea, have a vision, and then there are people who will probably do those things. But the key component where I see a gap is that skill to bring all of that together. The curator of results, basically somebody who will speak the lingo on both sides, is missing. So, and that's a real problem. That's a real gap that I see.
So let me ask this question from Naval, because Naval is the most experienced among the panelists today. He has a lot of experience working with multiple global organizations. So Naval, what do you think, right from beginning when you started your career many years back till today or till yesterday, did you feel any skill gap while working with your colleagues?
Well, it's a fascinating question, and both Farida and Kenshin mentioned the pain. This isn't a myth. It's a reality. There is pain in what organizations are doing. We feel it throughout the organizations. People, even if they've got a fantastic idea, they can't get that message over. They can't explain themselves to get other people enthused about it. I mean, it's quite clear.
Intel 6th generation, which has 4 cores.
It's quite clear that they're enthused and excited, but other people aren't. And we've only got to look at, you asked me, go back all those years. Let's all go back all those years. Let's all go back to the classroom. When we were sort of 5, maybe 6 years old, and we're sitting in the classroom, and the teacher asked for a volunteer. Did you volunteer? I did. I was always volunteering for everything. No, there you go. You see, we've got one honest member of the panel this morning, and it starts then, because if you volunteer, you've got something different. It's nothing about this isn't about academics. The skills gap isn't about being academic. It's about having those soft skills and the other things that underpin those soft skills, like volunteering. What makes you volunteer? Well, I'm excited. I wanted to learn things. So I would always be first, so my hand would always go up. You end up being the teacher's pet if you're not careful, but that's up to the teacher to say, no, you've had your chance, Neville, let someone else have a go. But the point is, you've only got to walk into a classroom today and doesn't matter what classroom you walk into, and I recommend anyone does this actually. Go into a classroom, ask permission, walk into a classroom and be introduced and ask a question and just see the spark in their eyes, because they'll all have a spark, but some will have a bigger spark than others. And they're the ones with the right attitude. They're the ones with the confidence, with that resilience. They don't have a fear of failure, as we might call it these days. They don't even know what failure is, frankly, because they couldn't explain it, even if they saw it. But just look at it and you'll find about 10% will volunteer. Now, that's not good enough, frankly. that is really not good enough for the future of organisations, for the future of the country. So although India has gone through this massive restructuring in the education arena, my guess is it's still academically focused. But the question for the panel is, we're talking about skills gap here. Is it an academic skills gap or is it something else?
So I think Satya is back online. Satya, we lost you at a very important juncture where we were asking about what challenges you face because of the skill gaps across your multiple companies that you have. Would you like to take that question?
Looks like we're having a few problems. Maybe the monsoon has hit.
So I think we will ask this question from Satya once his voice is enabled. So we are trying to get this voice patched up. In the meanwhile, to answer your question, Neville, I saw the entire news today, and what the Indian government is trying to do is bridge a gap between academics and the extra skills that people are required to lead their life. So what was happening all these days is that there was a stigma which was created for last 70 years after we got independence, that if you're not doing this, then you're nothing, you're not good enough. And that stigma was created by everyone in the society, by the society itself. We can't blame anyone. It is how the society evolved. And now we have realized this. I think it's not today's realization. It was realized 30 to 40 years back. But the government of the day today had guts to change it. And I think we discussed some time back that because the students are not in school, there is nobody in colleges. So I think this is the right time to make the change. So that is why the government is making all the changes here. And the streams of the students based on their skill sets will be decided early on in their life, and they don't have to wait till they become adolescent or go to college to determine what they want to do in life. Like for all of us, it was like that. We study because we will get a job. But now in the new system, it will not be entirely academic. So I think that is what I'm gathering from reading and also watching the news.
Just I wanted to add one more point, CK here. The thing is, like the institutions, actually, the universities or colleges, just they need to take a rapid step to improve the skills. Actually, they are more concentrating on academics. I don't think they are concentrating more on improving the skills. So simply, actually, just even as you said, like the society, and they are looking at actually what is the rank the candidate is getting, and what the marks they are getting, and what is the percentage. So they're concentrating much on it, but they're not concentrating on communication skills and technology skills, and they're not trying to improve practical skills. Wherein actually you see, if you take Hyderabad, so people actually there was so many institutions who is training on this IT skills, but they are not just they're training them and sending them out. But actually, they're not looking at how the candidate is coming out with some sort of experience. So they are not looking at people. Actually, even society or parents or the institutions or government, everybody, they need to take a rapid step to improve the skills. So practical skills, actually, it requires some infrastructure also. Not only from these institutions, even from a government side also, they need to provide some sort of. If you take China, actually, I have some Chinese friends out there. So just they created infrastructure, And if the candidate wanted to go into some sort of sector, so they can go and train in the labs, and they can apply their mind and improve their skills. But when it comes to India, to improve their skills, so colleges or government or society, they're required to provide some sort of infrastructure to improve their skills. So that's what I found in Indian market, wherein actually it is possible. It is possible, and wherein actually it won't take much. Like financials are, it won't take much time also, but they need to provide some sort of infrastructure towards to that the candidate practical, what you call, like a practical things required to improve their skills from the candidate side. So my observation is, wherein actually when I call somebody, we are maintaining some domestic placements also, domestic resource placement. But when it comes to actually candidates are quite well, and so they are able to just pass their some sort of levels, but very less people, say almost 60%, 60 to 65%, they at practicals. So if they can concentrate on that area, so you can close the gap. So the skill gap can be closed in that way.
So, Satya, let me ask you this question. You have raised a very important point that the source. So, there is always a demand and supply. So, in case of human resources, also there is a demand and supply.
Yes.
And obviously, supply is coming from the colleges and universities.
Yes.
And our experience is that they are not doing enough. So, I think
Yes.
one of the point which has been highlighted today is that the universities have to change their curriculum. I think with the new education policy, I think that will fall in place. But today we do not have a solution. So let's discuss about today. Satya, your organization, yourself, you are well known globally. You are among the top 30 recognized technical person globally. Your
Yeah.
companies are doing pioneering job. You
Yes.
have realized the opportunity at early stage, and you're trying to bring the change to the people for India as well as around the globe. So what you need as a company to succeed, because obviously you need people, you need skills, you need infrastructure, you need government. So what is that you need from the skills perspective to make your company successful?
See, here again, coming to this point, actually we required some sort of experienced guys in the market to come up with the new products. But the problem here is, everybody is concentrating on particular sector. Not that it is not enough from the candidate side. Candidates should be trained on on known technologies and different technologies, and we require a multi-talented people. So the institutions are actually the colleges or universities, just they're particularly concentrating on particular technology. Not that it is not enough at all. So nowadays actually in IT, if you take a IT, um, actually the technologies are overlapping. So the plugins, whatever the companies, Microsoft or other companies, they are coming. Actually, they are coming up with the overlap plugins. So to manage that, the particular skill set is not enough. So people, actually candidates, required to train on multi skills, multi technologies. So that's what we require for the companies, and particularly for a product-based company. So product-based company, what they do is, when they architect the product, actually they bring a multi-technology into the product. So when we require actually a particular technology, so we cannot hire a multi-technology people. Actually, we can hire multi-technical people. So multi-talented people and multi-technology people we require as a company. So we are feeling that gap in the market. At the same time, we are wasting our time by training them in the particular technology and in a particular that plugin or whatever the technology they are coming up with. So we are training them. We are wasting our time. Even if I keep my 90 days time on the particular training, so we are losing our time. So it is costing us a lot, and at the same time, particularly it's a time. So it is impacting our deliveries, product deliveries. So I require a people who can work on a multi technology, wherein actually that is lacking in the market right now. So government or universities are private bodies who are training on this. So if they can concentrate on that area, so they can fill up the gap. That's what my view.
I think it's a fair demand from the education industry, since you're an entrepreneur. So I would like to now invite Kanchan to the discussion here, because Kanchan works with a lot of education institutes and universities. So Kanchan, you have heard other panelists saying that there is always a gap between the skills which are required and what business needs. So what would be your advice to the universities in India specifically, what they should do? Because you've heard Satya as well. He is looking for specific trained person, and he doesn't want to waste time in training him, basically hiring him, then training him, and then making him productive.
Before I come to the point which you are asking, I would like to add 2 points that every individual should be taught a kind of have growth outcome. He should be able to see that I have to grow, and then he has the ability to take up the feedback also. And this kind of soft skills start only at a very early age in the schools. And what I feel is nowadays soft skills are not should be treated lightly. They have few of them have become a hard skill, and they should be taught properly in the academics. It should be, it's not like a recess period or like a game period where the children chill out and they don't take things very seriously. So I feel that time has come that people should know the growth potential. They should understand how to grow, and this kind of feeling, its kind of attitude should be inculcated when they are very young. Not, it should not start at the colleges only, it should start in the school only. So by the time they are out from their education, they know the adaptability skill, they know how to take up feedback positively. So all these things will add to this skill gap and they can decrease it. And here the hard skill and soft skill, they should go hand in hand. And I can very well understand the pain of Mr. Satya, because he is running companies, and then he is not able to find out the exact skill set for the service or the product he want to have. So I feel that time has come. Universities and all schools should take up these things very, very seriously. Now, I have come across in one place in Hyderabad that one school is started in sixth standard animation. So animation they can start, but they can't. Why can't they start the courses like communication, listening, which is very, very essential part of developing a skill. If you are not able to listen, then you are not able to be productive later on. So I feel that time has come, and all depends on the universities to take up these studies. I genuinely feel that all soft skill, leaving couple of them, they should come into the hard skill parameter, not just soft skill, and it is not like a free period in a school and just chilling out time. No, it is a very, very serious subject, and it's very, very, it should be taken seriously, not in India, but and other countries also. We require these kind of subjects and seriousness.
So, as for Kanchan, the soft skills are no longer called soft skills. These are all hard skills. But to address what Satya is talking about, his pain point, I think there has to be a forum where the new skill sets should given like a list from the business, and universities should pick up those skills which are 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, and then churn out these trained people so that people like Satya, and there are so many other companies across India, across the world, can leverage this new trained resource skill pool. So, Farida, we are discussing mostly in India, and you are a very your personality is very unique because you work with Indians and you work with Singaporeans, and you also work with people from England. So, what do you think we should do to resolve this issue? There are some certain solutions coming out from this panel, but from your point of view, what we should do?
Sure, I think this is an interesting discussion. Couple of things here. One, I am delighted with the changes in education system in India because it is now aligned to how the rest of the world and the most successful education systems like Finland, England, Singapore, these are the most successful systems which are exactly in this manner. So I think it is one. This is the first step in getting Indians ready towards globalization. Also, another thing is that the scaling is required to where the puck is going, not where the puck already is. So I feel that, well, I mean, there are a lot of solutions, but my opinion is that at this point in time, I would add to what Kanchan is saying that soft skills are no longer, something that can just be left. And if somebody is really smart and, like Neville said, volunteers in class to sing the national anthem, you just kind of go with them. There has to be a conscious effort to start developing these skills because yes, listening is very important. Again, that's a skill which people underestimate. But if you don't listen, you will not understand, and if you don't understand, you will not be productive. So there are a lot of with this education change, there will be some time of adjustment, and then eventually things will start falling in place. And I'm actually quite optimistic that it would fall in place. But for parents also, it's important that don't just kind of think that once you send them for an IT course, they'll find a job and that's it, because there is a serious gap between the people who have the vision and the people who execute. There is a serious gap of somebody who can project manage all of this. And if we actually kind of address that question of soft skills, then this is something which will get aligned to quite an extent. And then ideas are cheap, execution is everything. So let's see how this goes forward and how this gets executed.
In fact, the Prime Minister Modi said exactly the same thing. He said, coming out with a plan on a paper is one thing, but executing it is another thing. So I think he's working with the ministers today. He's having a very big press conference along with all the ministers and asking them to implement, roll out this policy, because I think this is the right time to roll out the new, we call it NEP, National Education Policy. So with this, let me go back to Satya, because Satya is running a company, one of his companies called Single Point Solution, which is all about the EV vehicles. EV stands for electric vehicles, and also the EV charge solution. So he's pioneering in this area. He has got the whole setup. But I think his problems, I believe as a professional myself, that his problems are multiplied simply because, even the government has announced certain curbs on applications from China, but still a lot of stuff is available. In Satya's space, there is a competition. So while he has got a situation where there are not enough skills people available, At the same time, he has got a competition from China. So I would like to know his opinion, what his suggestion to the government of India would be.
Yes, okay. Now, actually, my suggestion not only to government, actually, my suggestion I wanted to bring forward to parents. That means actually, society and educational institutions, wherein actually, they are. You see, the candidates, students, they are more with the college or university. Almost 70 to 80% of their life they spend with the college or a school or something, and they spend some little time with the parent, because when they come back to house, actually they'll spend some time with the parent. When it comes to candidate, actually, so they need to motivate in a certain level. Actually, everybody needs to take their time. It's a parent or the teacher who is leading the class, or the university, whoever is taking that take lead. So, and at the same time, government. Now, first comes to actually parents. Parents required to motivate them to go in certain direction. Then after that, actually, they need to take a suggestion from class teacher or whoever is leading the. And the third one needs to take care by government. Now, when it comes to, say, for example, if the parent, taking them to some direction, wherein actually teacher or lecturer, professor will take care of them to, grow them in that particular area, and government requires to provide some sort of infrastructure. So, with the combination of the three, like we can get a good skilled people in India. So this is what my brief suggestion to everybody to fill the gap in the skill sets. So actually, first required, as Kanchan said, like the student or the candidate required to motivate them in what direction they wanted to go. So nowadays, actually, they can go in any direction, and they can get the job. No, there is no limitation. So there is no limitation for the skills. There is no limitation for the opportunities. So just motivate them, what direction they can go on to take the opportunity. So that's what we require to send the message to society as well as the colleges and government. That's what my opinion on this skill gap.
Excellent, Satya. So I think let us ask the last opinion from Neville, because Neville is a very senior person recognized in the industry, is also well known globally in the change management arena. So Neville, I think we will leave the stage to you for making the last comments.
Thanks, CK. I'm not too sure about the prominence of my experience here, but however, Satya mentions motivation. And he mentioned it so many times, you would think that we all know how to motivate people, because he says it with a passion. And the reality of life is we do not know how to motivate people. Parents don't know how to motivate themselves, let alone motivate their children. And this is where we start with a problem. And it was the reason that I started Your Passport to Grow, because there's a massive gap in the marketplace. It's not that education doesn't value these soft skills. They do value them. They believe that it is a byproduct of being in school. So just like you would do in a network, everyone gets together and they start communicating and things happen. Well, a school has that same type of theory. It is a theory. Because for some people, that's all you need. As I said, walk into a school and look at 6, 7, 8-year-olds and go in and ask for a volunteer. You won't get many. And that's the issue. If you don't get many at that time, as they go further and further in their life, the numbers reduce. They don't increase, they reduce. So the Satyas of this world, the real go-getters, the entrepreneurs, the ones that are basically saying, I'm an engineer, I've got an idea, I'm going to go and make it happen, is diminishing just because of actually the education system. It's not a fault of the education system, it just happens because that's what happens. So as I say, education values these, but they don't know how to deliver it. And we don't deliver soft skills, we don't get better at soft skills in an hour's discussion, you know, once or twice a term or twice a year in your discussion groups at school. You do not learn to be a good communicator in a couple of hours. It takes a lot of practice, as we've seen with people expressing their views on here. You know, the more practice you do, the better you get at it. But who knows what's the right practice? And the thing is, a lot of these knowledge transfer, which education is, it's a knowledge transfer. There's a bit of knowledge going in, the learning happens, you do your homework, you get a result, you do your exam, and you find out how good you are. That's knowledge transfer. They call that the Kirkpatrick method. But it doesn't actually work in the world of soft skills, because knowledge actually is only gained by doing it. And our problem is we don't know how to do it. And as I'll go back to my example, going into a classroom of 6 or 7 year olds, the ones that have got really good attitude are the ones that volunteer. That's what we need to be motivating. How do we keep that level of volunteering up all the way through their life? How do we change the ones that are shy or reserved to say, do you know what, if I don't volunteer, I'm not going to learn anything? So it's changing that attitude, really, of fear to excitement. And going back to what Satya said about motivation, the ones that are really motivated are excited. The ones that aren't motivated are fearful. It's as simple as that. And the nice thing about the vocabulary and the English dictionary and the English alphabet is that E comes before F. So get excited and forget about the fear. So stay with E, excited, be excited. And if you can't be excited, find out how to get excited. And this is where I think parents have got a huge job here. From the day we're born, our parents really should be saying, go and explore, go and be excited. And again, letter E, stay on the letter E, forget the F. Stay with the letter E, be excited, go and explore. Go and have fun. That's the only letter F you really should be worried about. It's a really difficult arena, and I'm not belittling it by any stretch of the imaginations, but it's so important that we start to get this better. Some people are getting it right, and as we see, otherwise we wouldn't have those volunteers. We wouldn't have the Satyas of this world, the evangelists that are out there. So somewhere along the line, we're getting it right. All we need to do is find out that chemical reaction that's happened and do more of it. Sounds simple, but actually when you start to do it, it really is. So that's why, you know, we created Your Passport to Grow, simply because we take people on that experience that other people don't get. And at the end of the day, what is the bottom line here? And the bottom line is self-leadership. So that's what we're developing in everybody. The ability to be a leader in any circumstance. So that's the big picture, if you like, CK. Been a pleasure to see everyone today, with smiley faces, everyone changing the world. So we need to go and do more of it.
Absolutely. In fact, I like the example that you mentioned about E and F, which is like excitement and fun. I don't know about other things. So excitement and fun. I think that is a point in our panel discussion today. Let me summarize. I think one of the need of the hour for India specifically is that the government is also already working on changing the education system. I think that will be for good. But I think the universities and education institutes have a huge responsibility to make sure that for next couple of years, next 3 to 5 years, they actually change their attitude towards education. They start looking at what is needed by the industrialists so that the India story can propel forward. And I think, as Kanchan mentioned and Farida also, that uh, the summary of the entire discussion today is that the soft skill is no longer a soft skill and it's a hard skill. So I think at that point we can end, and that is the message we want to give to our viewers, that make sure that you have all the soft skill and think it is not a soft skill, it's really required, necessary for you to succeed. So with this, I'd like to thank all the panelists today, Neville, Satya, Farida, and Kanchan, for joining us today. And we will catch up in the next CEO Roundtable again.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant and I welcome you all to Naval Gun Live. Let me also invite my friend from UK, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. We've got an interesting subject for you today. We're going to be short on this subject, but it's about grandparents, aging population. The UK's got it, India's got it, all the world's got it. And we're talking about the well-being of these people, the mental issues that lots of old people are suffering around the world today. And we've got a few solutions that you could try. And it doesn't cost you any money to try it either. We're not going to sell you an online program. We're not going to say, download this and buy this from Amazon. We're going to just give you some simple examples that actually will increase the well-being, not just of elderly people, but also of all age groups. How's that? What do you reckon to that, CK?
Well, I think it's a very important subject, and with COVID and lockdown situation, some of these issues are aggravated within the family. And I must tell you about India. In India, we are mostly living about 60 to 70% household are joint families, which is the grandparents and grandchildren are staying with the current generation. So, the parents live all their life with their kids and grandchildren in one household. That is the norm here. Whether you are Christians or a Muslim or a Hindu, everyone lives in the same manner. That is the tradition. And I know for sure that, as people age, sometimes they get very sort of hardliner, and those issues are normally considered as part of normal aging and sort of ignored. And I'm sure, these are all issues which can be corrected by a simple visit to psychiatrist. But usually it is considered a taboo in India. People don't want to take help from others. So they tend to do their own things. They have their own social circles and things like that. That kind of life control all these phenomena. But with COVID now in picture for last almost a year, everybody's stuck at home. Their social life is disrupted. The children, school is disrupted. Our generation also, because we are just talking on the Zoom platform like this one, and the elderlies don't know how to use all these very effectively. And they don't have their friend circle. They are not able to go to parks and talk to their friends and discuss few things. So they are also losing out sort of an outlet. And I'm sure it's a big problem, especially the mental health of elderly. Probably you can tell us few ideas how we can cope up with these issues.
Well, it is a huge problem, and as you say, COVID. I mean, it's good that you've got a family integrated unit, because I think that helps with all sorts of. I mean, effectively, you got babysitters on tap, as we would call it in the UK, and you know, some families keep local, so they've got that babysitting opportunity. I mean, grandparents or your parents have got more uses than babysitters, but when your children are very young, parents need a break too. So when the parents would like to go out, even for a walk, and they don't want to take the children with them, then grandparents actually sit in and become the babysitter. So this is nothing new. It's not rocket science. It's been done for years and years and years and years. So let's just take a leaf out of our ancestors. You know, what did they do? Well, COVID has cooped us all up in the same environment. So in the first instance, I think what we need to be looking at is creating our own space, having times of day where you've got your own space and you do your own thing. So, and that's the children typically are going to be online. They're going to be doing their schooling. So the grandparents actually, rather than helping them with the schooling, perhaps leave that to the parents, and the grandparents, that's their downtime. You know, they can sit in front of the TV, they can snooze, they can read a book, do the crossword, and just, you know, chat amongst themselves, you know, have that adult time. So I think this is important to recognize. We need to be a little bit disciplined about what we do, especially when we're cooped up together and there's no outlet. We need to create those outlets. The second thing is, I remember as a kid playing cards with my mum. And we would, after dinner, or as we called it, tea, after about 5 o'clock, we'd all do the washing up, and then we'd sit round the table, and we've already done our homework because we've been home from school. We'd sit round the table, we'd play cards. I remember playing a game called Newmarket, which had 4 cards on the table, and you just literally played cards. And it was great fun. We cheated like everybody else. We laughed like everybody else. My mum laughed. And when, on an odd occasion, one of my grandparents was staying with us because they lived like 400 miles away, then my nan would laugh too. And she'd be one of the best at cheating, okay? She'd be teaching us cheats we'd never even thought of. And it's fine, because cheating's part of the game, you know? It's having a little bit of fun. There's nothing wrong with it. That worked for us. It could work for you. And I know, CK, it actually works for you, because you've started to play cards with the kids and your parents. So just lead people through what happens when you play cards.
Yes, in fact, we had this issue where we were not able to find time to communicate with each other, because to handle these issues, I think communication is the key, where if you are able to provide that platform for everyone to, talk and discuss, then they will not have these issues, the solitary issue, even though they are living in one family unit. So we thought that after dinner we will play cards, and that will give us a family bonding time every night, every day after dinner. So we started it. It is actually very interesting. Everybody is laughing on the table. Every hand that we play, there is kids are very smartest of the cheats on the table. They learn very fast. So those kind of things are happening. Every hand we are laughing as a family.
And we do know that laughter, is a good mental health medicine. It's the cheapest medicine out. And the nice thing is, when everyone joins in, you can't stop the laughter. And I bet there are occasions in your family where you laugh for absolutely no reason whatsoever, and everyone laughs. But you never say, what were we laughing about? You just get on with it, and you enjoy the next laugh. You are your own set of comedians, really. And anyone can do this. It doesn't cost anything to do. And you could do it. You don't have to play cards. You could do a crossword. You could create a crossword. So here's some opportunity to get the kids to be creative. Get them to make the crossword and challenge the grandparents, to finish it. It will take the children longer to do the crossword than it will do the adults to finish it, hopefully, as long as the dictionary's been used and they've used proper words. But again, you can have fun with that. Scrabble is an absolutely brilliant game. And again, what the children are learning, they're learning new words. They're learning to be team players. They're learning to be engaging. They're learning to listen, to have fun. And those are some characteristics that we sadly lack, actually, in the workplace. So there's so many things you could get a hold of. And there's another one is where a lot of old people do miss their old friends. They can't go to the coffee shop, and meet, their friends on a regular basis. But the likelihood is that their friends do have access to the internet. They do have a workstation. They do have a tablet. They might even have an iPhone. The likelihood is they will have a smartphone. I can tell you now that there's some TV programs that have been run in the UK over the last 5 or 6 years where young kids go into care homes and they're teaching very old people how to use Skype, FaceTime, Zoom, all the technology. And they get hold of it and they go, well, you just do this, this, and this. This is how I talk to my dad. You can talk to your friend. And the kids are so demonstrative and simple and patient as well, because an old person might think, oh, well, I don't really want to do that. I'm scared. I'm not too sure about this technology. And the kids will say, well, look, this is all you do. Bish, bash, bosh, and off you go. And the nice thing is that if those grandparents have got other grandparents' friends at a distance, they're going to be grandparents of other kids. So all of a sudden, the other kids can be involved too. And they can have a little bit of fun. I don't know if you, CK, have ever tried to play Scrabble, with your kids play Scrabble with their friends, in other houses. I mean, even next door. I mean, you can do this from room to room, actually, if you've got enough tablets. And it's hilarious. It's even more fun because you hear the next door laughing their head off and you think, well, what are they laughing at? And you suddenly realize you spelt it wrong, and then you start to laugh as well. Another game is battleships. I don't know if I used to play battleships a lot when I was a kid. You can play battleships from a distance. There are so many games that you can play and have some fun from a distance, but bring yourself together. So I hope these are just a few ideas today to help people along, because mental health of everybody, not just elderly people, but of everybody, is absolutely critical, not just in this COVID time, but all times. We all need to know we can pick up the phone to a friend because we never know when we're going to need them.
Well, nowadays there are a lot of games on Facebook, especially the battle game is fantastic. I don't know whether you got to see the latest version of the battle game.
No, I didn't even know it was on Facebook. But I would play battleships on a piece of paper. I'd draw a grid, and
right.
we'd put, 1 square for a submarine, 2 for a destroyer, 3 for a battleship, and 4 for an aircraft carrier. I can even remember it now. So it's harmless fun. Nobody gets injured. All you're doing is picking a square. It's incredibly funny.
Right. So now it has gone beyond from squares, and you can pick Yamato, you can pick Mississippi, you can take Prince of Wales, and
the digital age, CK. I must
Right.
I must go online and have a look at it.
Right, and you can check their statistics. How fast they go, what is the thickness of their aft.
Oh,
what
blimey, that's a
length.
bit too much information.
and the Scrabble is also online. Thousands of people will be playing at any time. But I think above all, if I take my parents, we have this speaker remote, and they are very comfortable pressing the numbers. And those are the things which are not available now. So they feel very uncomfortable talking about the channel, what program they want to see, because now you have to speak in the remote instead of pressing that number. So I think, but you mentioned correctly, the kids are very smart, and they are the people who are teaching them how to do things. It's not we. The kids are teaching them how to press, how to go to this website, how to download this music, how to do things. So they're very cohesive team. And above all, the communication is the key here, because if you leave them alone, there could be some unfortunate people where the communication can become an issue, and that will lead to serious problems. So I think the people who are looking after the elderlies in their homes, they should communicate with these people to make sure that the mental health is taken care. Some of these issues can be handled very easily by simple communication.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And, hopefully we've given people a few insights today as what they can do. There is always a downside. There always is, there are always people that are preying on young people, and they prey on old people too. The number of people that, release funds because they think someone's being honest with them on the phone. But we only learn through communication. And as I say, the best way actually is to engage grandparents and grandchildren, but give a bit of space. In these COVID times, everyone's cooped up in the same place. Give yourself a little bit of space. Have a little bit of discipline, because that's what you need. Because if it's 24/7, that is mental anguish. Not every grandparent can handle their grandchildren 24/7. I'm looking forward to being a grandparent, but I'm also looking forward to giving them back because I do know that I will be definitely needing my space. And that's not being nasty. It's just being realistic. At the end of the day, we need to recognize and be respectful that we all need a little bit of our own space. But it's a fascinating subject. We can do so much for mental health without going to see a psychiatrist, without going to see a doctor. Those are in serious cases, yes, you should go there. It's a bit like if you break your leg, don't strap it together and think it's going to be okay. You need to go to the hospital to get your leg fixed. But there's a lot of mental health, a little bit of anxiousness, a little bit of being overwhelmed, getting angry from antsy from time to time. These are things that we can deal with on an ongoing basis. And grandchildren love their grandparents. And I'm sure it's the same the other way around. So we can do an awful lot for the mental health of the country.
I think some of the ideas that you mentioned are very relevant, very important, especially in the COVID era. And I'm sure viewers who are watching this will follow some of these guidelines. So thank you very much, Neville, for finding time and discussing this very important subject, which is affecting the world. We will catch up again on something interesting again in Neville Gunt Live very soon.
We will do. Have fun, CK. Have fun, everybody. Good mental health.
Thank you, Neville. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello, friends, and welcome to Spotlight. And today I'm very honored to welcome our guest today, Mr. Jeremy Blaine, the CEO of Performance Works. He joins us from UK.
Good to join you again, CK. Hope you're well.
Absolutely. And today we have a very interesting subject to discuss with you, Jeremy. And the subject is very close to my heart. And also, I'm sure a lot of entrepreneurs must be thinking about it. You know, when you start your company or you start your group or you start as a leader in the industry, you have a goal, you have a purpose, and you want to fulfill that purpose. But along the way, you somehow miss that purpose and you become a profiteer. You know, after a couple of years, you want to make sure that, you want to keep making revenues, etc. So I think this is one subject, how do you strike a balance between the purpose of your company or your group or your leadership and how much profit you have to look at. What is your opinion on this?
Yeah, we don't often talk about it being a problem making profit, do we? in business. What a way to start 2021 after we've just had this pandemic and businesses are looking, some businesses are fighting for survival, some are fighting for every piece of margin. But actually, what is happening is that alongside that, there is this huge transformation that is happening in business, as we know, not just the traditional business transformation like digital and workforce, but actually at leadership level, and the need to drive new traits and skills at leadership level to take the company in a different direction. And there is a growing groundswell of leaders across the world who are, I would use the phrase, who are becoming forces for good. So beyond the company walls, they have an eye to what is the contribution of the business and them to society, to the planet as a whole, when we talk about climate change, but also how they can manage and lead their business more ethically and balance profit and purpose together. And purpose, I think it's worth mentioning. When we say purpose, that is going beyond traditional vision and mission. It's having a core purpose which is meaningful to that leader, to that business, to the employees within the business, and to their customers and stakeholders externally to it. You could be as bold as to say that many of these more enlightened leaders who are starting to very, very loudly talk about this are really challenging the very roots of capitalism as we know it today and looking at a brand new model.
So I think it is easier said than done. It requires a lot of thinking, a lot of planning, risk analysis. And I know for sure, you work with a lot of entrepreneurs globally. You help them with their journey. And you also have a very unique company called Performance Work. And you come out with these different matrices and you help people like us. Do you have a model by which you can strike, a person like me can strike a balance between how much profit I need to run my show and how much time I need for myself?
Yeah, I don't have a model. I have an ethos. So my ethos is that, between 5 and 8% of my profits will go to supporting the communities within which I serve. And you can go to my website and have a look. Now, I'm a small business. I have embraced a new way of working. So I've restructured and set up my business very differently to a traditional model. I've embraced the gig economy. I have 100% contingent workforce apart from myself, and leverage talent from all over the world, not just within 10 miles or 10 kilometers of where I live. So I have unique resources, but that also enables me to practice this as well. So I am using and hiring talent from around the world also that have a very similar viewpoint. So they want to work with an organization like myself. So if we can do that together well, then we create a sort of a mutual loyalty. So it gives you that sort of sense of a permanent workforce. So that's one way of me shoring up the business from, if you like, from the bottom up. But then because I'm able to control what I do and how I do things and how I source things, I do that in a responsible way that first of all helps me manage my costs, but also helps to give back. So for example, it's not just about, when I say give back, it's not just about giving to charity or donating. It is actually work with the people that I work with. Part of the remuneration that I offer them is to make donations for causes that they're passionate about in their country or within their region. And also, if they're in a country which is going through some kind of major event, is make sure that we're actively supporting them as individuals and their family, but also in a financial way, in a very small way. Being a small business, 5 to 8% of my business is not 5 to 8% of HP or Unilever, of course, let's face it. But my argument would be, if there are many entrepreneurs like myself and small businesses and medium businesses who do this, the number becomes huge.
I'm sure this is a very interesting concept. And, I think for a small companies like yours and as well as mine and many others like us, it will also depend on how much revenue we are making per customer. Because if you're not making enough revenue, then, you can't implement this model. So you must have faced these challenges, how much you have to make per customer. And because you're embracing the gig economy, you have a limited time at your hand. And you want to make it maximum output out of that. So what is your mantra of finding who's the right client to work with?
Yeah, well, it doesn't. Even if you've got a blueprint of the right client, it doesn't always work. That. You feel that it's good potential, but it's there. But so I don't look at it on a client by client basis or a partner by partner basis. I look at it as more of the overall business mix. So, in margin terms, I have a minimum margin that I look at, which enables me then to give back. It doesn't necessarily need to be giving back to that community there or to that client because I'm working with that client or wherever it is, but I do require a minimum, of course. So as long as I'm making that minimum margin, I'm able to do that. And what I do is I make sure that is ring fenced in our account. So my accountant is very much on board with this as well. And she knows that at the end of each month, she'll look at that, she'll look at the margin, she'll extract that out of the monthly figures and put it into a pot that we can use. And then we use that very sensibly as well. We don't use it every month. We use it, as and when it's needed, but we also make sure we do it. And even in small ways, I do a series, which of course you have been a guest on, CK, called Guest Practices, where we talk to entrepreneurs like yourself who have a story to tell and who can inspire with their own journey. And part of the way of thanking my guests with that is, as you'll remember, is talking to you about what's really important for you, where you live, or the country where you live, the region where you live, that we can contribute to as an added thank you for being there, and we make a donation. So it comes either in moments like that when we do very specific things like that, or month by month, quarter by quarter, when we look at what the available pot is, and it's always different, and where it's needed. So, for example, at the end of 2019, we diverted much of our funds, not just to the poorest places on earth, but also some of the countries who were in bad need of it. So it was around the Australian bushfires, you'll remember, which absolutely decimated not just communities and families, but wildlife on a large scale and the natural environment. And so actually we diverted almost kind of 90% of our available gifting, if you like, and support to that all around the world. And again, I reinforce, even as a small business, you can do this. Every little helps. Just remember that.
Very, very interesting. In fact, you mentioned about the wildfire. There are wildfires everywhere. And, most of the time, the plight of the wildlife is sort of ignored. And I think people like you are doing a lot to help this cause. So this brings me to a question which is lurking in my mind, and that is, this needs to be spread. There has to be a rub-off effect of what you're doing. I think all of us should embrace the gig economy and also contribute whatever percentage we have in mind back to the society. So are you thinking or planning or already have a group where like-minded people can join and share ideas?
Well, yes, informally, I would say, but I'm also learning from people and entrepreneurs. So there is a CEO in the UK called Paul Hargreaves, who is the CEO of a company called Cotswold Fare. It is a wholesale food distributor. He is absolutely committed to this, and he wrote this book that you can see here, Forces for Good, which is talking about creating a better world through purpose-driven business. And his argument with this book is it's about leaders. He is one of these new breed of leaders who's had he's my age, had a traditional career and then started his own business, was a profiteer, as you called it before, and then suddenly took a step back and say, you know what, I can do more and I need to do more and we have a duty to do more. The old model isn't working and there are lots of people like this. So there's an informal community that we talk about, and I've also interviewed Paul on those same kind of guest practices podcasts that I do that I was doing for you, and it's fascinating. You talk to somebody like Paul, and he is so emotionally tied to this, that the way that he talks about his business, his people, communities that he serves, some of the things that he's dealt with and the people that he's helped, you see how deeply it affects him on an emotional level. And this is where that new breed of leader, I think, really models the behavior. They're very, very in touch with the human center of themselves, the emotional side. They embrace human-centered leadership. They embrace community-centered leadership, as well as driving the business forward. And he is a great business person, so he is very focused on doing that, but alongside his support. Now, one very formalized element that goes alongside that in the UK is something called a certified B Corp, B for Betty. So certified B Corp, certified B Corporation. Google it, have a look at it. It is a new standard. So you'll know the ISO standards that we shared sort of worldwide around process quality and all of those kind of things. Certified B Corp is a process accreditation system which looks at what we're talking about here: purpose-driven businesses and leaders. This goes beyond what like ISO used to do. It looks not just at processes and systems and how you operate. It looks about your employee policies, your community policies. It looks at where you source every single product from. It looks how you manage your partners and distributors. It also considers how you are a voice in the marketplace for driving this kind of mentality and mindset shift at leadership and business level. It is absolutely staggering. So I'm starting to go through that process. And I must say, for a small business like myself, it's a really difficult process to go. It is. Now, I thought ISO was a difficult process and time consuming. This really is, but it's helping ask questions that I've not asked before. So I thought I was kind of on this road, but until I went down that certified B Corp route, I didn't quite see some of the areas that now are starting to be joined up in my business, how I operate externally and with others.
Jeremy, it was my pleasure to know your personal side, and it is my honor to bring this to the viewers of my program. I think this is amazing what you're doing. And you have made up your mind and you have made up a process within the company, which could be either copied by others and could be influenced. You can get inspired. I think that their possibilities are tremendous. We had a bad line in between, but most of the message is very clear. One should not only look at profit making or profiteering, as I've used this word, but also look at how you can contribute for a larger good of the society, because ultimately we are all social animal and this is our world. We should not be not contributing. We should actually make from the society and give it back a little bit or whatever we can. So I think it's a pleasure talking to you today, learning about your this side of humane side of your character. You have any last words to, or sort of advice you would like to give it to our viewers?
Well, just 2 or 3 points, actually. First of all, anybody can do this. I'm a small business. I've embraced a new structure for my business, which means that my costs are very low. So it enables me to do this, even at the level that I'm at as a business. So anybody can do this. It's a mindset shift first, and it's a decision. And you're absolutely right. For me, I am totally committed, totally passionate, and we'll talk to anybody about it. So, if any of your audience here and our viewers would like to get in touch, then feel free. Very happy to have an exchange. But the other important point to note, of course, when we consider the new generations like the millennials in the workplace moving now up to management and leadership levels, and Generation Z coming into the workplace, that may also look for 2-3 jobs at a time, not necessarily a career, then they're looking beyond now the usual things like reward and remuneration. Many are now looking about what type of organization it is and how they are giving back to the community and to the planet as a whole, how they talk about the environment, sustainability, and their track record. And employer branding around this is so important in terms of talent competitive advantage moving forward, that I think that's a tangible benefit to come out of this, as well as you and us as individuals feeling much more fulfilled as business people. We can make profit, but we can also give back.
Excellent message, Jeremy. In fact, it was my personal pleasure to talk to you once again, bring your personal side to my viewers. And I think it was, quite heartening to learn that, we can also do this apart from running our company. We can also contribute back to the society, whatever the cause may be. You can have a cause which is related to cancer care. You may have cause related to wildlife or malnourished children, education, anything. So I think it's interesting conversation we had today. It was my pleasure to talk to you once again. And thank you very much for finding time and discussing this thing with us today.
Thank you very much for having me, CK.
So see you next time, Jeremy. And until then, you take care and bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small players.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. In Top Brass today, I would like to present some analysis of what is going on between India and China, and recently the role of SFF, which is also known as Special Frontier Force, came into light, although it was sort of downplayed by media, and it was also downplayed by China because they got the defeat. So they have been doing a lot of propaganda about their army, which is the PLA, is the world's strongest army. But they have been defeated by something called SFF, Special Frontier Force, a contingent of Indian Army. So we will discuss in detail what is going on there. And I will also talk about what is SFF and why it is so effective over Chinese. So before we move on to discussing the issue, I would like to present something to you so that the things are in perspective. This is the map of Jammu and Kashmir as it stands as a whole. And there are a lot of disputes. I will not discuss about what are the disputes. The green area is in control of Pakistan after 1948 battle between India and Pakistan. This blue area is under the control of Indian government, and the yellow areas are occupied by China. in 1962. Now, this area has been named as Aksai Chin by China after occupying, but originally this is part of Ladakh, the Ladakh region of J&K, which is part of Tibet Plateau. So, as you can see in this part of the world, this border, the blue line which depicts the border, is the most active border anywhere in the world. This is a flashpoint between Pakistan and India lays the legal right on the entire territory. And in fact, the Indian government in Jammu and Kashmir has empty seats in their assembly representing these areas. Now, it is also important that some of this area has been illegally occupied by Pakistan, and this the northern part is also gifted to China. Some of it, almost like 50 kilometers or 40 kilometers square kilometer of area, so that the Chinese can build their rail and road structure and they can enter Pakistan. So, at the time of independence of India and Pakistan, the Indian border did not touch China at all. So the China started their conquest, and they actually occupied a lot of regions, and we will discuss what happened. And now they are trying to occupy Indian part of Jammu and Kashmir. Now, before we move on to the next China-specific details, I want to concentrate on this area which is called Siachen Glacier. Now, this is the highest battlefield in the world. Temperature throughout the year remains upwards of minus 40 degrees centigrade. Yet it is manned by the Indian Army throughout the year, 24/7. A lot of patrolling points are there, which are at the high ground, and these are surveyed by the Indian Army throughout the year. There is just one road which is a supply line to Siachen Glacier. So if you are able to break that road or occupy that area, you can cut the supplies to Siachen Glacier, and the soldiers there will be stranded. Now, you may ask why there is so much of flashpoint between these three countries, which is India, Pakistan, and China over Siachen. Simply because in 1999, Pakistan wanted to change the demography of this place and wanted to acquire Siachen Glacier, and hence they invaded this part, which is also called Kargil. And the road which goes to Siachen passes through Kargil region, and they wanted to occupy, break that supply lines of India to Siachen, and that's why the battle happened in 1999, in which Pakistan was defeated. And from 1999, it has been proven to the world that Pakistan is always been an aggressor, and they have always invaded the Indian territory. So, this boundary is straight line simply because in this part of the world, the demography, the geography of this part of the world is so difficult that each square kilometer has a significance. Although there is no habitation of human in these areas, but yet the army has their force in this area, and they are fighting for saving the land from falling into Chinese control. This part is also occupied by China, yet India lay claim on these areas. So, moving on to the next slide, you will know exactly why there is so much anguish against China. So, at the time of independence, this was the size of China as a country. So, this was a Chinese as an independent country in 1948, and they started their occupation, and they acquired this area first, which is also called East Turkestan, which is now part of China. And because of that, the China increased their landmass, and they were able to reach almost Russia. Although they were not supposed to share any boundary on the western side with Russia, but they almost reached Russia. And Tibet used to be a separate country. So if you look at not even 100 years back, China was not as big as it is today. They actually acquired peaceful countries like Turkestan and Tibet. Tibet was primarily a highland, world highest and world largest plateau. Um, you will know exactly in a moment why the geography of Tibet is so important. And so Tibet is completely country, and Turkestan is completely occupied by China. And the Tibet people and their government escaped to India, and they run their government in exile from India. And China doesn't like that. So India has given some sort of, they are keeping Tibet, helping Tibet to stay alive. A lot of people are in Indian cities, Tibetans who are living, and also their religious leader is Dalai Lama, who is based in a place called Dharamshala in India. So it's an open fact, and the Tibetan people would like to go back to their own country and run their country. So there is a lot of hatred for Chinese among the Tibetan people. So this is one fact I want to show to you. Moving on, the whole of plateau, which is a part of Ladakh and also Tibet, appears like this. So you see, it is a very hard, very ancient rock structure, very, very old rock structure, very solid, very plain. And in fact, the road, you don't have to build road on these rocks because they are so hard and compact. You can drive straight away your vehicles on top of this structure. And you don't see even grass growing in this part of the world because there is hardly any rain there. So most of the landscape looks like this. So in order to understand what is happening between India and China, we have to also understand the geography of the place and how it formed. So I want to showcase something more, which is basically the formation of Himalayas. So Himalaya actually became a prominent world highest mountain range, and the collision of Indian subcontinent happened into Asia, and hence the result, as a result of collision, the Himalayas were formed. But Himalayas were formed, why they were formed? Because the Tibet Plateau is a very hard rock, and it did not allow Indian peninsula to get basically penetrate further, and because of that, this landmass started going like this, like a mountain. So this is the reason why the mountains are still growing, still gaining height. As an estimate, they almost grow by almost half foot every year. So it is still growing. It's a very young mountain. And Tibet Plateau geography is the main reason for Himalayas to form. So I want to show something else which I drew on a piece of paper. This is exactly what I'm trying to showcase, how the mountains are being formed, and they are different layers. And this is a Tibet Plateau, which is a flat, very hard rock, very big one at very extreme heights. And did you remember that the previous picture did not had any plants or any grass over there? That's simply because by the time the rain cloud reaches Tibet, they are totally dry. In fact, they don't even reach because the mountains of Himalayas completely stop them on this side of the Indian side. So as you can see that I try to demonstrate that as the height goes, the vegetation also changes, and there are up to certain height the trees can grow, and after that, at certain height the grass can grow, and slightly higher the rain can happen, and if you go even higher, the rain will convert into snow. So you see that these mountains are so high that they are even higher than the snow line, and the Tibet Plateau is basically not receiving any rains or any snowfall or any water. So that is why this land, which is on the other side of Himalayas, is bone dry. I hope I'm able to convey the point here. Nevertheless, let's go back to where we were today. So this is how the Tibet is formed. It's a very high land, with almost insignificant population, and but yet people stay at very high areas, and most of these people are, in fact, almost like 99% follow the Buddhist culture, and they follow peace. They don't do any harm to any living or animal or humans. So that is their ideology. So they were very peaceful people until the Chinese government came, marched with their army, and acquired them in 50s. So this is where the whole thing pans out. In the middle, there is Dalai Lama, which is the spiritual leader of the entire Tibet as a country. The Tibet government is operating from India in exile, as they say, and you can see how these Tibetan people look like. I have given the geography of this land. I'm going why SFF is so critical and even Chinese cannot compete with SFF. Now, as you can see, these Tibetan people are genetically engineered. They are the people which has characteristics which no human on the planet has. They are genetically engineered to live at high places, and some of these Dalai Lama personal guards, basically they were the combat forces in 50s, and they were given an option to join Indian Army, and then Indian Army, as you know, is the most professional, battle hardened army in the world, and they operate in everywhere, every part of territory. They have the skills to fight in mountains, in desert, in the ocean, or on the plain line. So they have all types of skills, all types of training. And with the Dalai Lama security team joining Indian Army and became the Special Frontier Force, there is another characteristic of Indian Army because of which, they thrive. SFF actually became 100,000 strong men today. The preference in Indian Army is given to next of kith and kin. So they had a very specific job. Since these people are genetically engineered to live and operate at high areas where normal human being cannot even operate. For example, if you are undergoing a training, then you have to run for 30 kilometers with full pack. Is part of the training, and you have to do it every day. So a normal human being will tire out because there's hardly any oxygen and there's lack of gravity in those areas. Whereas the Tibetan people can run easily without even sweating, because they normally live 16,000 feet above sea level. So that is their normal dwelling. And at that place, if you train them, they will excel. So you see, I've explained why China is trying to occupy Indian territory, because they want to nullify, they want to have a direct connection with Pakistan via Siachen also. And it is in their strategy to acquire other countries. They have been doing that. They have problems with every neighbor they have. So second thing is why the Indian government, Indian and Chinese, Indian as a country and in China as a country are fighting with each other for something which has no monetary value, but it has very high strategic value, because if you are at high ground, you can see for miles, and China want to acquire the high ground so that they can see them to the miles as far as they can see, and they can have better control on the Indian side of things. So as on their side, it's a plateau, so they can pretty much come very easily. But once they are in mountains, they have to basically look at the Indian side of it. Now, Indian side, every inch matters, because you're not going to have a lot of road structure. You will not have a lot of, the demography or the geography of the land offers a lot of challenges. There are valleys, there are rivers, there are lack of infrastructure, um, carrying troops, carrying heavy machinery, all that is a big challenge. So considering all that, Indian territory has to be watched. Every inch has to be watched, because even an inch is given to Chinese, they will start getting upper hand on it. So now the SFF comes in play, that these are the people who can go live comfortably at very high altitude. When I say they are genetically engineered, they have very high hemoglobin in their blood, higher than a normal human men. So if you look at the average men having hemoglobin is about 15 per square centimeter, rating of 15, but whereas these people who are from Tibet, they have 22. So higher hemoglobin in their blood gives them ability to absorb oxygen molecule much better than a normal human being. So they can, and at such high altitude, oxygen is less. So you and I will go there, we start panting, because without even running, we will feel so much lack of oxygen that we will not be able to breathe properly at such high places. And when the mountaineers go, they actually carry oxygen bottles with them. Whereas these people can live, their village and their normal dwellings are at 16,000 feet. And this battle is happening on 17,000 feet. So it is very easy for them to go and challenge the Chinese. And this is exactly what has happened. They have actually challenged the Chinese, and they have a lot of anguish against the Chinese army. I'm not saying that they will have anguish against the Chinese people, but they definitely have anguish against the Chinese army. And they are trained, well trained by the Indian army. So Indian army is battle hardened. They have always fought a lot of battles. They have training programs to fight on all kinds of terrain, because they have huge territory to protect. And under the Indian army training and their physiological characteristic, these are the soldiers which are ideal to fight at such heights. The second issue is that the Chinese enter Indian territory only in month of summers. When the winter comes, these places are so harsh. There is absolutely nothing available to sustain people. So usually what happens is that the Chinese army will have to go back in winters, because their supply lines will get frozen completely. This is not something which I can explain in words, but somebody goes there and see how harsh this land is, and there is a reason why people don't live in these highlands. And that is why a specific type of people can live, which are these people. And they form the Special Frontier Force of Indian Army. They have there is another agreement which was signed between India and China in 1996. Because of that agreement, we are not supposed to use any firearms. We can carry the firearms, and both army don't use a firearm, and so they can carry the weapon, but they have to unclip their bullets in both sides. So what has happened now is that the SFF, who can live comfortably because it's their region, their territory, for thousands of years in that part of the world, they can be there for almost an entire year, whereas Chinese will have to go back when the winter comes. That is point number one. Point number two is that they have been highly trained by the Indian army. So when this battle happened, it is basically a raw man-to-man combat, whereas the Indian soldiers did not feel fatigued, whereas Chinese were feeling fatigued, and they were beaten black and blue, because you're not supposed to use any firearms. So they have been beaten black and blue by brute human force. And that is how the Finger 4 has been acquired by SFF, and they are now holding that position. So, this is the background, why it is important for India to guard its territory, because it is having very high strategic value. Second thing is that we have the right resources. Indian army has the right people who can operate at such high areas comfortably at 16,000, 17,000, 18,000 feet, as if it's their backyard. And they have been trained thoroughly by the Indian Army. And these are the people who are going to compete with Chinese, because Chinese, even though Chinese soldiers are there, but they cannot live there forever. So I think this is something that I thought I will bring to you, to your notice, and something that is happening, but this incident was sort of downplayed, and this is my analysis of the situation where why SSF is going to play a major role, not only because they are genetically um, well suited to have that kind of a battleground, but they also have their emotions attached to protecting their motherland. They were stared out, their forefathers were stared out from the country by Chinese, so they hate the Chinese army and they will fight the China aggression for India. So dear friends, do write to me about this video, and we can discuss further on this subject. And I will meet you again tomorrow with something more interesting. Until then, bye-bye. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and today I would like to give you a piece of advice, or you can say a tip, or you can say sort of an input to all my startup friends who are either starting with a new idea, or people who are actually doing incubation and coming out with new ideas. So here is my 2 cents, which is expected to help you. Now this applies to your idea as well as how you promote your idea. So one of the thing is that you always have to be original. You can get inspired by what others are doing, but when you actually talk about your own idea or your own marketing concepts, or you want to promote your offerings, etc., you have to be always original, because you may go through right now, but you may be exposed later. So be confident, be original, never copy others, and while you can get inspired by any idea that you come across, but then you think out of the box and be original. So with this, this is my tip for today, and hopefully this is information which is coming from an experienced person, from your industry colleague. Hope you like it, and I'll speak to you next time. Thank you very much. Bye bye. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass. Today I would like to discuss about the new tax reform which has been announced by the Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi. But before I give you a little bit more detail about what has been achieved so far in last 6 years by the current dispensation, I think it is important to go back in history and see why we are in this place today as we are. Um, there used to be a feudal system where the king will get the tax collected from his, his lower ministers and so on, and there was a pyramid. So ultimately, the tax used to be collected in the form of grains, and the ultimately the people in India were giving the grains as their contribution to the kingdom. So this was mostly the feudal system, which was also present in China, and it was also present in entire Europe. So this was a feudal system, and there were a lot of disadvantages in that system because there was no very strong law at that point in time. What if you don't have? What if there is a drought? What if there is a pandemic? So those things were not covered under the law because the kings used to change frequently, and since it was a monarchy, they can demand whatever they could. So the first known reform was done by a guy called Alauddin Khilji. Now, in India, we know this person as a sort of a tyrant because he was anti-India Indian natives, and he killed his father-in-law to acquire the power. But the whole thing is that in the 1300 AD, he created a tax system which still exists today. And well, his tax system was very process oriented. It had a bit of feudalism in it, but it was still a well-defined tax system, which was managed by keeping records. And then the tax was calculated, and how much each person owe, and why he owes that much tax. So reasons, rights, and duties all were defined by Alauddin Khilji. Why? Because Alauddin Khilji, even though he was a ruler, but before he acquired the position of a ruler, he actually was an accountant for the king. He was also son-in-law of the king. So he created a system. There were uh, uh, there were a lot of good things in taxation system, but Indians hated it because the whole ideology behind this tax system was to make sure that the Indians who are non-Muslims were marginalized. And the idea behind the whole tax system is that if you are non-Muslims were taxed more, and so much so that they should not be able to even ride a horse. So that was very well written agenda of the Alauddin Khilji's tax reform, which he carried out somewhere between 1300 to 1400 AD. And the whole idea was to control the money which is there, a lot of gold and silver which was there in India, all that was confiscated by the kingdom of Alauddin, and made sure that all non-Muslims are marginalized and became very, very poor, probably died. So that is why most of the non-Muslim Indians do not like this character, even though I will give him full credit to first create a system which was a well-defined tax system. That continued, the tyranny of the Islamic world continued in India, and then the British arrived. And then British also had the feudal system in their own country. But then they realized, this system was better than theirs. So they actually adapted that system. And then since the British had colonies around the world, they modified the system, the tax system, which was started by Alauddin, and took it to all their colonies and implemented it. So since British had a lot of colonies from Americas to Far East, most of the countries today uses that system. So I think if you go back in history, Alauddin Khilji had a major role to play in formatting the tax system of the world today, in whatever form it is. Now let's come back to the present. This is just a background, why we're talking about the tax system. The background of problems India had because of tax is because the nationalization was done in 70s during emergency period. That means you have to work with a public agency, and the private players will be again marginalized. I think the whole ideology of the nationalization movement was to marginalize any private activity, because it was assumed that anyone who's doing private business is actually not honest. So this was the whole ideology, and because of that, the tax system which evolved from that point was all uh, public enterprise centric and anti-private enterprise. So because of that, the India lost in a very big way against the biggest competition, which is China, because both countries were highly populous countries, both got independence at the same time, both were poor in 1947, 1949 era, but China was able to come out of that clutches of that lawlessness, which India continued, because any innovation was not was not considered as an innovation. It was considered as something which is not great for the country. So much so that anyone who invented new thing was also shut down, and he was not allowed to do any new innovation or invention, and so on and so forth. Even for the industrialists, if they grow beyond certain limit, they were actually taxed more. So there was no incentive for business to grow beyond a point. Business people started feeling, oh, what should I do? Why should I grow more? Because I'll be taxed more. So let me continue, below this threshold, so that at least I will continue. I don't want to attract any headache, unnecessary headache. And because of that, China took a leap and India stayed behind. So when this dispensation led by Mr. Narendra Modi came in 2014, they were on a mission to change everything when it comes to taxation. They did so many tax reforms. They removed so many draconian. They brought GST. They got rid of the excise and sale tax. There are still a few products which are covered under excise and sale tax, but by and large, everything is centralized based on GST mechanism, and because of that, the tax became very, very transparent. Because if you are doing some business, if you invoice somebody, you will collect the GST, and then it will be shown in the document. So going away from that parallel economy which was running since 70s till 2014. Now, if you look at the Indian economy, it is something like $2.5 to $3 trillion economy. But some people say that the parallel economy, which is not accounted by the government, which is cash economy, is even bigger than this. So the whole idea is to bring that parallel economy back into the legitimate way of doing business, so that India becomes much richer, much power in the world, economic power in the world, and also production powerhouse, which China has shown to the world. What you can do if you train people, skill them properly, and to do that you need money, because government does not make any money. Government is not in the business of making money. The government is in the business of governance. They make laws, they implement, they make sure that people follows, and people pay tax. That money is used to create benefit for the society. So this is how the whole system works. So after GST, the tax actually start increasing, and but that is not sufficient. Still a lot of people are out of the tax bracket. One of the big reason was because in 70s, when the nationalization happened, the tax department was used as sort of a agency to harass people. So if you get a tax notice, it is worse than getting a police FIR. You will be so much harassed. So people used to get very scared to get any tax department notices. So I think today's reform, which Prime Minister Modi announced, is very, very important. What are the key things in today's announcement? One is a completely faceless tax department. That means if you're based in Delhi, your tax officer will not be based in Delhi. In fact, you will not even know who's your tax officer. And in case that some discrepancy is found in your tax returns, then the person who is actually acting upon your tax will be different than who is actually assessing it. So, it will be totally transparent, it will be totally driven. And how the allocation of who will work on what application or what case will be determined by a AI based engine. So even the tax people will not have any control what cases they have to work on today. So they come to their desk and they open their system and they see number of cases. So every day that list will change. So this system is very important. I think probably it is happening for the first time in any country across the world, where if suppose I am a tax officer, I will not have any personal relationship with any business or any individual in my city or anywhere in the country. So nobody will know me as my first name, last name. Nobody will, even if they know me, people will have to also understand that next time the person or the face will be different. So one person will not be following one case at all. It will keep changing. So this is so important. So it will give rise to transparency in the system. It will give rise to process the cases in a very diligent manner without any prejudice. Because what happens is, if there is a human being, you start developing relationship with him, whether cash or kind, and then that is the starting point of the parallel economy. Because then this tax officer can give you some favors, or you can seek some favors in return of something. So all that possibility is going away. The tax itself has been modified quite a bit. What it was in 2013 and before, it has been modified quite a bit. It's completely online. Your transactions are completely online. In fact, if you look at India as a country, India is setting up the world record in digital payments. Uh, Even though we are not 100% covered in digital payments, but India is such a large country. If most of the people are paying digitally, it will have a big impact. So all the transactions are online, therefore it can be tracked. The taxations are again online. There is a process around it. It can be tracked. And now, in today's announcement, it is faceless. That means there is a lot of AI being used to make sure that there are no unnecessary harassment of the people. The people who are honestly paying taxes should not be unnecessarily given any notices. And even if somebody gets a notice, he can submit his document electronically, and those will be processed or worked upon by people who are not ever be related to this individual. So this is why this tax reform is a game changer. I'm sharing the link of the Government of India website, which you can see. A lot of information is available on this link. You can see it down here. But friends, do write to me, reach out to me in case you have any suggestions or any comments on this one. But I am very excited as a businessman that for the first time anywhere in the world, such a profound tax reform has taken place, and I'm very proud of it. Thank you very much, dear viewers. I will catch up with you again tomorrow. Until then, bye bye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and I welcome you on this very bright Monday morning in the Doctor Speak. And our guest doctor today is Dr. Pooja Bedi. So let me welcome Dr. Pooja without further ado.
Good afternoon, CK. Thank you so much.
Yes, doctor. I think today we would like to discuss about something related to the mental health. And there is a lot of confusion about the bipolar syndrome. And people don't seems to understand what is bipolar, what triggers it, and what are the symptoms, in fact, to identify those symptoms. So I think it is a good subject for us to discuss. So the first question would be from my side is, what is a bipolar? I think if you can explain this in very simple layman term for our viewers to understand, it will be great.
Yes, definitely. CK, as the term indicates that bi is two and the polar means poles. So this disorder basically is associated with the two different apart poles of mood swings, where suddenly a person is having a very hyperactivity mentally, physically, which can actually lead to very relentless decisions. And then there is a phase when this person comes down. So in a very, very low, or we say hypomaniac manner, and the intensity becomes very low in terms of energy, in terms of talking, in terms of having meals, don't want to talk to someone. So bipolar disorder is basically a disorder which is associated with the mood swings. So the mood swing basically are of two types. Either the person becomes very, very hyper or becomes very, very hypo. And the reason for the same is very difficult to come out with. So the major reason we come across is it can run in the families. We have seen it if somebody has a bipolar, uh, which is very, very remarked, or you can say remarkably seen in the particular generation, is definitely getting inherited in the other generation. So that is one of the factor. But besides this, if we say the social factors are there, you can say the some sort of chemical incoordination in the brain can also lead to bipolar disorder. And unfortunately, it starts at a younger age, and as a parent or as a, you can say, healthcare professionals, we are not able to diagnose them right bang on time. So if we are able to do it, if the parents are more aware, if the society is more aware why the child is undergoing sudden ups and downs, mood swings are there, hormones play definitely one you know factor into it. But the and uh, sudden low and sudden high in children, if it can be diagnosed at a very early age, it can be catered very nicely later on in the same cases. So I highly recommend that the pre-existing factors like ADHD, where the kids are very hyperactive, suddenly they start shouting, and they behave very normal after a while, and then suddenly they become very low. So this kind of mood upsets, if the frequency is very high, going to a psychologist or to a psychiatrist or maybe to a health professional or maybe having a group therapy can really help a lot. So bipolar disorder is a very chronic illness marked by severe mood swings. It can affect both the genders, women and men, but women are more vulnerable because of many reasons. They get into the maniac mode for the longer durations, which make them more vulnerable for the episodes in the future. So it is actually a thing which is not catered very nicely in the society. So we need to be more aware about it.
So, doctor, tell us, is this a disorder related to the age, or is it can happen to anyone at any time? Uh, what is the beginning, the first sign of having the bipolar syndrome?
Right. So the first thing is the age. Let's discuss about the age. It usually happens little later in the age. The early childhood, the indicators definitely they start popping up. Like I mentioned, ADHD. It can actually, if left untreated or uncatered, can lead to uh, a little severity. I'm not saying bipolar only, but maybe in any other form it can come up. But yes, many of the ADHD cases, sooner or later, you can say in the adulthood, it starts affecting the person. So not at an early age, bipolar starts affecting. And second is uh, the age was the one thing that we were discussing, and second, I'm so sorry.
The second was,
part of the question
can
was
it happen to a particular type of people, or it can happen to anyone?
it can happen to anyone, but yes, people who are already having it, and they can definitely give it to their coming generation. So genetic effect is there. But otherwise, there as such, there is no particular age group you can say which gets affected, or it is not a gender biased thing. It can affect anyone. But yes, the like alcohol abuse cases, or you can say substance abuse cases that are there, they are more vulnerable towards the bipolar or the mental health other issues that are there. So they are more vulnerable towards it.
The reason I asked this question is primarily because I wanted to bring clarity that this is not related to genes. It could affect anyone having difficult situation or highs and lows, as you mentioned. So I think that is one point that is clear now. We have also seen that this affects very popular people. Maybe we don't hear about them, normal people, but we usually hear about the very successful people who are always in limelight and attracting media attraction. So does bipolar is a byproduct of becoming popular too soon, too early? Or it could be non-related to your fame at all. It can happen to anyone, whether you are a successful person or you are a normal person. It could still affect you. What are the reasons behind it?
If we are talking specifically to the people who are very, very successful and there's an instant success is there, somehow I will say that the first reason in them is the drug or the alcohol abuse. So this is called as dual diagnosis. When the people who actually go very, very high and at a very high pace, they tend to suffer some kind of anxiety, which they are very easily able to cater for it by themselves. So the or maybe some other kind of thing. So which is a pre-existing factor in them, along with, I would say, alcohol or drug abuse can definitely take a person towards a bipolar syndrome. And the sad part is, if it is left untreated, if it is left maltreated, or is misdiagnosed, and if the societal or the family support is not there, it can end up in a suicidal cases as well. So in a very, very extreme cases, yes, it can definitely lead to suicidal tendencies in the people. And to an extent, when people are very successful, they tend to get into bad habits. So I would say the plus of the bad habits and the pre-existing factors can definitely lead to it. But if we are talking just that the person is going high and suddenly sees a low, so the mood changes are there. So again, the factor is not that they are suddenly successful or instant success and the money flows in. No, that is not the reason. But yes, if the sudden low is there, if they are not able to stabilize their mood, they are not able to control their emotions, they are not able to control that disturbance that is coming for a transient phase, it can definitely lead to some or the other mental disorder, or maybe later on bipolar as well, because we see many cases ending up, unfortunately, with the life, you can say, attempt to suicide or suicide. So yes, it actually affects.
So, Dr. Pooja, I mean, I'm like a normal layman. As a layman, I understand there are three scenarios. One is at time of dire strait. Many times we feel superhuman. We feel that there is an adrenaline rush, and we start doing things like a superhuman. And at times, as you mentioned, there could be a suicidal tendency. So there is one scenario where you take very difficult task and you probably finish it or perish doing that. Second is that for no reason you want to just have a suicidal tendency. And third is a bipolar. What is the difference between these three? And my second part of the question is, is suicidal tendency is necessarily part of a bipolar, or a trigger from bipolar causes the suicidal tendency? I mean, if you can just explain this in more detail, so it will help our viewers to understand where they stand.
Yes. So, coming to the first part of the question, where you say that adrenaline rush can lead to such kind of mood swings, definitely it leads to some kind of mood swings. But look at the sports people or people like us. We are able to cater for those emotional disturbances very easily. We have to get into that ritual of getting back to the daily chores or the target that is there. So failures are part of life for everyone. So the sooner or later they accept, so the better is their mental health. So coming to the again to the first question, adrenaline rush, the moment we are able to cater for the ups and downs in life or in success or in terms of money, many people are able to do it. This is why the human race is surviving. So it has nothing to do with the bipolar till the time. So sports person, otherwise the moment they retire, so the adrenaline rush definitely goes down. So it never happens that in majority of the cases they stay very normal, or people like us. So sudden fame, sudden money, the till the time individual is able to control his ups and downs, he is not going to have very threatening kind of mental health issues or bipolar for sure. But coming to suicidal tendencies that people have, yes, bipolar has got a role. So there's the second part of question. So suicidal tendencies, it happens when the person is in extreme low, you can say. So we are very much aware that the anxiety, depression, societal pressures, familial pressures, career, money can all lead to these kind of tendencies. Or you can say, unfortunately, they mature as well into some kind of suicide, losing the life. But if you go towards the higher side of it, why the successful people, why the people are who are having money, so there's some kind of mental disturbance in the form of comorbidity, you say, or the pre-existing factor you say is already there, which is a very false notion in itself, because the bipolar, you can say, is running in the back, and it is performing itself in a hypermaniac form. And in the hypermaniac form, when people are relentlessly deciding certain decisions, they can actually go for suicidal acts as well. So in both the cases, the suicide can happen because of the emotional low or emotional high as well. So we need to crack a balance. Somebody who is having these kind of tendencies, they definitely need a psychotherapy. It can be catered. Medications are also there. Counseling sessions are there. So the psychosocial therapies are there, which can actually help them out. And the third part of the question, that the bipolar is not that it always ends up in the suicide. But as I mentioned, that if it is associated with any kind of substance abuse, or you can say alcohol abuse, so if these factors are there, or drug abuse, you can say, people are taking drugs a lot these days, youngsters are taking a lot. So there's sudden mood changes that are there. In those mood changes, yes, they can definitely go for suicidal tendencies, but it's not that it is bipolar is highly marked with the suicidal tendency. But yes, if left untreated, as I mentioned, if left misdiagnosed, it can definitely lead to suicidal tendency. Because when they are in a very high mood, they are not able to decide certain things or make certain decisions in a very rational manner. So they somehow end up in these kind of unfortunate things.
I think the most important question is, how do you identify? I think if somebody is having a bipolar syndrome, first of all, he will also not understand that he is actually bipolar. And the people around him also will not know, this guy is sometimes very, very angry on small things, and sometimes he's not at all attentive on things. So these are very normal things, which happens every day, maybe 5 times a day. How do you distinguish between a normal behavior and a bipolar behavior?
CCK, when it comes in the childhood phase, which I really insist, and majority of my talks and articles are on the childhood stage. So at that particular stage, since the bipolar does not manifest that early, but it exists in a very different and a pre-existing form like ADHD, which is pre-marked in children. You will see certain group of children who are very silent. They're okay. They fight with their fellow friends, but then again next day they are there. But again, you will be able to witness one odd child in the entire group or crowd, you say, who shrieks, who shouts, and then suddenly mellows down. You know, suddenly he will start or she will start beating the younger ones, and suddenly you will say there's a change is there. After a week, they are having friendship with them again. So this is very normal. If somebody is listening, this is very normal. It happens with my kids, somebody will say. But if the frequency of these episodes is very, very high or is very repetitive, then definitely we have to conclude or diagnose that particular childhood mental health issues are there with the child. So it's very important that we as a parent or society try to identify these kind of things in children. They suddenly start talking to you, and then you will see there's abrupt change, then they don't want to talk to you, they are sitting in one corner. Probably they were very fond of reading or playing a certain sport, and sudden changes there where they don't want to go out and play sports. So these are the indicators in children. When it comes to the adult, so specifically talking about the women, since they are more vulnerable for certain reasons, see there are drastic changes in moods. You see a female suddenly shouting, she is having a discussion, a very normal discussion with the family or with friends. Suddenly she'll just pop up in anger. Or you will say that after a while she mellows down as well. And then she becomes very normal, as though nothing has happened. So again, the thing is very normal. It happens sometimes. But if the episodes are in frequency and repetitive mode, it needs to be catered. So if somebody is sitting alone, not talking to someone who was very extrovert, very jolly natured person, but suddenly you see their hobby has changed, they don't want to pursue their hobby anymore, or you say they have conflicting relations in their professional life, which was not there earlier, or they are crying very often. So it is a very marked indicator in the female. As far as men are concerned, they are more into the hyper side, to be very frank. So if we say one of the example, if some particular person is a very good driver, and this guy or this men tend to have frequency of accidents. So it is an indicator. I'm just citing one small example, uh, though it is not 100% related to this particular thing, but a small example. Somebody is a good driver, suddenly he is meeting up with or ending up with many accidents frequently. So it can show some kind of relentless decisions that this guy is taking. So in men, they are comparatively very less vulnerable compared to women, but both the genders are definitely affected with it. So the indicators are very clear. Sudden, you see a person is very jovial. During their high time, they tend to eat less food because so much of energy is there, and they feel like they're very confident. They can do anything, and suddenly they make some very big targets for themselves. And then after a week, or maybe say after a couple of years, you'll notice the same person who has set a very high target for himself or herself is not able to, or not wanting even to look at the target that he or she has set for herself. So these are the very clear indicators that come. But we have to definitely do the provisional diagnosis that is it going towards anxiety disorder, depression disorder. But if it is a mood swing, then it is a definitely an indicator for bipolar.
Excellent, doctor. I think these are the things which everyone should watch out, especially when they are having kids around them, to look for such symptoms. And once these identified, how long the treatment can go, especially, for example, there is a kid who's showing these symptoms about 7, 8 years or 10 years. How long this will take to correct this bipolar syndrome?
Right. So coming to this particular thing, that treatment part and how long it takes, there are different types of bipolar actually. Bipolar 1, 2, cytothyrin. which is related to the thyroid actually. So uh, in kids, if we regularize them with their scheduling of the day, their time management, their habits, hygiene habits, if we motivate them to follow them on regular basis, they can come up out of it by themselves or with just a psychotherapy, or we say talk therapy. So in talk therapy also majorly recommendations for the kids are to make them regularize or maybe little more disciplined and be very very precautious about the kind of the diet they are taking. Diet has to be less in carbs because diet has got some sort of effect on bipolar as well. So treatment in kids can last for just the, if you're talking about the psychotherapy, it can just be catered in a month time, maybe 6 months to 1 year time. But in elders, it varies definitely, and it depends on the type of bipolar disorder they are undergoing. For certain bipolar 1, it will take many years. But many bipolar cases, they only need treatment when they are in a very high phase, you know, when their phase is very, very high or when they melt down. So these are only the two phases for which the medication is recommended. But as far as psychotherapy is concerned or the counsel with the psychiatrist is concerned, they definitely go ahead little bit. But with kids, it can be early diagnosed and can be beautifully treated just with the psychotherapy itself in a couple of months. And kids can come out of it.
Doctor, I think I would like to ask you the one question which is related to the medicine, and there are all sorts of treatment which are available. So some treatment can be harmful, will show some side effect, and then there are some treatment which does not show side effect. So are there treatment available like homeopathy where the side effect may be less, it's less tedious to follow, people feel comfortable? Are there treatment available in for the bipolar in medicines like homeopathy, ayurveda, etc.?
Yes, yes, definitely, CK. The medication is definitely available, but it has to be there with the very good psychotherapy as well, to be very frank, because that is a part, because the counseling is one part which can cater for the early symptoms or maybe when the highs and lows are there, where we can train the person how to deal with it, how to deal when somebody is very, very angry. So we teach them about the deep breathing exercise and many other mindfulness techniques that are available. So we teach them. But yes, along with them, there are alternative medicines which are available, which take some time because it is a chronic illness or disorder. So it takes some time to get off. But if the triggering factor is still there, nothing will work. If somebody has got drug or alcohol abuse, bipolar disorder, so I would say that they need first to be catered for their substance induced bipolar and then the bipolar treatment be given. Yes, in homeopathy, Ayurveda, or alternative medicines, acupuncture also is very effective in bipolar. So yes, the treatment is definitely available.
Fantastic. It was lovely talking to you, Dr. Pooja, today. And this is a very important subject. I think, like any other mental disorder, we tend to overlook these symptoms and say, that, hey, this is part of our life, and probably he's just angry on certain things without analyzing. So I think, thank you very much for giving us a lot of information on how to identify what symptoms to look at, and then how do you treat a bipolar syndrome. So with this, I'd like to say goodbye to you today, and thank you very much for finding time and coming on this show. We will catch up next week again on something more interesting for the people.
I appreciate for the opportunity, CK. Thank you so much. Stay safe.
Bye bye, Dr. Pooja. Until next time.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we will talk about something called dark matter. Now, most of us have heard about something called dark matter, which we don't know what it is. But how do we know that it exists? So let's say when scientists were looking at the galaxy Andromeda in the 30s, they found that the motion of the galaxy is very peculiar. Why it is peculiar? Because the central, the speed which exists in the center of the galaxy are moving at the same speed which are at the outside of the galaxy, which are at the edges of the galaxy. Typically, the expectation was that the center, because it has more mass, will move faster than the outside at the boundary, which will be moving slowly. So, but the scientists, when they were doing the calculations, they found that the entire galaxy is moving very rapidly, and the center is moving at x speed. At the same speed, the exterior of the galaxy is also moving. Later, it was found that most of the galaxies have these characteristics. It is pretty much like this. When you hold your hand, as you know, when we were all small kids, we used to go around by holding each other's hand. So when you hold your hand and you start going around each other, as the speed increases, you have to exert more pressure to hold yourself together with your friend. So that means if the stars are going at a faster pace in the outskirts of the galaxy, that means there is something, you need more force to pull them back and retain them in the galaxy. That's a simple logic. So where this extra mass comes from? So it turns out that the mass which is required to generate this extra force of gravity should be at least 10 to 15 times more than what we see around in the galaxies. Even if we calculate the mass of the black holes and the gas which exists in the galaxy, that mass is not sufficient to hold the galaxy together. The speed of the galaxy and the force which the galaxy creates is sufficient for all the matter to be thrown out of the galaxies. Yet it forms a specific disk shape and it retains shape and it goes around. That means there has to be some mysterious extra gravity which is there, and that is holding the galaxy together. And as you know that the gravity is a byproduct of the mass. So that extra mass is not visible. And since it is not visible, it is known as dark matter because we don't know what it is. So what are the characteristics of dark matter theoretically? As we see, the matter interacts with each other. Matter consists of electrons, protons, quarks, neutrinos, photons. All of this matter that exists has certain certain energy, and the matter interacts with each other. For example, electron, proton, they have some interaction, and these fundamental forces are of interaction is also defined. I have covered them in a separate video. But the matter is having some sort of heat in it, so that is why the matter is slightly hot, and because it is hot, it has the ability to interact with others. The dark matter does not seem to interact with anything. It does not even interact with itself, because if it interacts with itself, there will be some reaction and we will be able to see the energy pattern of those reactions. So the dark matter does not interact with the matter, it does not interact with itself, and it does not show any sign of any sort of interaction of any kind, either nuclear or chemical or any other form of energy exchange that happens. So that means it's a cold matter. So it is probably, so more research is required on the dark matter because we don't know what this matter consists of, what it is made of, and why it does not interact with matter or itself. Yet it is made of, the matter that we see around us is almost like 10 to 15 times more than the matter that is visible to us. So that means we cannot see this extra matter, we cannot see their reactions, it does not interact, it is just existing, and it just creates gravity. So it's very mysterious. And since it is very mysterious, we call it dark matter. There are a lot of theories about dark matter being a particle, and there are very, scientists have theorized that there are different particles, but none of these particles have been detected so far. We have tried very hard to get the particles detected, but we have not got any indication of any sort of detection into our scopes. So it's a big mystery. And yet there is another mystery, is that the matter itself is only 30%, and the rest of the 70%, which is the space that exists in space, is called dark energy. Dark energy is sort of an energy which is anti-gravity. So the dark energy, which occupies 70% of the things that we have in the space, that means majority of the space consists of dark energy. 30%, so nearly 25% is made of dark matter, and about 5%, 4.9 to be precise, is the matter that we see and from which we are made. So if you look around in the universe, we are so insignificant that we are made of only 4% of the material. Yet 96% of the material is all around us, and we don't know what it is. We don't know anything about it. We can't even see it. So this is something that I thought I'll bring you this matter and bring some clarity. I will meet you in the next video. Until then, bye-bye.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass. Today we would like to discuss something which happened actually yesterday, but yesterday was Sunday. Yesterday, the entire weekend, we celebrated Teachers' Day in India, which was to give respect to our second President of India, who was a remarkable teacher. In fact, he could write in 2 different languages from both of his hands at the same time. So, that was a certain skills I don't think anybody will have today. If we try to find, I think a person writing something in a language like German in one hand and Sanskrit from another hand at the same time. So he was a remarkable teacher. He was very well known teacher. He also met the Queen. And there are a lot of anecdotes which are available of his meeting with the Queen. So we will not go there today. But I think lots have changed from that point. There was a time when the teachers used to teach in the classroom, and there was a certain way of doing things. Today, the teachers are teaching using online digital medium. So lots have changed. And I like to invite my friend from UK, who's also a teacher, but he teaches very senior people. His name is Naval Gun, and he joins us from London.
Good morning, CK. How are you doing today? It's a wonderful Monday morning here, bright and sunny in the UK. And Teacher Day, my goodness, where would we be without teachers?
Well, I give a lot of credit to the teachers, because we were a naughty class always, but the teachers knew how to control us.
No doubt they had the whip out.
Well, I think I've heard stories of whipping, but I have never seen it. But we have seen some harsh punishment, which in today's generation, I don't think teachers are giving anymore.
No, the Tom Brown school days are well gone, well in the past. Today, it's more about encouragement, about getting the best out of all the students, no matter what age they are. So I take my hat off to teachers. I think they've got a really tough job out there, especially in the last 6 months, because the way we teach has completely changed.
Absolutely. The teachers have to learn new skills of not only using the digital mediums, and there is a different way of teaching. And in fact, I want to ask you, what are these new skills which are required before going on to the nightmarish things that they are experiencing now? What are the new skills which are required by teachers today? From your point of view, Neville, if you can just enlighten us.
Well, there are so many. I mean, the first thing is we've moved from a physical classroom to a digital classroom. Now, that actually means we need to be more disciplined, which might sound a bit ridiculous of a place to start, but we do need to be more disciplined, because now we haven't got, 30 children sitting in front of us, all regimented away with their notebooks out and all attentive. And each time a child isn't quite there, I can walk up to that child and just, tap them on the shoulder and just say, is everything okay? Are you attentive? And things like that, things that teachers do. Now you can't do that, because you've got 30 screenshots. And again, because of the limitation on most school budgets, it's on one small screen. Like I've got an 18-inch laptop in front of me. In some schools I've been working with, they've got 5 or 6 of these screens all connected together, so that when they do a Zoom or a Google Classroom or whatever medium they're using, they can see about 5 or 6 students per screen. That makes a big difference to the way you run the class. You're much closer to those individuals rather than a little, icon. I can see my picture here, and when you put 30 of those pictures together, that's pretty small. You've got to have although it's all condensed in one area, you've still got to be, looking around and making sure that all of these young people are attentive, they're interested, they're completely engaged with what you're doing. It's a whole different world. And the thing is, it's not going to change. We're going to be here for some considerable time, especially if schools all of a sudden that have gotten back to, let's say, the new normal, for want of a better term, and then the local area gets locked down, in which case the school will be locked down and the kids will go back home and we'll be back to digital teaching again. So it is, just to put by a simple, there's no simple answer here. It's a completely different way of teaching. And we need to make sure teachers have got that skill, really, to do it that way. What do you think?
I certainly feel the same thing that you feel, is that there is a new skills which are required, not only in terms of delivering their pitch, but also whether the students are understanding what they are delivering. I think there are problems related to two-pronged. The teachers have to learn, and also the students have to be controlled by the teacher and taught. So I think before the start of this discussion, I took liberty to make a couple of slides, and I want to present to you and probably.
Great.
So the first challenge that teachers are facing, the era of teachers standing in the class and saying that, hey, pin drop silence in the class is no longer applicable. Now the teachers have to say, click your mute button, mute yourself.
So we're just going to learn about different languages. I mean, the beautiful thing about that is once you're muted, you can say anything you like. As I found on many webinars, people think they muted themselves, and then you find out they clearly didn't mute themselves when they said something. So you find out what's really going on. But again, most of these young people have not got dedicated work areas at home. they're more than likely to be on the kitchen or the dining room table. In more congested households, there could be 4 or 5 kids working together. I mean, you've got 2 children yourself. They haven't got dedicated spaces in their house, in your place, because again, it's a question of having the right PC available and the right connectivity. So, just with those acoustics, the teacher says, please put your mic on silent. I mean, it's a great learning way for young people to be able to turn their microphone on and off, because that's a business skill they're going to need when they go in the future. Just like we're talking here, we're very remote from each other, 7,000 miles away from each other. And yeah, we know when to mute and when to turn the video off and things like that. Because again, the other thing is, when you've got all of these additional peripheral units on, it uses broadband. It loses bandwidth. And as you and I have seen on many, many occasions, people can disappear and then they can come back in again once the bandwidth has recovered or the local electricity has recovered. So, yeah, just from that one slide, there's loads of things to consider. And it's not just as simple as mute yourself, really. So again, it's a new skill teachers need to be completely aware of. Where is the child working? Is it a good environment where they're working? Is their posture good? I mean, in the classroom, we have ergonomically designed desks and chairs, etc., etc. But at home, that's not the case.
Well, I think the children can now mute, and whether they're listening to the teacher is something which teacher will not have a lot of clue whether they are listening to her or not. So I think that's another challenge.
It's very true, but the interesting thing is, the teachers have got this capability of asking questions to everybody, and you're forcing a response, and you need a response from everybody. And some of those could just be a yes, no. Do you understand what I'm saying? Simple yes, no. I've seen it work incredibly well where students that were previously less confident seem to be more confident when they're working independently. So if the teacher asks, did you understand what I've just said? There's more of an incidence of a child saying no. That has got to be very positive, because the teacher's now got immediate, really true feedback rather than someone's going with the flow. So there are opportunities here. Again, with the right package, you need to be aware of how to use it. And lots of these packages have got so many features on it. It's really important that teachers are trained in the right way to use it.
Absolutely. In fact, they have to divide the class in certain segments to be able to give different tasks. So I think it's again a new skill, because earlier they could have eye contact in the class and they can say pin drop silence or be quiet, or they can give commands to the class. But now they have to softly say, hey everyone, switch on your camera but mute yourself. So things like that. And most of these softwares now have raise the hand feature as well. So the children have to now raise the hand, and teacher has to see that small tiny hand which is visible on the icon. So I think these are again a new observational skills that teachers have to develop.
Yeah, very true. So what's your next picture? I love it when we use pictures because we can actually see what's going on.
In fact, the next one is if students are not attentive on the online media, the teachers may think that the students are sleepy, hungry, not attentive, 1,000 things can be happening. So how to make them interested in what she's teaching? I think this is something that every teacher day in, day out are facing today.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And the interesting thing is, I've seen
some people, not just in the teaching arena, but in the training arena, take the workshop that they were running physically and just do the same thing online. And the problem with that is that trying to be attentive for 50 minutes in a typical secondary school classroom, it's harder work when you're looking at a screen. You know, you need to be more attentive. You know, every child needs to have these things here, these earphones and a microphone. So, you know, potentially the cost is going up because there are all other distractions here. You know, even today, I'm working in my study, but our waste carts are picked up on a Monday morning. Just so happens they're 2 hours late. So now there's a huge noise going on in the background. I can hear it, but you can't. But that means that I'm at a disadvantage because I'm trying to understand what you're saying. And I'm trying to block out this other noise. So again, we need to be very perceptive of what the child is doing on the screen. And there are lots of tools you can do for that. You know, are they awake? Are you seeing even some very smart kids will have a video that's just going to be replicated and plugged in. So a bit like Mission Impossible, you see the thing repeated and repeated and you think this person's really attentive. But in actual fact, what they've got is a video program working in the background. Believe you me, I've seen that happen too. So, but the point is, again, it's the teacher's dilemma. You know, it's going to be the teacher's responsibility, but this is where parents need to come in as well. And I'm sure you've got a few things to say about parents and their intervention.
That is the nightmare. You know, the previous slide is about the dilemma, but this one is a nightmare because now the teachers can see all the action which is happening at the student's house. There could be some action going on, some TV playing, some sort of other siblings fighting in the background. So, you know, 1,000 things can happen.
Exactly. And it's that attention span. And it doesn't really matter where you are. You know, you could live in a 5-bedroom property, but you've got 5 kids and they're all trying to work at the same time on the same workstation. If they're lucky, they've got individual workstations. So timetabling this and trying to get that right must be a nightmare for organizations like schools. The other thing is, I mean, you say peaking parents. I mean, to me, that's not a horror. That means it's brilliant. I've now got a parent on my side. If I'm a teacher, I would love to see parents being actively involved, not interrupting, but actively involved. In some of the programs we've been running over the last 5 or 6 months, we've been running teacher-parent courses. So parents and teachers can create a rule table of how they're engaged and how they're involved. And the ones that have really taken it on board their children have not really, of course they've suffered because of the non-contact with their friends at school, but they've not suffered as much. And the parents have now become more appreciative of what teachers have to do, you know. In fact, I've seen many parents turn around and said, I'm never going to moan about the teacher again. Because it's hard work. It really is hard work. You know, you may say they're paid to do it, but frankly, this is a vocation. This is a calling for many people. So yeah, don't be a peaking parent. Be an interactive parent.
I think this is a nice advice to the parent, and I would like to share some of the experience that I see every day. So what happens at my place is that the 2 children, they put themselves on mute, and sometimes they put their video also to off, and then they fight with each other. And what is the fight all about? It's about their subjects. So if one person is fighting with the other and they're interfering in other guys' studies. So this is beyond the teacher, you know, they just mute everything and then they fight with each other. Many times they fight on the kind of acoustic systems they have. So So they will feel that, oh, yours is better than mine, so let's exchange. Then they say, okay, fine, this is not good, let's exchange it back. So this keeps happening, so children, being children, they want some outlet of being not in the class. They can hide below the desk, and they can do lot many things. But here at home, uh, the parents are watching them, the teachers are saying, hey, switch on your mic, switch on your video. Challenge also.
Yeah, they do, and I don't think your household is much different from many others. Siblings always fight. I mean, I had 3 brothers, and we were never happier when we were fighting, frankly. But that didn't mean to say we're going to shoot each other. That's the way siblings operate. And it's about fairness, and this is the difficulty that parents have. In some homes, there's only one laptop. And it's not just the kids that need to have allocated time, which is going to be different because of the way different schools operate. But what about the adults as well? If the parents are there and they're working from home, then they need time as well. So, you and I spoke at the very early stages of lockdown about being disciplined, being respective of other people in the household. And again, this is just it's going to be fruition through the teaching arena. So this is where I think, schools have, I wouldn't say more responsibility, but they've got a bigger job to do. The parents still need to be coming to the table and doing things. But the teacher's job has been made a bit more difficult. In fact, a lot more difficult in some respects.
Absolutely. In fact, in the wake of write to their teachers, even the primary teachers, thanking them. But lots have changed. When in 50s, when the Teachers' Day was set up in India, from that point till today, and lots have changed in last 6 months. So thank you very much, Nebel, for joining. This is a very long subject.
Huge subject, but let's try and get it right.
Absolutely. So catch you tomorrow in Top Brass again, Nebel.
Bye, everybody. Bye, CK.
Bye-bye. Hello, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Let me also welcome my friend from UK, Mr. Neville Gant. Neville, how was the morning today?
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everyone else. And morning from London. It's an absolutely beautiful day, as you can see here in the background. Sun shining, it's 27 degrees, and I'm going to be in shorts and t-shirts for the rest of the day while I do lots of online video working. So how about you, CK? How's the weather there?
Well, we are in a hot country, so 27 degrees is just like a piece of cake for us. So while it is 27 degrees in your city, you enjoy, and I'm sure you will be moving around in t-shirts, so you enjoy the summers. But 27 degrees is not that hot for us. So, but one thing I like to say that, I can hear you, but I'm not able to see you. Where are you, Neville?
I'm in London, CK, where I always am.
But I'm not able to see you, and it's getting very difficult to communicate with you without seeing your face.
Now we're hitting the rub here, aren't we? And listen in, folks, this was particularly staged this morning because the power of video, the power of seeing the other person, the power of listening and watching their lips, seeing their eyes move, seeing their head nod, the power of video. So, CK, I'm not going to turn my video on because we're going to run this experiment right the way through. So, why don't you just give everyone a very brief explanation why this is having video on is so important, especially today.
In fact, viewers, what we wanted to demonstrate the power of video and why the video is such a powerful tool where you see the other person in your screen and you communicate. So it is pretty much like you're doing a physical conversation. So we wanted to demonstrate in this particular session why it is so important to have the other person also visible and in a nice way and also having a nice camera webcam setup properly. And now you can see here that you can see only my picture and my video, but my colleague's video is not visible. Yet I can hear him, but the impact of this is far less than what you would see if there are two people talking to each other. So this is a little experiment to demonstrate the power of video.
And I think everyone has got the message because they're seeing you and your beautiful smiley face, and all they're seeing is a blank screen with my name on it. And no matter how big, small letters my name's put there, you can't see me. You can hear me, and I'm still the same person, but you can't see me. So that's just a little demonstration today. Hope you've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it as ever, CK. So everyone needs to recognize that the digital experiment that you're going to be going on needs to extend into the video arena, because if you've got something to say, put your face behind it, because then people will believe you. Enjoy the rest of your day, CK. I'm going to have a fun day today as ever, and I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, Neville. But before you go, I would like to say that today is Tuesday, but tomorrow is Wednesday, and we come out with Sortie Wednesday, and tomorrow we will talk about the presentation skills on a digital platform. So this video of today, where the power of video is demonstrated, will continue in tomorrow's session. So folks, see you tomorrow again. Neville, have a nice day and catch up with you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to our show, Top Brass Nation. And today we have a special guest, Lieutenant Colonel Sandeep Khatri. He has joined Indian Army through National Defence Academy in 1995. He also contributed in Operation Vijay in 1992 and also in Operation Parakaram in 2002. A part of this, he served in the Indian Army in Kashmir and in Northeast and Western border during his army tenure. It is my honor to welcome you, Lieutenant Colonel Sandeep Khatri, in our show. Welcome to the show. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan. It's an honor to be on the show, and it's an absolute proud privilege for me to speak to your audience. Thanks a ton.
As you know, Supreme Court has already has given permission for Indian women to join the army. So what is your opinion on this judgment of Supreme Court?
It's a positive move in the right direction and a very welcome step in the interest of the nation. As I would give you some facts and figures. If you take the stats of the working women in India, we have close to about 27% of working women who contribute to about 17% of the GDP of the nation. Whereas any advanced economy, the figures or the contribution of women to the national economy is close to 40%. So we must encourage women to be in the thing, to be in mainstream and to contribute to the GDP of the nation. And as far as women joining armed forces, again a very positive move. The women coming to armed forces, I have seen them from close quarters, because I am from a department called Electronics and Mechanical Engineers, where we've had women officers from the word go when I joined, and they bring a whole lot of skill sets with them. And the fact that Indian Army is grappling with the shortage of officers, women officers address those issues also, and there are certain aspects where they fare a shade better than men, and hence it's a very positive move. I'm very happy about it.
Yes, as you know that Indian women are always, few of them are always in a warrior mode, like, because we have a history of like Rani Lakshmi Bai and other female warriors. But it took a lot of time after independence for women to really go into Indian Army. Like I was just going through a couple of papers, and I find that Mitali Madhumita is the first woman hero of Indian Army who has received a gallantry award. And so I feel it is quite late actually to acknowledge the contribution of women, especially in fighting or serving a nation through army. What is your opinion on this subject?
Well, yes, too late, but never anything wrong about it. It's a positive move, and yes, I agree. We've been slightly late, but then the reason being is the Indian Army is an extension of the British Army, and we owe many of our customs from the British Army to start with, where the way British treat the women as the queen, and we've treated ladies as respectable ones and not peers, something to be respected or and to be honored, and that way. So, but we never treated them as compatriots and to rub shoulders on the battlefield and all. And hence we were infrastructurally not geared up to accept them. And as you say, the people joining army are also an extension of the Indian culture. The people joining army, we are not coming from any other place. We are the same Indians who are coming from the Indian culture. So Indian culture as such was not ready to accept women in positions of power. So gradually people have accepted, and so has army. And so they have come into this place. And though as a nation, we have been late about it, but yes, it's a positive move. And I'm pretty happy about the fact that it has come in, and they will do a whole lot of good to the Indian Army.
So Supreme Court has okayed, has given permission to women to join, I think, 10 stream of army on par with their male counterpart. So what are those can we discuss about few streams of army where women are inducted?
To start with, when women joined army, it was initially only in the Army Medical Corps and Army Education Corps. Medical Corps as doctors, and Education Corps, they used to teach people who joined after class 10th, those Jawans who come from villages. Subsequently, it got extended to 3 more streams, which were essentially support services. One was Electronics and Mechanical Engineers, where we provide repair and recovery facilities to the equipment in the Army. Army Ordnance Corps, which is responsible for the clothing, provisioning of clothing and ammunition so these are essentially provisioning and supply chain aspects. And the third one, which has recently come in, is Army Service Corps. So Army Service Corps is the one which provides us rations, fuel, oil for the lubricants for the vehicles and the equipment there. So these are all administrative places where women were inducted. After the recent verdict, 5 more have been added. These are Corps of Engineers who are into the field of demolitions, bridging, laying mines and all. Corps of Signals, which is essentially into providing communications while on the move. Army Air Defense, which is there to provide defense from the aircrafts. and two more are military intelligence, where women have been inducted in, and army aviation as pilots. So in total, we have about 10 streams where we are having women officers.
Okay, so what is now the reaction of all long-serving army officers towards this new change when they have women officers also, and sometimes I think they are in commanding position. So how these men, especially in army, reacts to this new situation?
See, it's too early to comment on that because the verdict has just been passed, and post the verdict, mechanism has been put in place. Now, earlier the women were serving till about 14 years in short service, and in some cases where the terms and conditions of engagement were not very clear to start with, some of them have reached about 18, 19, 20, 21 years of service. So, in those cases, the wording, the thing was not clear in those cases. So now we are putting them through a process wherein they'll go through a selection board, like all male officers do, to assume commanding positions. So these boards are scheduled sometime another year down the lane, and the women officers are gearing up for their levels of fitness. I can see them working on the fitness, and a lot of them making comeback after maternity leaves and all that. So to be on those commanding positions, you need to work on a few things. And the board, once it happens and they assume their positions, that is when we'll get to see how is the army responding. We are pretty optimistic about their capabilities because we've seen them for last 15, 20 years. It's only that seeing them in a particular position, which is yet to be tested. Otherwise, they've been for 20 years and they've done a great job, and we're pretty hopeful of them doing a good job.
So now this is a new change when women are in army, and personally I feel that every citizen of India should get army training. But it's good that at least we have increased in our thought process and work towards this great idea of having women in army. But how this has impacted, this decision has impacted Indian society?
It's a positive move. People are seeing Indian Army as an organization which is pro-women, which is a neutral organization, which is not gender biased. So the entire image of Indian Army has taken a boost. And as you rightly said, we have a history of women warriors, and there are a lot of women who are worthy of this uniform and who always want to join this. And this step will go a long way in encouraging those women to take up this profession. So it's a positive move in the right direction.
So what is your message for young women and girls who want to join army?
To all those viewers, those girls who are in that eligible age bracket to join army, I would say this is one of the finest professions to be in. This is one of the most noble professions to me. I'll say that teaching and soldiering are one of the two finest professions one can think of, because you are doing a whole lot of good to the Indian democracy. As I said, a teacher creates a future citizen of the country who is the building block of a democracy, and a soldier is the guardian of the democracy. So if I say in the interest of the democracy, these two professions are the best. So all the girls who are watching us on the show, I would say, if you have the zeal in you, and you would like to test yourself, this is one of the finest places to be. Please feel free, do opt for this profession, and I assure you a lifetime of satisfaction and a personal growth in this profession.
So any special training is required before actually giving examination, or before you really think of going to army? So somebody who is interested, especially girls who want to join army, so any special training or is required before giving exams, or how it is, how to join army?
The exam comprises of essentially two steps. First is a written one, and second is, as you know, it's a service selection board, it's an interview part of it. So the written part is conducted by the UPSC, for an exam called the Combined Defense Services (CDS), and it's an objective kind of exam akin to a UPSC exam with enough weightage on maths and science and social science kind of subjects. So general awareness. So one can work on these aspects, and the service selection board is a 5-day process wherein you are tested on 3 fronts. One is a psychologist who tests you on your psychology. Second is a ground testing officer who tests you on your physical prowess and how you work as a team on ground under testing circumstances. And third is the interviewing officer. So these a combination of three people will test you, and then once you get through it, then you undergo a set of medicals. And once you are through with your medicals, then you join OTA Chennai, Officers Training Academy, Chennai, as women officers.
So I would like to give a message to all Indians from an army officer. Would like to listen, what is the message from you, from all of us who are staying in India and think and worry about our nation? Though army officers and army jawans are there to really look after us, but still, what is the message you want to give to all of us?
My message is, irrespective of the fact whether you're in army or in corporate or in any government job, as so long as you understand your obligation to the motherland, the nation as such, who's given you everything that you are today, we owe it to our motherland, and we must endeavor to contribute our bit to the nation. One, not necessarily everybody has to pick up a weapon to fight on the borders. In any field that you're doing, try and be a good citizen, worth the soldier who is fighting for you. Be a citizen worth the soldier dying for you. You must be worthy enough for his effort. So having been on this side of the fence, I always wanted my fellow countrymen to do their bit for the country as we did our bit. That's about it.
It was so honored to talk to you today, and we have learned so many things about how to go into the army and how we should feel about people who are on the other side and looking after the boundaries of India. So it was very lovely talking to you, Lieutenant Colonel Sandeep Khatri. So till next time.
Thank you, Kanchan. Thank you, Kanchan. It was an absolute honor to speak to you, and it was a great time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and we welcome you in this edition of Top Brass Likeable Leaders. In this edition, we have Mr. Satya Madala, who is the MD of Single Point Solutions, a company which is recognized globally and also specializing in the electric vehicle charge solutions. So without further ado, let me give you a little bit background about Mr. Satya Madala. Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmach Technologies, and I welcome you all to this edition of Top Brass Likeable Leaders. We are very honored to have Mr. Satya Madala in our show. Satya is the MD of Single Point Solutions. Good morning, Neville.
Very good morning to you, CK, and another bright sunny week starting in London.
It is quite hot in India as well, and we are still in lockdown. It is day 27th today. So I have a bit of information for you that some of the states have extended the lockdown in India. Earlier, the lockdown was up till May 3rd. Now, some of the states in India have today announced the lockdown will extend till May 7th. So I think some of us are going to be in lockdown for a very long time. But the good news is that so far, India as a country is conducting a lot of tests, and the fatality rate is lower than the other European countries in India. And also the number of cases, positive cases that the Indian government has announced are lesser than the European and the American numbers. So we have not yet flattened the curve, but I think we have to wait for another 6 to 7 days to really see the curve being flattened. So that is a bit of good news from my side.
Well, that's excellent news, and it's something to smile about, especially as we're tripping through the alphabet. So smile. Why don't you smile?
I am
it's worth smiling about, because it's really good news.
I'm smiling.
Excellent. And we're on S, so why don't we hit the word smile? Or in fact, what we're going to do is going to hit the word smiles. Okay? Because that's quite a long word. And the interesting thing is, when we're very young, we smile a lot. You look at a baby, and it's very difficult to see a baby that isn't happy, unless they're crying their eyes out, But most babies have got a smile on their face. In fact, if you look around the web currently and you look for GIFs of babies, they're all smiling. Whereas the adults don't smile a great deal. But let me ask you a little quiz. What's the longest word in the world?
I've heard this word. It's quite difficult. I don't really remember, but I think it goes into 2 to 3 sentences. I think that's one word. That's the longest word that I know of. I'm sorry, well, I don't know the answer.
No. Someone said to me, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Are you sure this is the longest
word? And it begins with S, amazingly enough. But very simply, the longest word in the world is smiles. Because between the S at the beginning and the S at the end, there's a mile in between.
Right.
Yeah, that brought a small smile on your face.
Right.
But it could. Joking aside, we don't smile enough. But let's do something. Really simple here. And you're my guinea pig of the day. You haven't even got a choice whether to volunteer or not. You are the volunteer. What I'd like you to do is to look up up to the ceiling. Get a firm look on the ceiling, and I want you to have a big smile on your face. That's it. So, big smile on your face, and big beaming smile. You've got to look up at the ceiling, and a big smile on your face. And what I'd like you to think of is something negative without losing the smile. Now, the thing about that is, it's not easy, is it?
I can't do that because I am thinking about smiling right now.
Exactly. So if you're smiling, trying to think of something negative while you're smiling, your brain is now confused and it says, well, actually, I'd rather smile because that's happier. That's easier because we don't have to think much to smile. So consequently, if we smile, we can't think of things negative.
Right.
And it's one of the simplest things you can do to start reducing your what we call behavioural waste, which doesn't begin with an S, by the way. It's a B and a W. But the thing is, by smiling, we can actually start to reduce some of the negative. So when you're working with your team, especially on this interactive arena that we are today, when we're locked in at home and our only real communication is digital with our team, smile. It's infectious. Even by me just saying smile, you smiled. So it's illogical, really, but it's really simple, and it gets things moving. And if you've noticed when you're walking down the street, we notice all the time when we're walking around, people that don't normally talk to each other, if you smile over and say, good morning, they're forced to smile back. It's an automatic reaction. It's very difficult not to smile at someone that's smiling.
So, Neville, I think what you're trying to tell us is that always be happy, and that is infectious. I'll share some experience with you right now. So, when I was in US, people always say, "How are you?" Right? But they don't ever smile. It's like it's a very stern, very, very stubborn kind of expression. If you meet somebody, "How are you?" without smiling, right? So I think that's, and they are not waiting to hear your answer. They will simply say, "It's like a custom. How are you?" and they walk away. So I think, I think another thing we need to learn from what you're saying is that we need to be always happy within ourselves and smile always, all the time.
It's a simple thing, and as you say, there's lots of automatic reactions and automatic sayings. So I would regularly, when I had a proper job back in the 80s and 90s, I would go into an office on a daily basis, and I'd walk through, and if typically I was first in the office, so I didn't have to say hello to anybody apart from the cleaner that was leaving. But I would say hello, good morning, how are you? And the cleaner would smile back, But when the team came in, and I would wander out and just say, hello, how are you? How's your weekend? And have a smile. It's infectious. People will respond to it. So although we're under lockdown and the majority of the time you're just looking at the screen, smile, because that comes from within. And the more you do it, it's not just an issue of being happy. It's being content, and if you're content, then you're relaxed. And the more relaxed you are, the faster you can think about things. And all of these things they're almost syndicated together. So if I'm relaxed, I'm actually incredibly productive. If I'm under stress, not stress that I'm enjoying, because there is an enjoyable amount of stress. That's another letter S, by the way. Not one that I would recommend. But for some reason, a lot of students like to put themselves under stress because they hand in their assignments at the very last minute, for whatever reason. But some people work that way. But if you smile your way through it, then life is a lot easier. This isn't difficult. It's not rocket science, and it's very simple. And you think, well, it can't be as simple as that. The answer is, that's another S, simple. There was a phrase, I don't know if you recall this phrase, keep it simple, KISS.
Yeah.
And some people would keep it simple, stupid might be on the end, depending upon where you were in the world. Because it didn't mean stupid. It meant keep it simple, stupid, because if you make it complicated, you're going to be stupid because people won't understand it.
Right. So I think the learning for today is keep it simple and keep smiling. That will make the life very easy for all of us. We will be more productive. We will not be able to, we will not be, complicated for others to understand, and we will not be complicated ourselves for us to be more stressed. So I think these are certain learnings for us for today, Neville.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you start simple, the day will just fly by. So when you're talking to your team today, smile.
Certainly, I will do that.
And we'll be back tomorrow with a tea.
Yes, I wonder what that tea is.
Well, it won't be tea. Anyway, enjoy your day, CK, and smile, everybody, because life's beautiful.
Certainly, and thank you so much, Neville. Be safe Be positive. We'll catch up tomorrow again.
High five.
High five.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters, and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide services to small F players.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies, and today we would like to talk about something very interesting and something which was announced yesterday by the Defense Minister of India. Some new development that our scientists have done, and this is something that we have invented or created or something which we have done indigenously, and this is about the hypersonic flight. So we will talk about that in today in detail. So before we start, let me present a few facts with you. So this whole news is about India achieving indigenous capability for the hyperdrive vehicle. So so we will discuss what is hyperdrive vehicle, but the hyperdrive, as the name suggests, it is a vehicle which can go at very high speed. Now it could have many commercial and defense requirement which this indigenous technology can fulfill. But so far, let me tell you that we had to buy this technology, and it was not owned. But with this development, as of yesterday, we have joined the group of four countries, which has the capability of hyperdrive. Now, it is not something which is readily available. It is very, very closely guarded technology, which only four countries has. And China got this technology developed in 2014, not so long ago. So predominantly this technology has been with the US and Russia. They have used the hyperdrive technology in some of their fighter planes to fly very fast. So we will discuss about all that. But now we are the fourth country in the world to have the hypersonic engine available with India. So let us understand what is hyperdrive. So we have all heard about supersonic. So the supersonic is something which can fly faster than the speed of sound. So the speed of sound is 700 and odd miles per hour, and if a plane can fly faster than speed of sound, it is called supersonic. But the hypersonic is many times the speed of sound. So usually hypersonic flight is considered flying at 4.5 upwards of 5 Mach. As some of you may know, that Mach is the measure of speed after you cross the speed of sound. So the speed of sound is equal to Mach 1. Mach 2 is twice the speed of sound. Mach 3 is the 3 times the speed of sound, and so on and so forth. So Mach 5 is considered a hypersonic speed, or in the neighborhood of Mach 5. So how this speed can be achieved? But before we go there, this is not something which is completely alien to us. We have a hypersonic missile called BrahMos. It is the fastest cruise missile in the world today, which can fly at the speed of up to 5 to 7 Mach.
And but this is in service. This has been commissioned as well. It's a very versatile missile system, and it has capability of carrying nuclear weapons as well, and very, very accurate, very, very fast. It cannot be stopped once fired because it is flying so high at high speed, at high velocity, and the range of this cruise missile is up to 700 to 800 kilometers. So it will reach at 7 Mach within an instant. So even the enemy will not have a time to react, because this is a medium range missile and it can fly very, very fast. There is no system which can stop it. How this speed is achieved, but before we go to the hypersonic drive systems, let me tell the viewers that whole thing is based on something called scramjet. So what is a scramjet? We will come to that in a minute, but let us understand how the normal aircraft turbine engine works. So as you can see here, in this diagram, this is a very simple diagram of a jet engine. It has something called a compressor in the start of the airflow, and as you see this when you fly using the jet planes, I'm sure everyone has seen there is a engine with a big frontal side as an entry point for the air. So this is exactly what it is. The air enters from here, and these are the compressors. These fans operate in different stages, and when the air passes from one to other, the rate at which the compression is required is actually increased every time it passes through the stages. So this is a low compressor propellers, and as the air passes through all of this, it becomes a high compressor. The last one is the highest compression. So you can achieve a very high compression of air inside the engine. Now over here, as it is shown in the diagram, that is a combustion chamber. So the fuel is injected here, and it is, it is ignited. So once the fuel is ignited, it expands again. So it expands vigorously, and hence it will escape from the other side. So this is really the heart of the jet engine, and this is how the jet engine works. As a it's very simplistic diagram, but it has lot many things. We are not covering all of that. But as the hot air is escaping the engine, there is something called turbine. These turbines are connected via a shaft with some of these compressors. So they actually spin the turbines, and once they're able to do that, once the turbines are spinning, they are connected with this green color shaft with some of these compressors. So this jet engine, once it attains certain speed, it becomes a self-sufficient system. That means it does not require any external help. The incoming air will get compressed automatically as long as you keep injecting the fuel and igniting it. The jet engine will keep running once it attains certain speed. So this is a very simple diagram of a jet engine. Now, jet engine can take you anywhere between 800 kilometers or 500 miles to upwards of up to 3 Mach or 2.5 Mach. And this is exactly today's jet engine can fly the fighter planes at very high speed, which is up to 2 Mach to up to 3 Mach. But after 3 Mach, the jet engine cannot withstand the pressure and the stress which can be seen at that speed. So you need something different, and the answer comes in the form of something called scramjet. Now you would wonder, what is a scramjet? Now scramjet is a piece of empty tube which has the air entering from one side at supersonic speed. So the first requirement for a scramjet to function is that the air which is coming through the intake should be already at the supersonic speed. That means the air movement itself should be very, very fast. And once this is moving inside the engine, it has no moving parts, and you just spray the fuel and ignite it. Once the fuel is ignited, it is actually uh, thrown out of the exhaust at very high speed. So the movement of air is already at supersonic when it entered this scramjet, and when it exits this scramjet, it is expanded. It has a lot of fuel which is exploded inside the engine, and it is now propelling the aircraft at upwards of 5 Mach of speed. So this is the principle of a scramjet. Very simple device, but it has a lot of things which are required. And why now you can see that scramjet can be has been made by India, and only 4 countries have made this technology, simply because the material required for building a scramjet to handle these stresses, handle the temperature and the speed at which it flies are closely guarded secret. The the material which is used, the metal and the alloys, uh, the things which are used to make scramjets are very secret, and none of the countries who got this technology is sharing with other. So this is really the background. But then how do you combine, how do you make sure that you have a viable solution to fly? So once you say that, hey, I know the principle of scramjet, I know the principle of a jet engine. Jet engine is also a very difficult thing to make. It's very high tech equipment. And now the India is saying that we've got the hypersonic flight. That means the hypersonic engine is indigenously developed by India. So what it takes to make a viable solution? The viable solution is to basically combine a jet engine with a scramjet, and that will ensure that the air, when it enters the engine, it is already at the supersonic speed to make the scramjet kick in. So in the next diagram, I'm showing how this actually functions. Now, as you see that it's a scramjet, it's a combination of scramjet, and this is the jet engine inside this scramjet. So jet engine is working normally as it would function. That means it has a compressor, it has an ignition, and then it has an exhaust. But the jet engine will fire, take the aeroplane into the sky, and give it a speed of Mach more than Mach 2. Now, when the aircraft is flying at Mach 2, the air which is coming inside the engine is already at supersonic speed. And that is a time when you can kick start the scramjet to propel your aircraft to further distances at a very high speed. So by combining the jet engine and a scramjet technology, you can achieve the speed upwards of 5 Mach. People are saying that you can go up to, with the current technology which is available in the world today, up to 15 Machs. So it is very high speed. Now, if you compare that with India as a country, you take a flight and you have to fly from one end of the country to another. It takes about 5 to 6 hours, roughly, with the normal turbofan engines. But if you have a scramjet fitted in your aircraft, you can cover the entire India length and breadth, top to bottom, in less than an hour. So you see how much time saving you can do if you have this kind of technology available, readily available. And that is why it is such a big deal that only 4 countries have this, and India became the 4th one yesterday. And this is not something new for the world. The United States of America has been flying this black bird. It is called Black Beauty. It is fastest flying aeroplane which is commercially produced. Is called SR-71 Blackbird, and this is basically developed during the Cold War era. And when the Russians tried to detect it and fire upon using surface-to-air missile or air-to-air missile, this aeroplane was flying so fast, it did not carry any defensive weapons on board. All it had to do is, when they see a missile coming towards them, they just speed up and escape the missile. So, that is really the beauty of this technology, that,
When your aeroplanes can fly at such a high speed, you can be very your whole defense paradigm changes completely. Um, if you have supersonic missile system or hypersonic missile system, there are no systems like S-300 or S-400. Now Russia is talking about S-500, but all of these systems, which are very accurate, are totally helpless for when they have to stop a hypersonic missile. So we already have a hypersonic missile called BrahMos, which is developed in collaboration with Russia. However, now we got our own indigenous technology of having a hypersonic engine developed. I think next few years would be very interesting to note that many more things are going to come out from India, which will be indigenously developed, very high-tech equipment we can see, and we should feel proud about all this. So with this, let me end the video. I look forward to receiving your comments, and do let me know if you find this subject interesting, and we can discuss further on this. Thank you very much, friend, and I will catch you again tomorrow.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you're welcome to Top Brass. And we have Sitesh Srivastava from Johannesburg, South Africa. And as you know that he has a deep interest in corporate training and he had been doing trainings for most of the corporate companies, most of the professionals in marketing and IT segment. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Hey Kanchan, I am very, very well, and it's been a nice day. And now I look forward for our conversations and the interesting subjects that we bring to our listeners and also viewers. Let's start.
Yeah, so actually we had been discussing about change management, creative thinking, and how to go about it. We have quoted a couple of interesting examples. So I thought maybe we'll just refresh it for our viewers, that the examples we have quoted in regard of change management and how they interrelated, correlated with the subject.
Right, Kanchan. So this all started with the change management part, and very important part of a change management in any organization has two folds. One is the creative thinking and one is the critical thinking portions. So creative thinking brings in the necessary emotion, the necessary force into the change management aspect or the campaign that needs to be rolled out. The critical thinking part actually helps it in laying it out in the implementation part of it. And there are many examples on any corporate or the educators' life, or the schools, the universities, or the colleges, or the institutions, governments as well. So it is important to look at the overall change management from either the top-down approach or from the bottom-up approach, using both of these critical thinking as well as creative thinking. That's my thinking.
Yeah, so we have discussed couple of examples like Lego and other sort of examples. So let's repeat those examples and how we can relate that with the subject.
Right, Kanchan. So yes, we have discussed a couple of examples, and Lego was one of them. Sony versus Apple was one of them, and air travel versus video conferencing was one of them. And each of these have the merits and demerits in their implementation, in their paradigm change that they brought into the, not only into the marketplace, but our lifestyle place. They brought the changes. And there are more examples to it. For example, like in Sony versus Apple. I mean, we all know about Sony Walkman and other Sony products in the market. And while I was still in Japan, we suddenly start seeing Apple iPods, and we thought maybe Sony will come up very soon with something akin to the same product. But the speed of the Apple products, iPod and iPhone 1 and the iPad 1, they were so fast into the market, so rapid into the market, and suddenly we saw Apple became in a couple of years the most valued company in the world. Similar are the examples of critical thinking or bringing in forceful change management by Bill Gates of Microsoft. And since we have seen from 1995 onwards, at least that I remember, Microsoft has been a trendsetter, trailblazer, and at the forefront of all the technology and changes. And then I will also like to talk about Michael Dell, the founder of Dell Computers, who chose to go directly via phone and from the database marketing. And he actually mastered it. And then his company actually brought in the internet feature of it as well, where somebody could actually get it onto the internet and order for the configurations that they wanted. The other examples are Larry Page of Google, Sergey Brin and Larry Page of Google. At the outset of this millennium, Google was actually a very baby company, but today we can't think of our lives without Google. And it has brought in this common phrase that we use throughout our day, Kanchan, let's Google it.
Right.
Let's find Google.
Yeah, we can't imagine our life nowadays without Google. And sometimes I feel that earlier people, they used to search and find their answers themselves, do study, do reading. But now we have Google Guru for answers for every questions.
Exactly. And therefore, many a times I have faced where the children would also say, but Google says this is different. The teachers face the challenge, but sir, but madam, Google says this different. In fact, I have also seen doctors getting frustrated when the patients carry the Google reports on the perceived, information about their conditions. So, Google is one of the best examples, but there are more examples of critical thinking today in the pandemic world, the COVID world, where everywhere we are seeing and hearing about the depression in the economies, depression in the markets, depression in the stock exchanges all across the world. One example stands out is the Reliance Jio platform of Mukesh Ambani. He is getting so many fundings. So much of funding is available right now that his company doesn't feel to be going through this pandemic situation, or probably he knows, or his company knows, how to change the course of action or direction or bring in the change management using this situation that is at hand, right?
Mhm. So very nicely put these examples you have put in these examples. So I think when we talk about Jio or talk about Reliance, I think they are way advanced in change management and critical thinking. That's why they are so successful in these transitions. So as usual, it is so lovely to talk to you once again. We'll meet tomorrow again with some more interesting subject. So till then,
That's right.
bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you, Kanchan. Have a great day ahead.
Bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmach Technologies and welcome to Top Brass. And today is Friday and on Friday we have a CEO roundtable. So let me invite our distinguished guest today. First is Kanchan Verma. She is the CEO of Akulmach Technologies. She is joining us from India. Welcome.
Hi everybody. How are you all?
We are all fine, Kanchan. Thanks for joining us. And our second guest is Farida Charania. She joins us from Singapore. She is a CEO of Career Zoom, a very well-known HR consulting company. Farida, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you. I hope everybody had a good week so far, and I'm looking forward to the weekend. So I'm sure all of you are as well.
Yes, we are looking towards the weekend, and in the CEO roundtable, we have a very interesting discussion that we want to have. It's about building rapport with the client, because as all of us know, client is the most important link of doing any business. So we thought that we will discuss this today, and I'll start with you, Farida. What do you think should be the most important critical aspect of building rapport with a client?
Sure. I'll start with a little anecdote because I think it's so applicable in today's times. A few years ago, I was in the hospital after a surgery. A lot of people came to see me and I got a lot of gifts. I don't know who bought those gifts, but I remember each and every person who came to see me. So it's same with the clients. When times are good, everybody is calling everybody on a regular basis. But for instance, the situation that we have right now, the sales decisions are being delayed, or they are not actually being taken. And at this point in time, if we in a sales capacity keep in touch with our clients, that is what they are going to remember when times are good. So to just sum up this whole thing, rapport with the client is very, very important because one, it is not just about making a transaction and moving on, but it's establishing a business and continuing to gain their trust. You as a person might move from one organization to another, but what actually stays with you is the relationship that you build with your client. It's very possible that you will be able to continue doing business with that client if you have built the rapport in the first place. So in my opinion, every interaction with client is an opportunity to build the rapport. And as a salesperson, as the face of the organization, and even in your personal capacity, it is important to take every opportunity to do that.
Very well spoken, Farida. In fact, the rapport building really starts with pronouncing the name correctly. So, a simple thing like having the right pronunciation of the name
and understanding the nuances of each country, each type of names is very important. And I think that will help break the ice. So Kanchan, what is important for breaking the ice in the journey of building your rapport with a client?
First of all, the major thing is that the attitude towards client has to be positive, because it's not a one day deal. We have to deal with this client again and again. So the positive attitude is must. And second, there are some difficult clients also, and there are some complaints also. So once you are in a frontline professional in an organization and some complaints come, so you have to show the positivity towards dealing that client, because that positivity remains. For example, if client says that these are the problems and these set of things I am facing with some service or product, so that doesn't mean that what you just straightway ask a question. Rather, you should have an empathy to listen the client, and maybe come, yeah, okay, you have this kind of problem, okay, fine, we will see. And there are chances that sometimes you may not be able to give a final solution to that particular problem. So it's better to take help of your team also, because if you are heading a team, a sales team in an organization, and there are some instances where when you go for a team help, there are some young professionals who can come out with a lot of innovative solutions for that particular problem. So in that case, what happens in this whole process, clients sees that you are serious about the problem with the client is facing. Plus, in a way, when you are showing empathy, that's a channel of relationship, a business relation is set with the client, and that also increase the loyalty towards the company and towards the product. It is not it doesn't matter you remain in this organization or not. Maybe after leaving one organization, you go to different organization, even that client comes along with you, and he already placed a trust in you, and he understands that you will be there to help him in case if he has a problem. So I think these few points are very, very important for building a client rapport.
So Kanchan, you mentioned very important point, which is empathy with a client. So as a face of the organization, suppose somebody is watching this program and is a startup CEO or a SME, I think how to be empathetic towards the client and also having listening ability to the problems that a client has is basically the point that you are trying to drive here. And I just want to go to Farida now, because she handles a lot of people globally. Farida, how do you handle a problematic client? Because we can be empathetic, but client is the king, as we say, customer is king. So there has to be a balance between how much to listen, how much to empathize, and how do you handle a problematic client?
Sure. Now, this is a topic I can go on and on, because this is my favorite topic. And even when I do trainings, this is something where we spend a lot of time. A problematic client. Now, the definition of a problematic client is different for different people. Everyone actually perceives a certain way of interaction as a problem. You could, face these situations in your life very often. One thing is to listen. We often actually, talk and we hear and we react, because that's human nature, right? The key here is to listen, not just hear, but listen and respond. There are times when, the other party, the client, is going to be very, you might find it very unreasonable. But what do you do in that situation? Yes, you need to kind of, take a backseat and think, what is it that is bothering this person? Can you actually help to resolve it. Because if that is the only thing that will get this client back to the nice person that they were, then just resolve that. But if you think that these problems are a multitude of problems and this might not be one particular resolution, then I would go back to what Kanchan was saying. Take help of your team, because maybe a different face might be able to, mitigate this whole thing much better. A different set of hands, a different pair of ears, and different pair of eyes would probably, just help to take away the heat of the moment. So I'll give an example. In my team, I have one of my colleagues. He had a complete disastrous situation with a client. The client was like angry, and he was shouting at him. And because of the experience that my colleague has, he just kind of listened to everything that the client was saying, and he said that he will discuss it back with the team and go back to him. So what happened is that there was sleeping over, because it was a weekend. Everyone slept over the problem. That gave my colleague the opportunity to actually understand where exactly is this dissatisfaction. What can we do to address that particular point? And he asked me if I was willing to be the face of that particular discussion for just one instance, because it will just take away all the focus from the not very nice conversation that they had, and it would just give the client an opportunity to talk to someone else, and they also will feel that somebody is listening to them. So sometimes it's okay to kind of take a little bit of a backseat, because end of the day a deal is a deal. End of the day business is business. It doesn't matter how you bring that business. Taking someone's help might just help you cross that bridge in a much more smoother way. So maybe one of the ways to handle a problematic discussion, not just a client, is just to kind of take a back seat, listen, and go back after a while, after you've processed the information and realized where exactly is the issue. So to make it very structured, keep your world binary, take in information, don't get emotional. So I attended a training many years ago where one of the things that the trainer actually said was, match the energy, don't match the emotion. So if someone is shouting at you, speak at that tone, but don't be angry, because that's just going to convert this whole discussion to a not nice discussion. But if you match the tone, the other person kind of takes a little bit of a backseat, and you are able to continue the conversation. And maybe that continuation is kinder than it was a couple of minutes ago.
So I think if I have to understand the point that you just made, is that maybe it will help to restate the problem of the client in your own words, and that may give confidence that hey, my vendors have understood my issue and my problem. I think one of the major aspects of building rapport, which everybody says, is that you should not always discuss business with your client. Sometimes you should also know your client personally. So Kanchan, what is the importance of having a non-business conversation with the client, or maybe making some personal discussion with the client? Is it important or it is not important? What is your opinion?
Yeah, it is very important once you are making a rapport with the client, because otherwise it sounds like as if you are just talking and you just want to have money, you just want to sell either product or services. And sometimes, not sometimes, actually most of the time client doesn't like it, because that becomes very harsh conversation. What I feel is, because we as human, we are emotional machine, and we have to show emotion in a certain way, and we have to tackle that emotion in a certain way, because we are social. We have to show our social skills also to the client. So when we are talking and talking, it is good to have a personal relationship, personal mixed with business relationship, because that gives kind of smoothen the conversation, and then client is also kind of have a free thought process, and he can talk to you, he can pick up your phone when you're calling, and that gel, and it becomes friendly environment. And when it is a friendly environment, then we can discuss business with all casual talking. So I think it's very, very important to have a little personalization in the communication in the business, because that is how the all communication and relationship work. It's very, very important.
So Kanchan, I think that's very important. So one of the most important aspect of understanding your client is to understand his personal side of things. You know, what he likes, what game he likes, you know, what kind of food he likes, what is his liking, disliking, and so on. So, you know, we are just scratching the surface here. And we have been discussing about how to build rapport by ensuring that we listen to the client, we solve his problem, we pronounce his name properly, and also know him personally. But having said all of that, Farida.
When I just want to add, when we know a client personally, it becomes easier to solve the problem also. So that is a benefit of being a personalized business communication.
Absolutely, it's a very valid point. So Farida, we have taken care of all of that. You know, we are still scratching the surface, but you know, to start the ball rolling, we have taken care of everything. And still we are not sure with certain clients how to respond. How do we handle those situations?
Okay. Again, I'm the queen of anecdotes and I have a lot of them. So let me share one. Many years ago, when I used to work for Barclays, there was a situation when someone was very angry. And I was also very young, very immature. I got angry as well. I was like, you know, and everyone was screaming. And one of my senior colleagues, a very sweet Greek gentleman, his name is George Papasolomontis, and he actually put his hand on my shoulder and asked me to come on the side. He said, "Why are you losing your temper?" I said, "Because, you know, he's shouting at me and, you know, I'm getting agitated." And I said, "I'm here to do a job. I'm not here to here to be popular." He said, "But I want you to be popular." And that is something that's kind of stayed with me through the years. It's been many years now. But the thing is that when, you know, there will be situations when everything is not going to, you know, work the way you want it or you hope it to work. There will be clients who will be more difficult than you think you can handle. But what actually works at any point in time is be calm. Like Kanchan said, that it's not necessary to just have a business communication, because at the end of the day, you are not just doing a transaction. You are building a relationship to keep doing business continuously. And if you have that rapport with your client or with any party that you are doing business with, the navigation of their needs, the navigation of their organization becomes a lot simpler. It's a lot easier. So not every time, you know, all these tips are going to work. Not every time you are going to be able to solve a problem, but then that is life. You just take a little bit of calm moment, do some meditation if you need to, and just move on. Because you can try your best to solve, you can try your best to address, but there will be times that you might still have an opportunity loss. That is life. Just, you know, pick yourself up and move on.
I think you made a very important anecdote, if you allow me to say that. It is saying that being a young entrepreneur or a CEO or a sales head or a salesperson, you have to be popular amongst your client. So I think we can end our discussion today. There are many things which may be required, which may be, you know, some of the things that we have said and discussed today are some may apply in 90% of the
situations, but could be 10% situation where these things that we discussed may not apply, and there has to be a help required to handle those things. But nevertheless, we had a very positive and fruitful discussion today in the Top Brass CEO Roundtable, and I'd like to thank my guests Kanchan and Farida for joining us today. We will catch up next Friday again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmach Technologies and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have a very seasoned professional, deep interest in corporate training, and he had been teaching marketing professionals and IT professionals. He is joining me from Johannesburg, South Africa. So Sitesh, you are welcome to the show.
Jai Shri Ram, Kanchan, very good day.
Jai Shri Ram, it's quite a historical day today.
That's right, Kanchan.
How you feel about this?
Of the palpitation across the world amongst the Indian people it can be felt, can be seen, and the way people are connected to their television sets, to the internet, and to the whole spirit, for the whole essence that has happened or that is happening right now, probably in Ayodhya, is something which is unprecedented to see in this digital age, when we think that it is little disconnected. How is it there? How is it there in India?
Yeah, actually, people are really glued to the television screen, and it is very dear to the heart of every Indian, because Ram is in the life and in the death also. You see, so Ram is very much kind of inside the hearts of Indian people who are living in India as well as who are outside of India. So, kind of giving us shape of this mandir. Mandir was always there, but then giving a historical prospect connecting to the modern India, that is really awesome.
That's right, Kanchan. It was more about the conscience of the Indian people, and it was never about any kind of a political statement to be made. It was just trying to correct something that was an erratic thing that happened maybe a couple of hundred of years of back. So, and Rama, Lord Rama, is basically the conscience keeper of the Indian peninsula, not just Hindus, I would say, but the Indian peninsula. And his story, his life, and his anecdotes are part of the whole Indian peninsula's culture, starting from India all the way it goes up to Indonesia, Thailand, and I know that in Thailand there's a city called Ayutthaya, which is a broken name for Ayodhya. So there are so many versions of it across the Asia Pacific region about the Ramayana, which is a story of Ram and Sita and the ideals that they lived for.
Yes, I think the one ideal which is very, very prevalent when we see the character of Ram is truth. He always stood for the truth. And that is for generation is being followed by all Indians who believe in Ram. Apart of this, I feel it is not a religious thing. I think it is more of related to emotions, related to how you really feel about this one person, Ram. Even Gandhi also started the movement, the freedom movement, by the name Hey Ram, and wanted, and he had a dream of creating a Ram Raj.
Correct, Kanchan. So, in today's world, Kanchan, I feel more and more we should take the religious heroes who have traditionally remained in the religion books or the texts. We should take them out of the religious books and make them an ideal for the modern world. We should be able to decipher, analyze their lives, their stories, not just from one particular community or religion perspective, but from the overall humanity perspective. And if we look at Rama from the overall humanity perspective, it is a very, very idealistic story which has been since thousands of years or ancient times, and they are yet relevant today, especially when we say Ram Rajya, or we say Raj Dharma, or when we say where Ram was more and more interested about his welfare of the state. And he has always shown us by examples that the community life, the national life, are bigger than the personal lives. And that is a very, very important message in today's life when we talk about the whole world as a global village, isn't it?
Yes, very much. And I feel that the significance of Ram is more today, because I strongly feel it's not a mythological character, it is a part of our culture, our history. And the significance is too much, and people should, the young generation should read about Ram, and they should try to understand for what values he stood years ago. The first time the temple which we are talking about now was built by King Vikramaditya. Then there was some happened, and there was some friction of ideas. But now today is a joyous day. What do you say?
It is indeed a joyous day, and I have been reading the news that this particular time and the day has come somewhere around after 492 years. And then it struck me that this has been in the conscious of our land and the people for 4 centuries, close to 5 centuries time. That means it is not just a piece of land, it is not just a piece of a place of worship, but it is the conscious, collective superorganism that lives amongst all of us as Indians. And that is the key message that has gone out with today's activities and the puja that happened. And I believe that this should be seen more and more of a uniting message rather than a segregational message.
Very well said. It is a united message, because now things will accelerate in terms of creating cultural vibes in India and around Indians who are living around the world, and particularly to Indians who are living, because there was some gap. But now this incident has encouraged the faith and the cultural vibes, which was already there, but somehow there was something which is now will be getting accelerated. What do you think?
That's right, Kanchan. And the more and more we live in this pandemic world, in the COVID world, where the next time, the next moment, the decision can change. And we all live in a decision fatigue. We have to take decisions in minutes, in hours, and it changes just like a stock market. And more, I feel that we all are connected by the common thread, by what I call our collective superorganism, our collective will. And if that is true, Kanchan, it is beyond one particular religion or one particular hero of any religion. And therefore, I said that all the heroes should be taken out of the context of their current religions and brought forward, and their best parts should be taken, and see how we blend and build and thread the whole global community together. And Ram is one of the best examples to do this.
Yes, Sitesh. So, as usual, it is a remarkable day today, and it is so nice to talk to you about Ram and sharing your ideas. One last message you would like to give to our viewers regarding this whole joyous movement?
Kanchan, I can tell my listeners and viewers of this that I'm sitting in South Africa and I can see the enthusiasm amongst the South African Indians, the ethnic South Africans who came here somewhere around 160 years or around that time back. Some came as indentured Indian laborers and some came as traders. And it is now third or fourth generation of those people, and Ram has remained in every home, in their conscious. The people I have met in Johannesburg, in Durban, in Cape Town, and they are so upbeat. They all can relate today. There are so many digital messages about the activities that have happened in India, and they are very elated. And this is the same thing that I am seeing from the rest of the world as well. And therefore, all I want to tell everyone is that let us pick up the character of Ram, call him Lord Ram, and see how his life was important for the overall community and the nations that he ruled over, and how he captured the hearts of his people, and he always kept his personal life, the personal space and the collective life always for the overall good of his people. And that is what I would like to share this as a message. Jai Shri Ram.
Jai Shri Ram, Jai Marada Pushottam, Jai Shri Ram. So till next time we meet, we'll discuss some other subject. Till then, bye-bye.
All the best.
Take care.
Bye, Kanchan.